Stay ahead of the curve with our live channels. Tune into 14 presentations by subject matter experts, gaining valuable insights into the labor market, skills and demand, and your career growth opportunities. Unleash your potential, embrace your future. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo and unlock the doors to your bright future. Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, your pathway to a world of opportunities. Why wait? Register now!
In the race for success, your greatest asset is the right talent. Introducing the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair. Our virtual expo brings you national and global outreach, connecting you with top candidates from all over Canada and beyond. Embrace the efficiency and convenience of technology with our virtual event. With the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, you can optimize your candidate selection while reducing costs. It's not just a job fair, it's a career expo with live channels to showcase the diverse opportunities from coast to coast. Capitalize on the strengths of technology to streamline your recruitment process and identify the perfect candidates for your business. Employers, you decide the path to a thriving economy. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo. The future of talent attraction awaits. Capitalize on the strengths of technology to streamline your recruitment process and identify the perfect candidates for your business.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Unlock the door for your bright future, presenting the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, just for you. This is your chance to access a national event, connecting you to job opportunities from coast to coast. Your dream job might be just a click away. Say goodbye to long waiting times. At the National Virtual Career Expo, you can talk directly to recruiters in real time, making job applications and networking effortless and efficient. Stay ahead of the curve with our live channels. Tune into 14 presentations by subject matter experts, gaining valuable insights into the labor market, skills and demand, and your career growth opportunities. Unleash your potential, embrace your future. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo and unlock the doors to your bright future. Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, your pathway to a world of opportunities. Why wait? Register now.
Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jay.
I see we have a few friends who have joined us early, which is wonderful.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are.
Okay, good. I want to let the G-TAC support, please let me have control to share screen later.
Okay.
Well, let Jay and I to have able. Well, Jay, you can do the sharing first to go through the platform first.
Absolutely. Let's run through some tips for success for some of our friends that have joined us a little early here. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue. Second day of the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. Very pleased to have everyone here. I'm looking at the landing page here. Of course, you guys are familiar with the landing page. Now, some tabs or some tips for success. In my opinion, I would suggest that you could go to the Jobs tab here, click on Jobs, and then you'll see all the jobs from all the employer partners in the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. So do your research, do your homework. Then my next step would be is that I'd probably go to the Recruiters Available Live tab, and I'd see when those particular companies with the jobs that are relevant to me as a professional are in their booth. Today, on the 27th, for example, CPA-BC will be in their booth today, September 27th, from 11:30 in the morning to 8 p.m. And this is once again based on Eastern Daylight Time or Eastern Standard Time. So then I have my strategy. I know which companies have the jobs that I'd like to apply to. And then with my username and login, so it's basically going to be the email that you use to register and your password, and you log in. Now I've logged in here. Have I logged in here? Wait.
Not yet. Okay.
Now I've logged in. You go to the lobby, and in the lobby, you see we have some very great sponsors. YMCA Next Up Canada out of Toronto, Cognizant, a great consulting and tech consulting partner. Lighthouse Labs, great partner, supports you in your career development. Anyways, I can go to the live channel, or I can go into the main hall. We were talking about roles from companies that we were interested in as a professional. So I would click on the main hall, and here we are. We're in the main hall. We have a video box where you can see some interesting videos from key companies and partners. You can scroll the hall from left to right to see all the exhibitor booths at the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. Or for quicker navigation, we have the exhibitors index here on the left-hand side, and you can just scroll up and down. So let's say I am a financial professional and I had seen some roles relevant to me and I wanted to go to Tangerine. I would click on Tangerine. The platform is immediately going to take you to the Tangerine booth. And you can educate yourself about the company. They have some links to their LinkedIn, for example. They have a video library. But of course, we want to apply to the jobs. You have your target list of jobs here. You have all the jobs available to you from Tangerine. Some of them are technical roles. As a financial services company, you have a lot of client service roles. Let's click view details to look at the job description of the particular job. And then if I, click apply job, it'll route me to the Tangerine career page, which is what you want, because you want to get your application on their back end. And then your partner G-TAC, we're going to capture your application, of course, as well, because it's happened in the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. And post-event, we're going to give your application and your professional details to the Tangerine recruitment team as well. So after you've applied to the role in that automated way through the job vacancies, I would suggest that you go to Tangerine's chat room. So you would click on chat. And then, you're in this chat room, and that's when I would suggest that you connect with Tangerine recruiters and you say, hi, my name is Sophie. I applied to the bilingual customer service representative role. I have some questions about the role. And then you may ask the recruiter if it's okay if you share your resume with him or her. And you can do that by this button here, this paper airplane. This is how you would send a file to a recruiter that you're talking to. And after that, you could maybe ask the recruiter at Tangerine if you could follow up or connect with them on LinkedIn, and tomorrow you could connect with them on LinkedIn. So that's the process I would suggest. I would suggest looking at available jobs, looking at chat times for recruiters, then logging into the expo floor, finding the booths of those companies of the jobs that you want to apply to, go into the booth, apply to the job first, then go to the chat room of that particular employer, find the recruiter, talk to the recruiter, try to give the recruiter your resume also, and then, maybe even follow up with them next week on LinkedIn. So your application is going to be submitted on their talent management system. Your friends here at G-TAC, I assure you, are going to submit your application from us to our corporate partners, because this has happened within the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. And then you yourself take some responsibility to finish it off in a more personable way, meaning chatting with the recruiter, asking intelligent questions, introducing yourself, giving your 30-second elevator pitch. It's a text-based, right? It's by text, typing in the chat box, and you can share a file or a resume with that recruiter and, follow up as you see fit. So that's a quick overview of tips for success. We, of course, also have the public chat room. So the public chat room is where everyone can go. Everyone is going and posting messages. Recruiters will say, hi, I'm an Accenture recruiter. We're looking for, project managers. Please come to the Accenture booth now. Lots, I'll click on it. Lots of talent and lots of company representatives will be in there, such as Kim Tobin from IECBC. She said yesterday, she said, we have a program that can help newcomers learn about the Canadian workplace. This is where people are also going and conveying messages and communicating with each other. Now, the live channel, we have 2 days worth of live webinars. We're on a live webinar right now. This is the beginning. This is not the beginning of the Career Forum. We'll soon be starting with the Career Forum in about 10 minutes. And we'll hear from organizations and partners across Canada that can support you in your career development. Namely, first, we will be joined by Shaquan and my colleague Ying Xie in terms of the Global Talent Alliance Canada ICT Boost Program. It's a great program to help place you in employment and prepare you for employment in the technology sector. Humber College out of Toronto has a great bridging program for professional age students, meaning it's like a continuing education program for persons who have work experience and are new to Canada, particularly the GTA. Toronto is a major employment market. CPA, BC, a lot of the accounting and financial professionals, you want to connect with Sheila out of BC. The designation can really support you and fast track your success in the accounting and business analyst, the sphere of accounting and consulting, financial consulting. I mentioned IEC BC. They have great programs and support for those that are landing in the province of British Columbia specifically. ICTC is a nonprofit organization, does a lot of research and advocacy and connections in the technology sector in Canada. And they do a lot of connections between employers and talent. And specifically, we'll take a look at the Alberta ICT market. Calgary and Edmonton and other communities in Alberta are really robust, a good place to live as well, cheap cost of living. They're seeing a lot of increase in intermigration and immigration to Alberta. A lot of technology professionals like to go there. And then Eco Canada is going to take a look and discuss how ESG principles are continuously being a part of, the business landscape and also the hiring landscape as well. Lastly, the last session at 3 p.m., David Din of Sky River Immigration will be able to answer your immigration-related questions and queries. Sometimes persons ask us such questions in the Career Forum or Discover Canada Live channel, but G-TAC, we don't facilitate immigration. This is a talent and career expo. So once again, if you do have any questions, we will be pleased to be joined by Mr. David Din of Sky River Immigration, whom is a licensed immigration consultant and can talk about various pathways to immigration as a skilled professional. Now, Shaw,
Yes.
I want to go back to the landing page of gtechexpo.com. Why don't you highlight some key companies that we want to highlight and the types of talent that we're looking for? I will scroll as you speak.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Obviously, for anyone that's interested in financial services or banking, talk to Tangerine. Excuse me. Speak to Tangerine. Check out the Tangerine's career site, and also check out Desjardins career site. And of course, any one of you, I see there's a lot of people are looking for similar like welder or truck driver or perhaps even construction. There are various community partners I can talk to. They do have they do represent various companies in their local community. But of course, talk to Paper Excellence. They have a lots of jobs working in the mill, where even at welders, electrician, plumbers, people that the general people that do general labor. So definitely Paper Excellence is a great partner. They're one of the largest paper making company in Canada right now. They own pulp and paper. Of course, if you are into gaming, you can check out Keyword Studio. They're one of the top gaming company. They just, in fact, if you check, they just released a new game yesterday. It's a worldwide release. So Keyword Studio is definitely a good one. If you're into tech support, English or French, check out Compucom. They are looking for a bilingual or unilingual English or French tech support, either level 1 or level 2 at Compucom. So definitely you want to check that out. And of course, if you're into electronic manufacturing, assemblers, you can check out Samina. Definitely, they're always looking for people. And if you're into cloud, if you're into AI, if you're into telecommunications, definitely Huawei, Syntronic. They're very lots. They're definitely hiring lots of people. Huawei alone has about 300 open positions they're looking to fill. Syntronics got close to 100. And of course, Accenture, Cognizant, these are all great tech companies. If you're into e-commerce, check out the Nation, definitely, or 2i Solutions. So there's lots of various jobs that's available. And I want to thank every one of you that attended yesterday's VCE14. I actually chatted with about, I would say, probably 50 or 60 different job seekers, and I referred them to various booths, and they actually had an interview. So please go to our VCE14, chat with G-TAC rep, or chat with any of our rep, and just talk to them, and then we will be happy. This is our job. Our job is here to help you, refer you to talk to employers. So this is definitely very exciting. I want to thank every one of you that attended yesterday. It was a great session. So I hope we will have another successful session today and help every one of you achieve your dream.
Thank you, Shaw. And great point about if you'd like a bit of help and direction, or you go to the G-TAC booth, and which is here, and go to the G-TAC chat room and go find one of the G-TAC admins. Here it says G-TAC admin Ying Xie, and say, hi, my name is Thomas. I'm a level 2 technical support professional. Which types of companies do you think I could engage? And the G-TAC admin will say, go to Convergence Networks, or go to 2i Solutions. So that's a very good point, Shaw. I liked that you stated that. Now, I think a metric for success as a job seeker, I already gave tips to success, but I'll be very general now. I mean, just apply to as many jobs as possible. This event is great from 2 standpoints. We have the advantage of digital technology, so meaning, apply to those jobs, and don't worry, the platform and your partners at G-TAC, we're going to capture that data, and I assure you we're going to share your resume, your professional profile with our corporate partners. And then, as Shaw said, then the next step is, and which is great, is here, whom is this? Syntronic. I'll go to the Syntronic booth. Then you follow. Shaw said 60 people yesterday had mini interviews. Isn't that cool, right? You firstly go to Syntronic, apply to the jobs that are relevant to you. After you've done the application, go to the Syntronic chat room, find the Syntronic recruiter, Syntronic, Andre Sept. So this is a Syntronic representative, and say, hi, Andre, I just applied for the such and such engineering role. I have 1 or 2 questions. Can we have a chat? This is the premise of the event, that we can connect live and be interactive, and ask the Syntronic rep, Andre, if you can give your resume through the paper arrow icon here. And this is great. And then, maybe you can find Andre on LinkedIn tomorrow or next week and add him and say, hi, it's Thomas from the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. We connected in the chat room. This part of this is you taking some responsibility and post-event, but don't worry, as your partner G-TAC, we're always here to support you. Now, Shaw, in a minute or two, you'll be joined by Ying, who I see there on camera, because I just mentioned supporting you in your career. We have other initiatives at Global Talents Alliance Canada beyond the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. And I'm not sure if all of our representatives, our friends this morning, know that. So what do we do beyond the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo? Generally speaking, Shaw, because I know we're going to get into the ICT Boost program, but we have another website, don't we? So can you give a 90-second overview of how we help talent?
Well, actually, thank you, Jay. I mean, we help talent for all across the country and all around the world. First of all, for all of you out there, number one thing you need to do is check our job board. Go to g-tac.ca and check our job board. We are continuously adding new jobs there. We still have lots of jobs that we need to add, so please check into that. Now I know a lot of you, you're probably sitting at home in your home country right now and thinking about coming to Canada, and that's great. There's so many ways that for you to come to Canada. So I mean, I guess the one of the most common one is get employer sponsorship through the LMIA, and then get a work permit, and then come to Canada to work. So I know obviously a lot of you are international students, and you can also get your PGWP, postgraduate work permit as well. So all this is we're here. The Canada is definitely in crisis in terms of a labor shortage, and this is something I'm going to touch upon a bit later. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag now, but at our 9 o'clock webinar, I'll talk a little bit about that, and then the various sectors that's in desperate need for work, and obviously the two main sectors is obviously the IT sector and the health sector. Then now, of course, the third one is in the construction sector as well. So all this to say is we'll definitely need people to come to Canada to work. And in fact, among all the G7 countries in the past 3 years, Canada has admitted more newcomers to our country than any other G7 countries. So this is definitely something that's a trend is continuing, as the government have already earmarked about 500,000 people to come to Canada each year over the next 3 years. So that's a lot of people that will be coming to Canada. So definitely, if you come to Canada, if you settle down, you want to find a job, and we are here to help you. Whether obviously we do have some government funded program there's some eligibility criteria to it, but aside from that, we definitely will help you connect with employers, so that don't worry too much about whether they can sponsor you. Let's worry about whether you're fit for the job. That's one of the important things. And this is something I want to mention. Yesterday, I want to thank all of you that was in the VCE14. I don't know if you guys listened to Jay and I's advice 2 weeks ago about what not to do. And I want to thank every one of you. You know, I want to give you a big hand, because you guys really respectful, very follow the what not to do rule. So yesterday was very good. So let's hope you guys can continue this trend today and get a lot more interviews.
Thank you, Shaw. So I'm going to stop sharing as Shaw or someone brings up the next slide's presentation, because it is 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. here in Ottawa. The digital doors have opened to the second day of the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. I want to convey some expectations for the next day. We just had a good review of tips for success for the main hall, the booths, making sure you find jobs relevant to you, apply to the jobs, connect with recruiters. And of course, we also have the Career Forum live channel. Very interesting, very exciting. It's going to be live and interactive for the next 7 or 8 hours. And we're going to be joined from specialists across the country, sharing their resources and programs for your career success. So we're here to help you, your G-TAC team and other partners to G-TAC. So with that, I welcome Shaw Kwan and Ying Xie to convey the Building Your Success in the Canadian Tech Sector ICT Placement Program. Expectations for this hour and the next hour is always that the specialists like Ying and Shaw are going to give an overview of how they can support you and help you. And then the great thing is that we then open the floor to question and answer period. Everyone has an opportunity to ask questions through the chat function. Of course, ask questions that are relevant to what was conveyed. If you're going to ask some, questions about the immigration, we're not sure. We're going to wait until 3 p.m. for Sky River immigration. So let's ask questions really relevant to the subject at hand. And it's great that this event is live and interactive, and you can, of course, ask the questions. So everyone have a successful day, and we'll always be in touch with you. Follow us on LinkedIn, by the way. We have a LinkedIn page where that's sort of our de facto page for conveying events and information to you. Of course, we have, gtac.com and gtacexpo.com. Yeah, why not follow the LinkedIn page as well? Okay, Shaw, Ying, good morning. Take it away.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, really. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you. My name is Shao Kwan. I am the Vice President for Global Outreach and also the Senior Career Consultant at G-TAC. Ying, you want to do a quick introduction?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So welcome to G-TAC ICT Placement Program, and welcome to the 14th National Virtual Career Expo. My name is Ying, and I'm the managing partner of the G-TAC.
Okay. And obviously, for those of you that's joining us for the first time or very new to G-TAC, we're going to give you a little bit of an introduction about G-TAC. But today, for the next hour, we're going to concentrate on the building your success in the Canadian tech sector. And more specifically, we're going to talk about the ICT placement program that's running from now until end of March 2024. Now, before we go any further, I just want to give a quick recap about today's topics, various presentation topics for the Career Forum. Now, we start at 9 a.m., which is right now, is you build your success in the Canadian tech sector. At 10 a.m., we're going to have Humber College to come and talk about bridging programs for newcomers. What are some of the programs that's available? At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we will have CPABC to talk about for those of you that has an strong accounting background or is already a certified or a chartered accountant in your country, and you want to know how to obtain your CPA designation here in Canada at 11 a.m. At 12 p.m., we are going to talk about the IECBC FAST program. These are various training programs that are free for newcomers, meaning that if you're a permanent resident, you qualify for that. It's absolutely free. And then the 1 p.m., we're going to have a talk about general landscape of the tech sector by ICTC. And sorry, okay, good. So at 2 p.m., we're going to have Eco Canada to talk about the employment opportunity in the eco or environmental sector in Canada. And finally, we save the best for last. I know many of you are sitting at home. You must be thinking, okay, how do I immigrate to Canada? What are the steps? What are the ways that I can avoid scammers or fraudsters or people giving you wrong information, or you pay someone lots of money? I heard horror stories. People pay lots of money to an immigration consultant in your country, and their advice is really basically extracting from the website. So at 3 p.m. this afternoon, we have invited a very known and reputable, regulated Canadian immigration consultant, David Dean, who is the CEO of Sky River Immigration. He will be here to talk about anything and everything you need to know on how to immigrate to Canada. This is a webinar you do not want to miss at 3 p.m. So stay tuned. There's lots of exciting topics today that's relevant to you and your career in Canada. So we're going to start with the first one, which is the webinar that Yin and I will be presenting. It's called Build Your Success in the Canadian Sector. Now, as Jay mentioned earlier, is please follow Global Talent Alliance Canada on LinkedIn. Follow us on LinkedIn, Global Talent Alliance Canada. Type that into the search bar, Global Talent Alliance Canada, and follow us. That's where you will get the absolute latest information on latest jobs that employers are looking for, latest employer sponsor, LMIA sponsor jobs that the employer will even provide work visa for you to come to Canada. Various other events, some of the special guests that we're gonna come in, like in October, we're gonna have every week we have 2 live webinars. We will resume them starting next week, and we will always invite one of the employers to come and talk about what their needs are. So follow us on LinkedIn where you'll know the schedule of the upcoming webinar and like today's job fair, like today's career forum, like our webinar is absolutely free. Doesn't matter where you are, doesn't matter what kind of status you have, it's absolutely free for you to join. So please follow us on LinkedIn, Global Talent Alliance Canada. Speaking of Global Talent Alliance Canada, that's G-TAC for short. Okay, we're a social enterprise based here in our nation's capital, Ottawa, Canada, but we have national presence and we also have international representation. So definitely, we specialize. In a nutshell, we're here to help newcomers and connect Canadian businesses with newcomers so that everybody will have a successful integration. And then when everybody have successful integration, we call it win-win-win. You as a job seeker win, employer win, and us as G-TAC, we win. We connect everyone and everybody have a successful integration. We've been doing this for 15 years. So it's definitely, we have helped work with thousands and thousands of newcomers and also help them achieve their dream. In fact, half of the employers right now in our VCE14 were once one point or another time G-TAC clients. This is how they are contributing back to the community. We also did work on the pre-arrival sector for about 6 years, and this is something definitely we can help you if you're pre-arrival, if you already receive your documents and you're making plans to Canada, you don't know what city to settle or what jobs to where to go, where the jobs are. Definitely we have the experience in that. So all you know is throughout all these years we have partnered with over 400 solid connection with over 400 employers from coast to coast to coast, and we have touched over 45,000 professionals in over 120 countries. So definitely our focus is a national, and above all, as you can see right now, you're watching this on a digital platform. So we are not only national, we're also a digital platform. So remember, follow us on LinkedIn, type in Global Talent Alliance Canada, and then you can get all the latest information. Now, before we go any further, I just want to give you a quick overview. I mentioned earlier about how much the Canadian tech sectors are in short supply. At the beginning of this year, by Stats Canada, we currently have over 75,000 vacant tech positions in Canada from coast to coast to coast. 75,000. That's an astonishing number. So and that number is going to grow even further as we go more and more into information and digital age. So definitely, if you're in the IT sector, this is definitely a great place to look for a new career. Why is the fact that we have so much vacancies? Is because our unemployment rate is so low right now. It is one of the all-time low. It's at 5.5%. Any economist will tell you, any leading economist will tell you, even some of the Harvard Business School economists, they'll say a healthy economy will need around 9 to 11% unemployment. A healthy economy. Our unemployment is at 5.5%. So literally, there are not that many job seekers available. That's why we're opening our doors to people from outside of Canada to come to Canada and work. The average tech salary in Canada is $61,737. That's average. So if you're just give you one very quick example, if you're a senior full stack developer, with 8 years experience, we're looking at anywhere between $120,000 to $150,000. Okay, so just to give an example in terms of the kind of salary that's available here. So our salary is very comparable to the world standard. And of course, if you're in a tech sector, if you're IT background skill professional, and you wonder what city to move to because you want to go where the jobs are. The top 5 tech hubs in Canada are GTA, or we call it Greater Toronto Area, and no surprise, it is also the largest. It is the financial center, and it is also the largest city in Canada. The Greater Toronto Area is actually, if you look at the whole entire North America, it is the 4th largest metropolitan area in North America. So that's a very, very huge city. Second one is a Greater Vancouver Area, or Vancouver in short. Third is Montreal, or Montreal. That's where that's where I grew up, Montreal. And then 4th is right here in Ottawa, Gatineau. And the 5th is Calgary, Alberta. So by Stats Canada, they estimate that by 2030, we will have about 1.2 million tech sector labor force in Canada. So you can just imagine 2030 is not that far away. And right now, as at the beginning of the year, we have 75,000. So that number is only going to grow as we move forward. So here's a general glance about Global Talent Alliance Canada. We specialize in help you with employment, place you with various job employers all across Canada. So basically, we are your one-stop shop in terms of anything and everything to do with employment. In turn, also, we'll help you with your career coaching. We also provide human resources consulting to employer as well. Nobody knows about diversity and inclusion more than us because we work with clients for over 120 countries around the world. So definitely, and between Yin and I and our whole team there, we definitely have a wealth of resources to help people. And that's why we also becoming like a subject matter expert now to a lot of employers across Canada. What you're watching right now is one of our proudest product is our national digital platform. Whether we host the National Virtual Career Expo, we host our weekly webinar, we host special training, career focused training. We do the career coaching, one-on-one career coaching. We do group session. Everything is all done online, and you can do it. You can attend from the comfort of your home. And of course, we also have a huge, I would say, knowledge to assist people, whether in the public sector or private sector, in terms of various labor market information to help employer or regional economic development agency to expand. So all of this to say is definitely we are your foremost authority in terms of the employment here in Canada. That's a social enterprise that has a national reach and international reach, I would say, and also working with employers from coast to coast. Now, we also, as I mentioned earlier, we also consult with municipal governments, provincial governments, various economic development agencies across Canada. And we also help employers in terms of promote their brands through our weekly Meet the Employer webinar. So if you check in October, we also have a very solid lineup of employers that will be presenting in our Meet the Employer webinar every Thursday. We have hosted 13th time, including today. It will be after today, it will be 14th time, the National Virtual Career Expo, and we have served over 120,000 job seekers since November 21st, 2016. Definitely, we're here to help you, and we also do overseas roadshow. We do go roadshows and promote various for the employment opportunities here in Canada. As you can see from this slide here, as I said, after today, it will be 14th National Virtual Career Expo. We have broadcast over 800 live webinars since the mid-2016 until now. And we're here to help people secure a job. So now I'm going to pass the mic to Yin, our managing partner, to talk about the ICT placement program. Yin, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So before I talk about the ICT placement program, I just want to reiterate, as Shaw put it, we are the only organization, the only organization that is a social enterprise and serve future Canadians, if you say. By future Canadian, I mean people are in express entry, people are international students, people are work permit holders or refugee claimant, because these we think these people are really need services, but they are not eligible to the government supported programs. So therefore, when we turn ourselves into the social enterprise, this is the priority groups that we are going to serve. That's why we have our digital platform. We very much insisted that each week we'll have 2 free webinars, and one is devoted to Discover Canada, where we invited various cities across Canada to deliver their, to tell people or to inform you the life and work opportunities or business opportunities in their cities. So before you choose your destination, you will see the real information and get your network established. So this is one thing that we have been doing over the past 8 years. So that's why we opened our second day to job applicants from around the world, because these municipalities that do look for talents that outside Canada, overseas, provide opportunities. So I would give you some of the cities that this time in our Career Expo, like TAC Newfoundland and Labrador, and Ignite Fredericton, and we often, yesterday we have the Sudbury to join us, and often we invited various cities to do the information sessions. So that is to help you to connect with the employers there. And in this year, the beginning of this year, we also host the, I've seen the questions, people are looking for the nursing professional opportunities. We host for the government in New Brunswick, the healthcare hiring info session, where we provided opportunity, provided the networking opportunities for you. So I just advise you to stay tuned, follow up on LinkedIn or log on our website. So we will regularly provide these services and provide the reliable and updated information for those people who are in the express entry process, who are in the application process, who are international students. And this is something that we will do continuously going forward. So coming back to about ICT placement program, this is a 6 months priority programs for newcomers to Canada. That is to say, the landed immigrants, the permanent residents, the convention refugee, and the Canadian citizen. So that's the eligibility, because that's the program provided with the funding from the Canadian government, and it is free for all these eligible clients. So ICT programs are offered together with the partner of the Lighthouse Labs. Some of you may join the Lighthouse Labs in training. We're focusing only on the employment placement program. meaning we'll help you to connect with the hiring employers in tech sector. We're going to follow up if you applied from your own source to connect with the employers, follow up with the hiring employers, and we will help you one by one, individually, based on your situation, counseling on your career path in the tech sector. So these are the things that we are doing. I know that some of the newcomers, you know that you will have a lot of community organizations provide various services of helping you with the resume writing, interview skills, skills training, and soft skill training, etc., etc. We're not doing that. We don't reinvent the wheel. We refer you to those training programs, but our focus and our strength is focusing on the engagement of the employers, help you build network, connect with the employers, and connect with the employment opportunities, and help assist you when you apply, to assist you in your success in the interview room. So the program is funded by the government of Canada. That is the Department of Employment and Social Services, and together with the Lighthouse Lab. So, as I said, that's 3 objectives of the program. So, can you go back one slide, please? Yeah, connect with the employers to expedite your employment success, support your targeted job search, and expand your professional network, and set you up to ace the screening and interview process. So that's the 3 things we'll help you to do in the next 6 months. During that 6 months, our target is that we're trying to help 200 tech professionals that find employment in the tech sector. So it's very limited number of people. That's the only resources we can afford. So I hope that people in this category, if you are a Canadian citizen, if you are permanent residents, or if you are conventional refugee, if you have been trained or work in the tech sector, then we're going to, it is the best time for you to join this program. It's very unique. It's only 6 months for you. So it's an intensive work process. We're going to work with you. So therefore, just if you are interested later on, I will see the registration process. So one of the other things that I want to emphasize is that if we're going to screen you based on your technical skills, based on your eligibilities, as well, we're trying to, because this program, we need your support. We need to work with you, okay? We need a positive attitude. We need your commitment to follow the placement process and complete the required tasks. So that's the only way that we will be able to succeed, and to be your partner will actually work close with you, that with the requirements, that with the task that you're supposed to do. And for example, we need you to do a couple of tasks that later on we will provide you with the checklist with. Next one, please. So the service process. We will do the intake registration. Later on, you will see the contact, the registration links, and you will fill in the form. That in that you will see if you have fulfilled the eligibility of the requirements. And then we will invite you, for those who really meet that requirements, we'll invite you to a orientation session. So the orientation session will actually explain details to you on how you are going to work with us in the 6 months. So to get you a placement ready. And when you're being attending different programs, but when you are working with us, we have certain criteria. We need you to do the technical test. We need to have a summary of your professional profile, which will do the multi job matching with our employers. And we need you yourself to give us the job search results, whether it's past 1 or past 3 months job search results, or the next 3 months in future. So we need that so that we can better target the type of jobs that you think is better fits your career path, it fits your skill sets. That's what we'll do and explain in the orientation session. And then we are going to develop a work placement plan with you so that we'll follow the plan. Once we have a goal, we have a plan, we need to execute. There we need you fully committed with the job search strategy and with the job search process. We will, in the front end, to connect with the employers, where if you apply for the job, we will work behind you to help you to knock the door, to follow up with the employers. One of the common phenomena that our immigrants friends find is that they don't have a network here in Canada, so we will provide that. And some of our friends said they apply jobs, they never get a reply or response, or they got an interview, they fail, they don't know why. Those are the areas that we will help you behind the scene to follow up with the targeted employers and find out the reasons, and together we're going to fix that. Next, please. So, okay, we talk about the placement program. We need you to work with us. So later on, you will, once you apply, you will get this checklist. The checklist will have a detailed process and tasks that we need you to fill in so that we'll follow that and develop your placement plan. Meaning we'll get you top 3 technical skills tested. We'll get you a targeted position because we have hundreds of jobs. And if you apply, or if you look at the jobs, those jobs may not fit your skill sets, may not the job or career path that you're looking for. So we need you to help us to give us your target positions that best match your skills and career paths. So that's just important so that we can match the skill, so the employer will see the right skill sets. The employer, you are happy with the targeted employer. So those are the important things that we need you to commit to work with us, because we have finite resources. We need to work with 200 people in 6 months. So you need to proactively work with us so that we together can get the final results. That is to put you into the target jobs that you're looking for. We need you to give us the target companies you're looking for. So here, one piece of advice, we don't want you to give us the staffing agency, because you might as well go to the staffing agency, work with them. But in our case, we work directly with the companies. So also one piece of advice is that you need to select different size of the company. We need you to give us one large company. We need to have one medium size. We want to have one smaller or local company. So in that way, it gives the better match and gives the flexibility to work and give us flexibility to influence in the process. Some of the company we already have the right network. Right away, we can directly work through them. Some of them we don't. And then we will find a way, find a network to overcome and to work with you. So that's something that you need to work with us, because the best thing that you know, well, you know best where you can, what type of jobs that best match your skills, because we don't need to we don't have time, we don't have resources to figure out which company or which position the best match with you. We can, but it takes time, takes resources. Together, you need to find out what are the best match for you, best opportunities. Then together, our task is that together we'll overcome and try to get that opportunity and make it work. So we need your help with that. So that's the type of a process we're going to do, current job postings, so that we can right away put you into the work in the 6 months. Okay, one of the things that we require you to do is that now the Virtual Career Expo is in session. As my colleague Jay advised you, apply as many jobs as possible, because if you fit into the program requirements, if we apply jobs, so from the back end, we know which jobs that you applied, etc. So we will communicate with the hiring employers to help to follow up with you through the ICT placement program. So that is the advantage that you will have. So I will stop there. So if you can see, but my screen is not that. So the registration, there's a registration website there. So hopefully you can see that. Okay, it's the.
You can share your screen.
No, I think the last page, Song, if you can share the last page, your contact info.
Okay, yes, hold on.
For the registration.
Yeah, hold on 2 seconds.
Yeah. So if you need more information, if you want to register, you just send an email to song.g.g@gtac.ca. And my colleague Song is the recruitment and training manager, and he's the first contact for you and in this ICT placement program. Okay, I'll stop that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Sean. Take away.
So we're going to open up for questions, but before we go any further, I just want to reiterate what Yina is saying earlier is, you know, every time when you have the first contact, it's never the you don't think that, for example, if you did chat with some recruiters during the VCE14, it's good. It's a good beginning. But what we do, we also do a several-step approach here. Number one, we have these employers that's represented in the VCE14. Then, if you follow us on LinkedIn, you will see that each one of them will be taking turns to do the Meet an Employer webinar in the coming weeks. And that's where you can get to know more in depth about those companies and get to know more about some of the jobs. And you can ask more specific questions. And of course, through that, as Ian said earlier, nobody knows you better than you. Okay? Some people in the chat box says, "Oh, I'm a nurse. I'm looking for a job in Canada." It means a lot to you when you wrote that. But to Yin and I, or to anybody that's reading it, it's like, oh, okay. What does that mean? You're a nurse, you're looking for work. That's it. It does not give us any substantial help in terms of trying to help you. Like, for example, are you multilingual? What are your scenario? How many years of experience? What are even registered nurses? There's so many specifications that you could be OR nurse, you could be ICU nurse, you could be various other specialized nurses. So if the more you can give us in terms of like, okay, I'm a nurse specialized in ICU care. I work in a major hospital and I handle you know, how many hundred patients each month or whatever. So now we know, oh, okay, so your experience was suitable for bigger bigger cities, bigger hospitals where the volume is high. So the more you can help us to understand you better, the easier it is for us to help you, right? So it's a two-way street. We're not in a guessing game. Somebody say, I'm a nurse and I'm looking for work in Canada. We cannot begin to, we don't have time to guess. And we don't want to guess. We don't want to take a chance with your career. So the more you can provide us with these very, very substantial information, the easier it is for us to help you connect with the employer. So that's everything in a nutshell there. So Yin, why don't you take some questions now? Let me see. Let me just give me a second, okay? I'm just trying to open up these questions. So Yin,
So there's one question. Please, is the ICT placement program applicable to temporary visitors in China? The answer is no. As I said, this is our intense support for people here in Canada. Either you are the permanent residents, or you are a conventional refugee, or you are Canadian citizens and naturalized Canadians. So we only help these people, and it is in the tech sector jobs. So it's only for 6 months. Therefore, it's a very intensive, great opportunity for those group of people. So sorry, it's not for the people who are overseas. But as I said at the beginning, we are the only organization that provide support, provide the information to those who are in the immigration process. So just follow us. We have regular webinar twice a week, as well as we have the Career Expo, and then we have a meet employer sessions. Just follow us, connect us with, through our LinkedIn or Facebook. So there we have more services and talks. So for this program, it's only for the newcomers to Canada here.
sorry, I'm just typing Song's contact information in the chat box there. Okay, good. So here, okay, for example here, Yin, give me your impression. This for Cedar Field. Dear sir, please, I would like to apply for any suitable position there will be available in telecom field. I'm an engineer. I have more than 18 years of excellent experience in the field. Please, if you need more details, please let me know. And then the email. If people send this kind of email to you, what's your first impression? Be honest, Ian.
So thank you. Well, it's very common. Come on, Shao. It's very common. You are from a foreign country. You have handover with the traditional way of job search in your country. You have all your relatives or friends that can bring you the job. So we understand that. We are being through that. So my advice is that follow the registration, register, fill in the form. That's where we can start to support you, to guide you into the right approach. Because here, if you are in the employer's position, what do you want to, what type of people? For example, if I'm a telecom employer like Huawei or like a Syntronic, so I have hundreds of resumes applied to jobs. So you need to figure out why they want you rather than somebody else. So to join our program, there are two advantages. We will convince the employers that you are the best fit. So that's the shortcut. If you are in the traditional way, you got to have a luck, put the luck in the first, and then you have to have the right skills. Because if they need only one people, they only see the 10 resumes. So if you are 11 or if you are 100 in the pile of the resume, you don't stand a chance, right? So that's where. So therefore, you follow the process. We will find out. But you need to convince us so that we can convince the employers why we choose you, because of the 18 years of excellent experience. So you need to make the profile summary that people see, wow, this is the guy, is the superstar. And if I don't hire that, I'm going to lose the chance. And that's the type of highlight that you need to work hard in your highlight of the your career or your summary of your profile. So my advice to you is the name of the folio. You need to register to follow our checklist. This checklist is not that we come out of our program recently. It has been, we have been working in tech sector with the international trained ICT professionals for the past 16 years. So it's a very successful recipe. So you need to follow that, and you need to complete the tasks that we put there so that we can work with you.
Okay, good. Yin, here's a question from Shipa. Once we register, is there any training involved for the candidates, or candidates are connected directly to employer if they are job ready and have the required skills and experience?
We don't do the training in the 6 months. We don't do that. So you might as well find all the trainings in your community, or if you need, we can direct you. Like in today's webinar, we have the Humber College. They are the very good community college. They have the special program that bridge you to the employment. So they have an ICT training, they have the soft skill training, etc. So by all means, go to that program. If you are in different provinces, we can connect you or refer you to the other programs. We don't do that. As Shaw said, IECBC is also one organization that provide a lot of employment support, help you to resume, help to do the career paths analysis, etc. So there are expertise of that. We just focus working with you in the connecting the employment opportunity part. Okay.
Okay. Yin, can you explain what is ICT stand for?
Yeah, the ICT stand for is an acronym that we're often using in the sector. Is information technology. We call it the information technology. It's IT, but communication. That's also very heavily IT related, like the Huawei, the Ericsson, the Syntronic, the BlackBerry, or all these telecom company, or Nokia, this type of company, we call it communication. So therefore, ICT stands for information communication technology. So it's umbrella, but it's now involve a lot of other kind of career paths or opportunities. If you look at the e-commerce, so it's now generally we put it in ICT, but it's beyond that. And AI, artificial intelligence, might be another very big sector itself, but it still is under the general name of general term of ICT.
Okay. I'm gonna put, people are asking about the Global Talent Alliance Canada's LinkedIn page. So I'm gonna put that link in it so that you can just click on it and then follow. It's pretty simple. There you go. So copy. I'm going to put that right here. Please follow. Oh, Yin. People say the average $61,737. Is that per month salary?
What is that? I didn't see.
In the Q&A.
No, it's I don't believe that's a month salary. If it is, that's it must be a very senior level of CTO or that type of in the big
Yeah.
multinational. So I think that's the general kind of income for annual salary.
Okay.
Well, of course, there will be very much detail when we talk about the employment income. There will be salary part. There will be packages of benefits, healthcare. There will be vacation. There will be a stock option in the ICT sector. So it's a lot of so that's a reference number that you will get from the employers. Or later on, if you want, we will have different info sessions that you will know more details about that.
Yes. Are there any jobs for French speaker in the VC or in our program or in VCE14 platform?
Yeah, yes, of course. There will be a lot of the French program. First, if you are here in Canada, if you are landed immigrants or Canadian citizens, the one of the government employers, like Canada Revenue Agency, they are hiring a lot of bilingual or French preferred type of jobs. And then there will be, if you look at the, I believe if you look at the chat rooms, there are quite a few employers that need French as a preferred working language. In addition, this ICT placement program will cover all Canada from coast to coast to coast. So therefore, Quebec is one of the provinces that fit into this program. So therefore, we can work with you if you live in Quebec, or if you have bilingual as a francophone, etc. That's something we can work with you. As well, if you look at the TAC Newfoundland, there will be a lot of bilingual positions. And then if you attended yesterday's session, the Sudbury area, they look for the ICT talent that are bilingual, because they are one of the bilingual cities here in Canada.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm okay. Folks, we just released our poll. Please take a few precious seconds to complete this poll. Let us know what you like, what you don't like. Whether if as I know Yin is very nice, but I am a little bit more direct. So tell us what you like, what you don't like, and then we'll do, and we always take your feedback very, very seriously. So please take a few seconds to reply. Now, Yin and I both will be in VCE14. Look for us and chat with us, please. We will be able to help you. I'll be happy. Every one of us at G-TAC will be just too happy to introduce you to any employers, because as I said right from the beginning, our aim is to have a win, win, and win. Okay, you win, employer win. If both you win, we win. So we're here to help you connect. Okay, so please look for us in the VCE14. If you haven't registered for VCE14, I just put a link in there for you to register. It's absolutely free to join, and it will run until 8 p.m. this evening. 8 p.m. Eastern time this evening. Okay. There's another question that was asked about is yes, Yin, can you repeat the eligibility again? It's Canadian citizen, right?
Yeah, Canadian citizen, then the permanent resident,
And
then the convention refugees.
And they must be living in Canada currently?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
not necessarily if they are still outside Canada, but if they approve who they are fill into these categories, and we do have employers who are looking for the remote work, and so that's
okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, here's a great question from Shilpa. Would you accept people for the ICT placement program even if their current client was other organizations like WorldSkills or YSB?
Well, as I said, we add value to those programs, or they are our suppliers to these programs, because they have been doing great programs to help you to build your resume, to help you to prepare your interview, etc. So whereas our focus and our strength is in the connecting with the employment opportunities. So these are our, so if you are their clients, it doesn't matter if you fill in these eligible criteria, like you have been ICT experience, you are landed immigrants or community refugees, you can join us. So there's no conflicts in that.
Okay. I just want to show everyone there were people asking about the how to enroll. You can either contact Son or you can enroll directly. It's go to g-tac.ca. There's a rolling banner on the there's a rolling banner on the landing page. It's called ICT Placement Program. Click on that. It will bring you directly to ICT Placement Program, and then click on Apply to Position. Once you click on that, you just need to fill up a few simple steps: your name, your address, your email, your phone number, your professional background, and your status. Whether if you're a Canadian refugee, convention refugee, permanent resident, Canadian citizen, please put it in there. And are you currently employed? And then upload your resume, and then click on I agree and apply. Okay. Please, this very, very simple step, put it in there. It's a g-tac.ca, and then click on the ICT placement program. Okay, so Ying, you want to wrap up today's session so that we can get going with our next guest who's already online waiting.
So once again, thank you very much to participate in this session. And remember, it's only 6 months. We intensively work with you. Just go to our website or contact with Song to register. There's only that much resources. We only have the 200 seats that we will work with. So please just register, and also wish you all the best in your job search, and we'll see you one way or the other in the future. Thank you. Good luck.
Or we'll see you on the VCE14 floor. Look for us, look for Yin, look for myself. We are on the floor right now. I helped over 60 client candidates yesterday connect with employers, and we love to help you connect with employers today. So look for us in the VCE booth. And also, please remember, all of you that's looking for immigration related questions, 3 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon, a very reputable, knowledgeable, and known regulated Canadian immigration consultant will be presenting about the path to immigrate to Canada at 3 p.m. Eastern time. You do not want to miss this webinar. It's a very knowledge-rich webinar for people that want to immigrate to Canada. So, and obviously, Jay, are you back online? We're gonna hand the mic back to you.
I'm back.
Good. So, Jay, you're in good hands. Thank you, everyone. And Yin and I look forward to talk to you in the VCE14 booth.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. So everyone, we'll take a quick commercial break. We can refill our coffees and teas, and then we'll be joined by Thomas from Humber College in Toronto. See you soon.
Unlock the door for your bright future, presenting the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, just for you. This is your chance to access a national event, connecting you to job opportunities from coast to coast. Your dream job might be just a click away. Say goodbye to long waiting times. At the National Virtual Career Expo, you can talk directly to recruiters in real time, making job applications and networking effortless and efficient. Stay ahead of the curve with our live channels. Tune into 14 presentations by subject matter experts, gaining valuable insights into the labor market, skills and demand, and your career growth opportunities. Unleash your potential, embrace your future. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo and unlock the doors to your bright future. Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, your pathway to a world of opportunities. Why wait? Register now.
So, everyone, welcome back. It's 10 a.m. exactly here in Ottawa, and it's 10 a.m. also in Toronto. Good morning, Thomas.
Good morning, Jay. Thanks for having me.
You are welcome, and thank you for your time. So, everyone, we're joined by Thomas Puddin-Matham. Sorry, but quite a long last name you have there.
Exactly. It's very hard to get right. I struggle myself sometimes.
You struggle yourself. So Thomas with the last name starting with the letter P.
That's good. I'll take it.
That's good enough. Yeah. From Humber College, and some of you may have heard of Humber College. It's a very, very well-known and respected educational institution out of Toronto. Toronto certainly being a hub for newcomers, and Humber College, specifically what we're going to explore with Thomas, are bridging programs for persons like you, professionals who already have some years work experience, who already have expertise in your field. Yet as a newcomer to Canada, you might be missing that perfect fit in terms of being ready for the Canadian employers, the Canadian labor markets, a bit of upskilling. And Humber College has a few different streams for a few different types of professionals. And these are really great programs, whether you're looking to expedite your career in IT or supply chain, a few other spaces. We're going to hear from Thomas. So expectations for the next hour. I'll soon pass it off to Thomas, who's going to go through the depths of the resources, the availability, some success stories, how to register, eligibility for these great bridging programs at Humber College in Toronto. Then when it's time for the Q&A, feel free to put your questions in the chat function. Or if Thomas says something that's really of interest at that exact moment, yeah, you might as well just send in the question. Go ahead and just put it in the chat function. We have people joining from across Ontario, across Canada. Some of you are overseas right now. We have a great diverse group of people. So put your questions in the chat function if Thomas says something that you want to know more. And then when it's time for Q&A, we'll have live and interactive dialogue with Thomas, who's already live and interactive. So Thomas, good morning. I'm going to get my colleague to bring up the PPT submitted by Thomas. So Song, please bring up the PPT and let's give control to Thomas, and we'll give Thomas a second to make sure that he can navigate the PPT, and then the stage is yours, Thomas.
Sure. So I'm just going to try on my end to see if I can move things around. Yeah, I think I can do it now. Okay, perfect.
Okay, awesome. Thomas, thank you, sir. Take it away, please.
All right, well, thank you, Jay. Thank you to the G-TAC team for having us today. And thank you to all of us for joining me today for this information session on Humber's newcomer programs and services. So again, just a quick introduction. My name is Thomas Puddin-Matham. I work as an outreach and marketing coordinator for Humber College. Like many of you, I am also an immigrant here in Canada. I actually immigrated to Canada back in 2012. I moved from India, and I actually was a student at Humber College. I graduated and now I work at Humber College. So life has really come full circle for me in that sense. So that being said, let's just quickly jump into the presentation. So what's on the agenda for today is a little bit about Humber. We're going to talk specifically about bridging programs and how you, as an internationally trained professional who already has some education and experience in your field, can restart your career here in Canada. We're also just going to slightly touch upon occupation-specific language training, which is a free resource for any newcomers who are just looking to improve their language skills in order to get their first jobs in Canada. And then we're also going to talk about education advising as well. So this is in case if you as a newcomer are just trying to understand what programs and courses are available to you, Humber offers a free service. So we'll just touch upon that as well. So that being said, let's get into the presentation. So a little bit about Humber College to begin with. So Humber College is one of Canada's largest post-secondary educational institutions. We have over 33,000 full-time students, over 23,000 part-time students, which makes us actually larger than a lot of Canadian universities as well. But we're certainly one of the largest colleges in Canada. We offer over 450 different full-time and part-time programs at the college, 100 different pathways, options as well. So certainly a lot to choose from. I know that can be a bit overwhelming sometimes, but don't worry, we do have advisors who can help you make the right decision when it comes to your education. And obviously, we won't have the time today to focus on all these programs. Otherwise, we'd be here all day. So what we're really going to focus on today is just the newcomer programs, the programs that are most relevant for you as an internationally educated professional. So that starts with bridging programs. And I guess the first question that will be on your mind is, what is a bridging program? So in case you haven't heard of it, or in case you aren't familiar with it, a bridging program is a short-term specialized program. It's specifically designed only for newcomers to Canada, so nobody else can take these programs. If you were born in Canada, you would not be eligible for these programs, but it's specifically designed to help immigrants to restart their careers here in Canada in as quick a route as possible. So these training programs, they're called bridging programs because they bridge the gap between the skills, the knowledge, the education that you currently have and what Canadian employers are really looking for. So if there is that gap, either in specific hard skills, technical skills, or even soft skills, these bridging programs will help you to bridge that gap so that you will be in line with what a Canadian employer is expecting of someone who wishes to work here in Canada. These programs, like I mentioned, they're designed to help you to restart your career in Canada. They're not really meant for those who are looking to switch careers. So you do need to have some education and experience in the field that you're looking to get into. I will give you a quick example to just help you understand why this is important and why a bridging program really helps newcomers. Now, say you are a newcomer engineer. Say you are an engineer, you have completed your education and training and some work experience from Iran, and now you have moved to Canada and you're looking to continue working as an engineer here in Canada. Now, a Canadian engineering employer will require you to know certain things like Ontario Building Code or Canadian Electrical Code. These are very specific things that employers are looking for in order to, when they are looking for a candidate to fill some of their positions. Similarly, even in the IT field, say you may have worked a few years ago, you were working on C, C++, but you don't really have really extensive knowledge about C# or DBMS. Really updating your skills and your knowledge will help you to become a little bit more in line with what Canadian employers are looking for. And to ensure that you are really job ready upon graduation, these programs will help you to gain those skills in a very short period of time. So as opposed to doing a 1 year or 2 year program or doing a master's program, all you really need in a few weeks of time, you're going to get those specific skills that Canadian employers are looking for in your specific field. So not only are you updating your technical knowledge, you are not only upgrading your technical skills, you're also improving your soft skills, your communication skills as well. But most importantly, these bridging programs will offer you job search support and connections to Canadian employers as well. I know most of you, especially if you're still in your home countries, are still wondering, how am I going to be able to find that first job in Canada? A bridging program is a great way to do that, because a lot of times when you're new to the country, you don't really have a network. You don't really have a professional network. You don't really know too many employers in the new country. But bridging programs are a great way for you to transition, because they will not only help you to upgrade your skills, but they'll also provide you with that job search support and connections to employers through hiring events that are part of these programs too. So all in all, in just a few weeks' time, it's a quick way for you to get into the Canadian workforce and get the skills that will help you to be successful in the Canadian workforce as well. So you can start at a level which is similar to where you're currently at in your home country, so that you're not starting from scratch. So what are the requirements for the bridging program? So for Humber's bridging program, since it is an Ontario funded bridging program, you need to be at least 18 years old and a resident of Ontario. You need to have an international post-secondary education. So your education or your work experience cannot be from Canada. So you need to have that international work experience or education. You need to have a minimum English language benchmark of 7 or above. So now that's a CLB 7. So if you kind of had to roughly translate that, it would translate to an IELTS 6. So an IELTS 6 is roughly equivalent to a CLB 7. And then you also need to be one of the following. You need to be either a permanent resident, a convention refugee, a refugee claimant with a valid work permit, or a refugee claimant or someone who is here in Canada under the CUAET program, which is the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel. Or you need to be a naturalized Canadian citizen. So all in all, to say that these programs are meant for immigrants. So only if you have immigrated to the country would you then be eligible for these bridging programs. So how do you find bridging programs? This link that is on your screen right now is Ontario specific. But if you are looking for something, for, like say, if you are looking to move to a different part of Canada, what I will also quickly just post on this on your chat right now is a link that has bridging programs for all the different provinces. So I'm just gonna post that right now. So if you are looking to move to Alberta or BC, each province does have some bridging programs of its own. You can find out more through the link that I've posted in the chat box right now. That being said, Ontario seems to certainly have the most number of bridging programs. So you can find out more about these from the Ontario government website. When all you need to do is just Google Ontario bridging, adult training bridging programs. And then where you will learn a little bit more about descriptions about the programs. So you'll find a full list of all the different bridging programs for different occupations and industries. You will learn a little bit more about eligibility. You will learn a little bit more about the cost of these bridging programs, but also about the financial aid opportunities that can help cover the cost of these bridging programs for you. And overall, it will just help you to understand all the different bridging program options that are out there. And then you can make a decision to say, okay, if I'm an accountant right now, I'm looking for an accounting or finance bridging program, this is the one I need to look at. I'm an IT professional right now, and I'm looking to restart my career in IT in Canada. So I want to find a little bit more information about IT bridging programs. You can find all of that through the link over here. So I'm just going to try moving this. So how do you now select a bridging program? So you kind of want to ask some hard questions of the bridging program providers, because each bridging program is different and you're going to get different things out of different bridging programs. So what you really want to know firstly is the connection to your career goal, experience, or education. So say if you, again, taking the example of someone who was an engineer from Iran, does that bridging program offer technical education, say in for civil engineers? Is it really specific that way? What is the schedule, the length, and the depth of the bridging program? So how often, how long is this bridging program? How many weeks does it take place? During what time of day does the program take place? So say once you have moved to Canada, you know that you can only basically work during a particular time of day. So if you have some more availability during the day, then you want to basically make sure that sorry, just give me 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, so you just want to make sure that, depending on what your availability is like, so if you have some availability during the day, then you want to look for bridging programs that take place during the daytime. If you are available in the evenings, then you want to make sure that you can find a bridging program that takes place in the evenings. If you have some availability over a number of weeks, like say for a few weeks time, you want to make sure that those bridging programs are only a few weeks in duration. You want to find out what kind of technical training is offered. Who are the instructors? Are the instructors people who are currently in industry? Are you getting the latest information from these particular instructors? Because a good part about having instructors who are currently working in the industry is not only will you get the latest in terms of your knowledge, but these instructors can also help you to get introduced to people who are currently in the industry and help you to expand your network in that industry too. So again, for example, if you're in the IT industry, having a professor who's currently working in Canada's IT industry, say maybe working at Rogers or TELUS or Bell, it's good to have that, because sometimes your professors can make connections and referrals for you in the companies that they work at. So it's good to have people who are working in industry. I know I was able to get my first job in Canada through a referral from my own professor too. So this does happen. So again, it's good to have people who currently work in the sector. You want to find out more about the job search support. So how much job search support are they offering? What does that really look like? What kind of connections these bridging programs provide to employers? Do they organize hiring events where you have the opportunity to actually sit down, network, and interview with an employer as part of the program? And then you want to ask those tough questions, right? You want to ask, what are some of the positions that previous graduates have secured when they have graduated from the program? What are some examples of employers who have previously hired from the program? So that will really give you a good sense of whether this program is a good fit for you or no. Sorry, I'm just going to try moving this. Yeah, I think it's working now. Yeah, there we go. But like I mentioned, bridging programs do have a cost attached to them. So there's something known as OBPAP, which is offered through the Ontario government. So this is only for bridging programs that are funded by the Ontario government. There is a bursary that is available. So the bursary is the Ontario Bridging Participant Assistance Program. It's a one-time bursary of up to $5,000, which will help you to cover the cost of the program. Now, this is only for newcomers who are in financial need. So again, if you are in financial need, if you are not working at the time, or you do not have other income streams to support you while you are new to Canada, then you would be eligible for this kind of a bursary that will help cover the cost of the program for you. Alternatively, there are also micro loans that are available. So there are organizations like Windmill and Achieve who offer low interest loans specifically to help immigrants to restart their careers in Canada through training or licensing. So say, for example, if you had to become a doctor again, or if you wanted to work as a dentist and you're looking for a bridging program, or even your license exams, to become a doctor or dentist here in Canada, then all you would need to do is just apply for this loan, and then you will get the money to make sure that you can pursue these kind of training opportunities with the money that you get from these loans. Of course, you will need to pay these loans back if you are opting for the loan, but for the bursary, you do not need to pay that money back. That money comes from the government, and that money will cover the cost of the program. You don't need to pay it back. So now just going on to Humber's bridging programs. At Humber College, we offer 4 different bridging programs. So the first is the full stack .NET Cloud Developer Bridging Program. So this bridging program is for IT professionals. So newcomers who have an IT background, but specifically in software development or programming. Then we offer another IT bridging program that's known as the IT Infrastructure Bridging Program. So this is another IT bridging program, but for IT professionals who have a background in computer networking or cybersecurity. Then we also offer a supply chain awareness program and employment, or SCAPE for short. So this is a supply chain bridging program for newcomers who have a background in supply chain, logistics, inventory management, inventory planning. If you are in business, purchasing, any of those fields, so it's slightly broader, this one, you would be eligible for the supply chain bridging program. And then lastly, we have an engineering and architecture skills enhancement bridging program. This is again for newcomers who have a background in either architecture, civil engineering, or electrical engineering. So if you have a background in any of those, you would be eligible for these programs. And lastly, again, I just want to emphasize that these programs are funded by the government of Ontario, all of them except for the engineering and architecture skills enhancement bridging program. But even for that program, you would still be eligible for the bursary from the province. And I also want to point out that the curriculum for these bridging programs is updated regularly. So we have these things known as program advisory committees, where we bring in employers to actually come in and talk to us and give us advice as to, you know, what are the latest things that industry is looking for right now in Canada. And we do that to make sure that you have the absolute latest knowledge, and you know, like, you have the knowledge and the skills that will make sure that you are really job ready upon graduating, because these are the skills that are most in demand from employers locally here in Canada. So just to kind of talk about some of those big picture benefits for Humber's bridging programs, they take place evenings and weekends. So if you are busy during the day, maybe you have a survival job during the day, you can still take these programs evenings and weekends. It's online delivery, so you can access these programs from anywhere in Ontario. You don't need to come to the college, don't need to physically be at the college to participate in the program. Again, like I mentioned, industry professionals, all our professors are industry professionals. So not only do you get that latest in, you know, industry knowledge, but also oftentimes these industry professionals who are our professors can also be a source of referrals for you. And lastly, we organize hiring events as part of the bridging program too. So towards the end of the bridging program, what we will do is we will bring in employers so that they can connect with you virtually through our virtual career event tool. So you have the opportunity to connect, network, as well as interview with employers as part of the program. There are also some additional job search supports that we offer too, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail later into this presentation. But the next intake for the bridging program, we're at the end of September now. So the next one is January 2024. But if you are still in your home countries and it's going to take you some time, we do have another intake coming up in May 2024 as well. But applications are currently being accepted. So just really quickly, some information about each of the bridging programs. So the full stack .NET Cloud Developer Bridging Program is 21 weeks in total. Again, this is for IT professionals who have a background in software development or in programming. We have, like, some of the courses as part of this program is database design and implementation with SQL Server, programming with C#, web technologies, which includes HTML, CSS, Java, advanced programming, distributed application development in the cloud, Angular web application development, and then a career connections course as well. So as part of the career connections course, you're really kind of getting just that, so a bit of a theoretical understanding at first as to how to go about your job search here in Canada. But then we do have an employment advisor and a job developer who will also work with you one-on-one to make sure that you get those jobs that you're looking for. But again, I'll go into that in a little bit more detail later in this presentation. Some companies that have hired graduates from our programs in the past, again, large range of companies over here, depending on whether our participants are looking to work with large employers, with startups, or with small to medium-sized employers. Some examples include Accenture, the big four banks here in Canada, which is TD, RBC, Scotiabank, CIBC, BMO, Dell. We've got CGI Consulting, we've got HelloFresh, so kind of like up and coming companies as well as some local employers in the community too. So depending on really what our participants are looking for, we work with you to really understand what kind of employee you want to work with. And then our job developers kind of go out there, bring these employers on campus, so you have the opportunity to connect with them. Some sample job positions of the graduates from this program. So in the past, this is not a full list, but this is just an example. In the past, from our programs, we've had people go on to secure jobs as software developers, technical analysts, senior software developers, QA testers, QA engineers, team leads, senior systems architects, DevOps engineers. So again, wide range over here, but this isn't by no means a comprehensive full list. This is just an example of the kind of roles you can expect to secure at the end of a program like this. Our second IT bridging program is the IT infrastructure bridging program. This is slightly shorter, so just 15 weeks in total. So 15 weeks means just under 4 months. Again, program takes place evenings and weekends, but some of the courses that you'll be taking include Red Hat Certified System Administration, VMware, CCNA routing and switching, cloud infrastructure, IT service management, cyber security essentials, and then again, that career planning course too. Companies that have hired our IT infrastructure students in the past, like I mentioned, Bell, TELUS, Rogers, the big ICT companies here in Canada. We also work closely with with G-TAC, to place a lot of our students who are looking to secure ICT jobs or with ICT companies, work in ICT companies. Some of our other examples include CGI Consulting, Teleperformance Canada, SOTI, IBM, Accenture. Now, there are some organizations who work with us every cohort. So they'll come to Humber after every cohort of our bridging programs because they know that they can get quality candidates for their operations too. So these companies hire multiple graduates from the bridging programs cohort after cohort. So these are just a few examples of some of those. We also have large multinational corporations. For those of you from India, you may know Tata Consultancy Services, Wipro. These are some organizations who have started their operations here in Canada. And so they have also hired some of our graduates. And then job titles, again, not a comprehensive list, but a sample of positions includes network support, network engineers, senior technical support engineers, IT network system administrators, IT infrastructure management technicians, IT infrastructure managers, VMware administrators, IT managers, senior network consultants. Again, wide range, but this is just an example of the kind of job titles that you can expect to secure, because these are some job titles that our graduates have secured when they have graduated from the IT infrastructure bridging program. Then we have our supply chain bridging program. This is our shortest bridging program. It's just 12 weeks in total, so just 3 months in total. This is for newcomers who have a background in either supply chain, logistics, purchasing, inventory planning, but this one is slightly broader. So if you do have a business background, you would be eligible for this kind of a program. But the things that you will learn as part of this program is supply chain overview and awareness, supply and demand in Canada. And then the big one is some of the technical skills. So like slightly more on the technical side, you have supply chain technology and applications, which is advanced Excel and SAP for supply chain professionals. And then you'll also learn a little bit more about procurement, purchasing, and practices in Canada. Some companies, again, here's a quick list: Home Depot, DHL, About Breweries, FGF Brands, Johnson & Johnson, Loblaws. FGF Brands has come actually multiple times to hire from our programs. Humber College has also actually hired quite a few students who have graduated from this program to work in our own purchasing department. So again, just an example of some of the companies. Those range from small to medium enterprises all the way to the big four companies, as well as large multinational organizations, again, depending on what our participants are looking to work in. And some job titles include supply chain managers, purchasing managers, pricing specialists, import export managers, transportation officers, procurement coordinators. Again, long list of actual job titles. This is just a snapshot. And our last bridging program is the engineering and architecture bridging programs. So this is a 15-week bridging program for internationally trained civil and mechanical engineers, as well as architects, technologists, and technicians. So like I mentioned, you will learn certain things that are really Canada specific, things like Ontario Building Code, construction estimating, SolidWorks foundational, SolidWorks proficient if you are more on the mechanical side. But you will be taking some common courses regardless of whether you are in the civil or architecture stream or in the mechanical stream. So those things include AutoCAD, Revit, project management principles, business communications, blueprint reading, sustainable building design, because the employers who we are currently working with as part of these programs, a lot of them have mentioned that sustainable building design is like an absolute must have now for the people who they are looking to hire, just because a lot of the new projects that are being developed here in Canada, they all have to have sustainability built into them. So this makes, so any students who have this kind of a background, either when it comes to their education or training, they become quite attractive as candidates for these employers. So they want to make sure that the bridging program graduates have this skill set so that they can be job ready upon graduating. Again, just some examples of companies: DPM Energy, Ronnie Construction, Metrolinx, Aecon, Jacobs International, WSP, PCL, large engineering and architecture firms over here, some smaller local organizations, as well as home technology. So again, depending on what you want to work in. And then job positions can include civil engineering technician, technologists, but also construction estimators, project architects. So one good thing about this program is it also helps you if you are looking to kind of it's kind of a good transition for you if you are looking to get your engineering license here as well. So if you are looking to get your license from Professional Engineers Ontario, then you can, once you expect to get that license, a lot of our graduates have gone on to work, have secure positions as mechanical engineers and civil engineers too. So again, I just want to touch upon that employment support. So there's really 3 levels of employment support as part of these bridging programs. Now, every one of you and most of our graduates who have completed these programs, they've taken these programs really for one reason, right? Is to get a job at the end of the program. You already have education, you already have work experience. So the question on your mind is like, why do I need to like take training again? The training is to really help you to update your skills to make sure that you're in line with what Canadian employers are looking for. But then at the end of the day, you're looking for a job. So what you are really looking for is this employment support, which we offer through the bridging programs. And we offer 3 levels of support to help you to find that job. So the first was that career planning course that I mentioned. That's a little bit more of a theoretical understanding of how to go about your job search, understanding things like how you need to tailor your resume and your cover letter for each position, how to customize it. But then you also have one-on-one access to an employment advisor and a job developer. So you will work one-on-one with an employment advisor firstly, who will help you with your cover letter, who will help you with your resume. They'll also help you with interviews too. So they set up mock interview sessions with actual employers and with graduates of the program, where it will help you to develop your confidence when you are interviewing with a Canadian employer. So really building up that confidence as to how you speak to any potential employers. The more you kind of practice these interview sessions, the more confident you will become when you actually go in for the actual interview when you are looking for a job. And so those things are really done to help you to build your confidence and build your skill set up. And then when you are ready, we have a job developer. That job developer again will go out into the industry and they bring hiring employers to the campus. So really you have an opportunity to connect with these employers who are actively hiring for positions that you are looking for. And we do this by organizing those virtual hiring networking events. So towards the end of the program, you have the opportunity to connect with these employers who are actively hiring candidates. And lastly, we also, in addition to that, we will help you by generating job leads for you as well. If you're not interested in working with any of those employers who are there in that particular session, if you're looking at something else specifically, we will help generate job leads for you and help introduce you and connect you to those employers too. And we also organize sector and sector specific meetups too as part of the program. So that was about the bridging programs. I know that's quite a bit of information, but I just quickly want to touch upon Humber's OSLT programs too. So OSLT is occupation specific language training. So if you are looking to develop your language skills, Humber offers a free program. So it's really to help you to improve your communication skills in English. At Humber, we offer 3 language training programs, which are completely free of charge. So OSLT project management, technology, entrepreneurship, sales, and marketing. Again, the point of the program is to make sure you improve your workplace communication skills, understand and gain knowledge of Canadian workplace culture too. Because sometimes workplace culture can be very different from your home countries to what the workplace culture is like over here. So you want to be sensitive to what the culture is like over here to make sure that you do not offend someone who is at your workplace, or to make sure that you are just getting along in a way that will really make sure that you can succeed in your workplace, because you know how to get along with everyone there, whether it's your subordinates, whether it's your colleagues, or whether it's your managers or your supervisors too. And lastly, it's an opportunity for you to build your networks too. Not only will you meet other newcomers, you will also meet more people who are in your sector. And again, the more people that you know who are in your sector, and the more you develop your communication skills, the more likely you are to find that first job in Canada. In order to be eligible for the free language training program, you need to have a minimum language benchmark of 6. So again, that's an IELTS 5. You need to be either a permanent resident or a convention refugee, and you need to have a related degree or diploma in that particular field from your home country. So again, if you are looking to get into the entrepreneurship, sales, and marketing language training program, you need to have some experience in entrepreneurship, sales, or marketing. And if you are interested in registering for one of those programs, you can either email us at oslt@humber.ca or register for an info session at newtocanada.humber.ca. And lastly, for those of you who might still be confused about what program is the right fit for you, whether it's at Humber or if it's at another college or university, Humber College does offer an educational advising service for newcomers to Canada. It's completely free of charge. And the whole point of this is that you can sit down one-on-one with an advisor, really talk to the advisor to say, this is my education, this is my experience, this is what I kind of want from a job, these are the salaries that I'm kind of looking at, these are the industries that I want to work in. Can you suggest some programs that may be a good fit for me? Now, even if these programs are not offered at Humber, even if these are other programs, our education advisor, she works very closely with newcomers, so she has vast knowledge about the options and resources that are available in the community for you. So you can book this free session to make sure that you can understand which program is the best fit for you, to help you to kind of again restart your career here in Canada. And the way to book that one-on-one advising appointment is just to go to our website. That's humber.ca/advising newcomers. Now, at the end of the session, I will actually also post a link to our website here. So I'm just going to start with a link to our bridging programs. So I've added that in the chat box right now for anyone who wants to know a little bit more about our bridging programs and then apply as well. So really that brings us to the end of the presentation. If you do have program specific queries, please feel free to connect with our program coordinators. If you do want to learn a little bit more in depth about each program, here you have the the contact information for each of the program coordinators. But every week or 2 weeks, we do organize information sessions on each of the bridging programs at Humber College. So the best way for you to learn more and actually sign up for a program would just be to go to the link that I've just pasted in the chat box. Click on the link, you will find the bridging program of your choice. Click on that link, and then you will be able to register for an information session where you can learn more and ask any specific questions that you have from the program coordinator. So that brings us to the end of this particular presentation. I want to thank you for your time, but I also know that we have some questions in the Q&A section as well as in the chat. So any questions that you have, I would be happy to answer right now.
Thank you, Thomas. Very, very interesting. A lot of ground was covered there. Really great resources shared by yourself. And as you said, now is the time to dig a little bit deeper on certain aspects of the presentation, the bridging programs, as well as other aspects such as eligibility, processes. Start sending in your questions through the chat function. Some of you have already done that, and we'll take it away here. So I saw some questions of note. Rashida, so when you talked about registering and eligibility, Thomas, we know these programs are designed for newcomers who have work experience. Well, Rashida quite simply asked, well, how many years work experience? Is there a very hard cutoff line, or is it a generalization case-by-case basis?
There's no cutoff in terms of the years of work experience. Even if you have just a few months of work experience, typically that's enough. And then there's no cutoff on the maximum end for how many years of work experience you have. So even just a few months at the very minimum is fine, as long as you have the education in that field too, you would be eligible for the program.
Great. So Thomas, I remind you that you still have control of your presentation. Why don't we go back to the eligibility page? Because
Sure.
The next question is, you just mentioned, for example, international experience and education. Husseini asked, well, how do we prove our education and international experience? So it's a pretty straightforward question, but I guess it's a process question as to registration. Is there documentation that needs to be shared? Or?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in order to prove your education, what you need to submit to us is what's known as a credential evaluation document. So there are organizations like WES, which is the World Education Services, which can help you to provide us with a document that says this is the education I have. These are the courses that I took when I was in undergrad, or when I was in college or university. So that document is what we will require from you. Now, obviously, it may seem like a lot, but don't worry, we have program coordinators who will walk you through this entire process. Your first step is just to attend an information session to learn more about the program and to see whether the program is a good fit for you. Once you do register for that info session, you will be asked to submit some of those documents. If you do require any assistance with finding those documents, our program coordinators will kind of hold your hand through that entire process. So the two documents you really need, firstly, is that credential evaluation document from WES. And then the second is just a document to prove that you have the language skills. So typically that can either be a CLB score, which is a Canadian language benchmark score, or your IELTS your language document score as well. So again, depending on where you are at, if you require assistance with any of those documents, feel free to reach out to one of the program coordinators, and then they will walk you through that entire process.
Well, thank you for that answer. And it was a good question from Husseini. Now, you mentioned employer connections, and you showed a slide with GTA employers, I believe. Mike, the question is, are they only Toronto area employers, or does Humber College have Canada-wide employment connections? As you mentioned, G-TAC and Humber, we have a good relationship in terms of, ICT graduates entering the labor market through G-TAC connections. But going back to Humber connections, are they limited to Toronto only?
No, it's all over Ontario. So again, since this is an Ontario funded bridging program, the programs, in order to be eligible for the program, you need to be a resident of Ontario. Now, you could be residing anywhere in the province. It could be in Ottawa, it could be Toronto, Windsor, and our job developers, their job is to make sure that if you are in Ottawa and you are looking to connect with an Ottawa employer, then we can help facilitate that connection for you as well. So we do have employer connections all over the province of Ontario. And through our connections with G-TAC, now we are also expanding that to make sure that if there are participants who are looking to work with people outside of the province in other provinces across the country, then you have access to some of those through G-TAC's ICT Boost program too.
Thank you, Thomas. Now, Misra asked, it's a very straightforward question. Well, what is the cost? So
Sure.
I understand different programs have different lengths of time, but let's get down to the money here.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's a great question. There is a cost for each of the bridging programs. So for the cost depends on the length of the program, as well as the kind of the facilities that you also have access to as part of the bridging program. So in terms of the supply chain bridging program, you're looking at a cost of $630. If you are looking at the IT infrastructure or the engineering bridging programs, you're looking at $2,500. And if you're looking for the full stack program, which is our longest, it's $2,900. Now, that being said, when I'm talking about the cost, these costs are also eligible to be covered by the government through what is known as the OBPAP. So that is the Ontario bursary that I mentioned at the top. So the Ontario government does offer a bursary to help newcomers who are in financial need to cover the cost of the program. So if you cannot afford those fees, then you will need to apply for the bursary, and then that bursary can help cover the cost for you. If you need to pay those fees upfront, but you are looking to just maybe get a loan to help with kind of making that initial payment, then those micro loans also do exist from organizations like Windmill and Achieve, who offer these low interest loans just for newcomers. But that's if you want to go the loan route. Otherwise, if you are in financial need, and again, you can discuss this with our program coordinators as well, you have the opportunity to have the cost of the program covered through the Ontario Bridging Participant Assistance Program, which is OBPAP. which is again a bursary from the provincial government.
Did you have a slide where we were exploring loans and now you're talking bursaries as well? There's a difference between loans and bursaries.
Yes,
It's
yes.
great that
So
there's two options.
yes, so I'm just gonna go through this. So this is the slide that talks about the bursary. So this is the bursary from the provincial government. It's up to $5,000, and it's known as the Ontario Bridging Participant Assistance Program. So it's a one-time bursary of up to $5,000. Again, since Humber's programs don't go up to $5,000, the costliest program is $2,900. The cost of the bursary will help cover the cost, and the difference between the bursary and the loan is that you don't need to pay when you receive money as a bursary from the government. You don't need to pay it back. When you receive money as a loan from one of these other organizations, which is Windmill or Achieve, then that money you will need to pay back, but it is at favorable terms for newcomers to Canada. So the terms are, again, you will receive a competitive interest rate, and you'll also have a repayment term of 1 to 5 years. So again, like favorable terms, but that's if you want to go the loan route. Otherwise, you have the option to apply for the bursary from the government.
Now, which percentage of bridging program students for newcomers do you think take advantage of the bursary or the cheap low interest loans from Windmill or Achieve?
It really depends from cohort to cohort, and it really depends on your financial financial need of the student as well, right? So that is really case specific, so we can't really give like an exact number. In that case, if you are, again, if you are in financial need, if you are currently not working when you are looking to apply for these bridging programs, you do not have another family member who is working either, then typically you would be eligible for these bursaries. So again, it depends really case to case. There are some people who are maybe working in survival jobs, or they have maybe their partners is earning good money, like when they are applying for these programs, so then they would not be eligible. So that's kind of like the initial assessment that's made.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Now let's switch gears and go back to the 3 levels of employment support. Particularly, quite interesting to hear that in step 2, employment advisor one-on-one FaceTime or counseling, this is quite generous. Perhaps you should elaborate on this. I think it's a strength of the Humber College bridging programs in general.
Yeah, for sure. So again, like I mentioned, when you participate in the bridging program, you will have one-on-one access to an employment advisor as well as a job developer. So the employment advisor, what they really help you with is, first, they will help you to create an individualized job search strategy for yourself. So now you will work with this advisor one-on-one. They will get to know you, and they'll get to know what your career goals are. So again, say if you are looking at, I only want to work with maybe one of like a larger company. There are some people who want to work with large organizations. There are some people who want to work only with startups because maybe a startup gives them a little bit more breadth or width in their job responsibilities. But some people want to work with a large organization because they are really specialized in doing one very niche thing. So depending again on what you want out of your, like what your career goal is, you will work with that employment advisor, and they will help you to create that job search strategy. So what they'll say is, okay, you want to work with this large organization. Let's narrow down which these organizations are. Now, once you have that narrowed down, how do we really help you to customize your resume and your cover letter to suit applying for those particular types of jobs? Once you've applied for those jobs and maybe you've been able to secure an interview now, they will also help you with interview practice as well. So we actually bring in employers. We also bring in former graduates from our programs who are currently now working in the industry, who will do a mock interview session. So they will basically, they will do a fake or a simulated interview so that you can practice what it would be like to actually interview with someone from that type of an organization. So they'll ask you very particular questions that you can expect to hear from in the interview when you're going in for your actual job interview. So that what that really does is helps you to build your confidence when you're actually going in for the real interview that you're going into with the employer at the end of the program. And then they also organize alumni panel sessions. So we bring in our previous graduates who have graduated from the program. They are now working in the industry. We also bring them all together and we help introduce you as a current participant in this program. We will help introduce you to these alumni who are now working in the industry, because again, it helps you to build your professional network in that particular industry. So if you are an IT newcomer, but we introduce you to people who have graduated from your program and are now working in IT. If you are a supply chain newcomer, we will introduce you to our supply chain graduates who are now working in the supply chain sector. Now, this helps you because, again, you're building your network, but then these people can also often be sources of referral for you too. So we're really, and they can give you a lot of very sector specific advice as to how to go about doing your job search. So really, it's really invaluable kind of support that you receive when you're going about finding like that first job in Canada.
Thank you, Thomas. That was very thorough. Let's go to, well, a poll has come up. Feel free, everyone, to give us some feedback as today's session with Thomas and Humber College. Thomas, can you give some specific examples of success stories? It's always nice to personalize things. We've had a very, not a very, but a somewhat macro conversation. And you mentioned, for example, some supply chain grads actually got hired internally by Humber College in your own purchasing department. So whether it's that program or another bridging program, it's always nice to hear success stories of real people.
Yeah, for sure. Like we actually have, like what I can do is also give you a link to all of our success stories over here. But what I do want to just mention is actually, I'll actually talk to one in particular. Actually, maybe you can talk to a couple depending on how much time we have. But here's a link to some of our success stories, so you can read all about those individuals and their journeys too. So one of the stories is Malvika Mahajan, who again is a newcomer who moved from India. She already had some very like basic supply chain kind of experience, but she did have an education there. And what she was really struggling with initially was finding employment in the sector. And she felt that it was because she didn't really have the requisite skills. But when she went through just that 12 weeks of the supply chain bridging program, she was not only able to develop those skills, so specifically here, SAP and advanced Excel. She felt that also when she was here, she was able to connect with employers. She also, like our own job developer, reached out and said, you know what, Humber College is actually hiring for someone right now in our purchasing team. So would you be interested in this kind of a position? And she said yes. The job developer, the employment advisor worked with her. They said, okay, this is the position. Let's work on your resume right now. This is how we got jobs at Humber College. We are giving you very specific advice as to how you can now get a job at Humber College. They helped facilitate the connection, and then she got the interview. They coached her through the interview as well. They actually brought in alumni. Alumni had a session with her too, like just to help her build her confidence at the interview. She aced the interview, and now she is working at Humber College as well. And it's not just Humber College, right? We have, again, if you just click on the link that I just pasted, we have graduates working in a vast variety of different kind of not just industries, but also different types of companies, startups, large scale employers, multinational companies. So we take this really personalized approach because we believe that the best way to go about your job search is to really dig down deep and do it strategically. So what we want to do is really build on your strengths and showcase that to the employers, because we have our connections with employers, but what we really want to show them is that you as an individual have very specific strengths. And if you have any specific challenges that you need to overcome, we take that very personalized approach to say, okay, maybe these are the things you need to overcome. these are the connections and the supports that we can help you to like overcome some of those challenges. So if confidence is an issue, again, connecting you possibly with a mentor, someone who is similarly been in a position as you as well. So taking a very personalized approach to help you to find a job in your field.
Thank you, Thomas. That's very well said. So lastly, Mamadi asked how to participate in the program, programs plural. Thomas, you mentioned quite simply an advisory session as probably the low threshold next step rather than starting an application. So
Yeah.
let's probably go to that slide or that link, as we're running out of time here for your session.
Yes, yeah, I will just really quickly paste the link again. So again, just click on the link over here. You will find a full list of our bridging programs. Click on the bridging program that you're interested in. Say if you are an engineer, then click on the link for the engineering program. If you're a supply chain professional, supply chain, and then you can attend an information session. You will learn more about that particular program, and that's the first step of the application process, is for you to attend that session so you know for a fact that this is a good fit for you. We don't want to make sure that, if you don't think that the program is a good fit for you, then obviously we don't think that it would be a good reason to apply any further. So that's always the first step. Once you know more about the program, then you will be invited to submit your documents. But the first step would be to register for that information session.
Thank you, Thomas. Unfortunately, we're going to wind down today's live session, but of course, I believe you'll be in the Humber College booth intermittently today. And with that, it's great to see you, Thomas. It's great to expand our partnership with Humber College and the bridging programs in terms of connecting graduating students with employment opportunities. So Thomas, I'll let you say final words as we'll take a quick commercial break soon and be joined by the Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia. Thomas, take it away, please. Final words on behalf of yourself.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you again to G-TAC, to Jay, to Shaw, the entire G-TAC team for giving us the opportunity to connect with you. Again, like Jay mentioned, if you do have any other questions, I will be at the virtual booth at VCE14. So if you do have any questions, feel free to pop by the booth and we can definitely chat further there. But I want to thank you all for attending today's session, and I wish you the very best when it comes to your job search in Canada.
Thank you, Thomas. Everyone will take a quick commercial break and then we'll be joined by CPA BC. We'll switch gears and explore accounting and financial careers in British Columbia and Canada.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired.
We're back. So next up, we'll be joined by Sheila Chung. Hi, Sheila. Good morning.
Good morning, Jay and the G-TAC team.
And what time is it in BC right now?
8:01 a.m.
Whoa, pretty early start for you. We're really pleased to be joined by Sheila. The next hour, we'll explore expanding your career and employment opportunities in accounting with CPA BC. It's a professional designation. Sheila Chung is an expert and supports persons in propelling their career in accounting and finance through a CPA designation. It's great because you can start the journey with CPA BC before your arrival to Canada or to British Columbia as well. So once again, the next hour expectations are we will hear from Sheila herself. If anything is really of interest or you want to know more, pose the question to Sheila and myself in the chat function. And when it's time for Q&A, we'll dig deeper into certain aspects of the presentation that Sheila will go forth with in a moment. So I'd ask my colleague to bring up the PPT from Sheila. And we'll just make sure that Sheila has control before I sign off. So Sheila, just, click the screen with your mouse or make sure you can move to the next slide. Yeah, you have control. So Sheila, thank you so much. Pleased to have you here. And I'll see you soon in the question and answer period. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you so much, Jay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, guests of G-TAC. Thank you for logging into my webinar today, titled Accounting Certification and Employment in Canada, hosted today, September 27th, 2023. My name is Sheila Chung. Welcome, everyone. I'm a student recruitment officer at the Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia. Now, a lot of the information, the CPA program admission requirements, the CPA program itself is applicable to all regions in Canada. Because I work at CPA BC, I will also be sharing some BC specific information for those of you who are planning your immigration to beautiful British Columbia. So in our time together, I will be reviewing with you what is the difference between CPA Canada and the CPA provincial offices. We'll take a look at Canada's job demand for accountants, how to become a CPA. So this refers to what are the admission requirements to be accepted into the CPA program, and then what does the CPA program actually look like? I will be sharing some resources to help you prepare from your home country so you can get started. And then I will be touching upon, when you're ready, how to apply to CPA. At the end of the presentation, I will be sharing contacts to the CPA provincial offices. So regardless of where in Canada you decide to immigrate to, you have your CPA provincial contacts on hand for you. So about us, a bit of a history lesson. So in Canada, our professional accounting designation is called Chartered Professional Accountant. Now, the country of Canada is very large. So this is why we have CPA provincial offices and CPA regional offices. Now, what's the job? What's the responsibility of these CPA provincial offices? It is the CPA provincial offices that take care of the people who live in our province who decide, I'd like to enroll into the CPA program. So this is all part of our student care, our client care, our customer care. Now, what about if a person is already CPA Canada designated and they happen to live in a certain province in Canada? It is the responsibility of that CPA provincial office to also take care of those designated CPA Canada members who live in our province. So this is all part of our customer care and our client care. It's also the CPA provincial body that will regulate and take care of our designated CPA members. So the CPA designation is a regulated profession. So who keeps an eye on our designated members? It will be the CPA provincial office that you belong to. Demand, growth, and compensation in Canada. So yes, the demand to fill accounting and finance positions in Canada remains very high. Yes, the CPA designation is a prestigious designation that is sought after by employers. What you'll notice is when you do your job search in Canada, you'll notice that the higher level, the more senior level accounting and finance positions under requirements, many of those senior level positions require that the person have their CPA Canada designation. What that tells us is in order for a person to have access to those senior level accounting jobs, that the person needs to have that CPA designation, that competency, that knowledge, that skill set that the CPA program and conferring that CPA designation will give you. You're going to use all that knowledge, all that skill that you've been using in the program towards your CPA designation to work in those senior level roles. So obtaining the CPA designation, you can certainly secure job security. Every company organization has an accounting and finance department. If the company and organization doesn't have an accounting and finance department, they typically will hire a CPA firm, a public practice firm, to do their books. Sometimes small organizations will hire a designated CPA as a consultant to do their books. So for the nature of business, regardless of what type of business, accounting and finance is always involved in that. The CPA designation is globally recognized and respected. So the CPA Canada designation is listed as a professional accounting body, a member organization with the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC. Now, salary. How much money do designated CPAs earn? So the median compensation for designated CPA Canada designates in all regions in Canada, working sectors, age ranges, and regions, the median compensation floats at around the $112,000 per year mark. Now, specifically, if you look in British Columbia, the median compensation for designated CPAs is actually a little higher. It floats at about the $116,000 median compensation. Now, let's take another closer look at British Columbia, because I work at CPA BC. So the regional outlook for BC, yes, job demand, employment demand to fill accounting and finance roles remains very high in British Columbia. We need to fill 40,000 accounting job openings in BC alone, projected up until year 2028. Now, where did we receive this stat? This comes from a collaboration CPA BC did with a public practice firm, Deloitte, in 2019. This is a labor market study, and this labor market study was actually funded by the provincial government of British Columbia, and the federal government, that's Government of Canada, through their Ministry of Advanced Education, Skills and Training Sector Labor Market Partnerships Program. Now, another great resource I like to share with individuals to help with your information gathering process, the Conference Board of Canada website is a great resource for people to learn a little bit more. What is the economic makeup of different provinces, territories, and regions in Canada? So if you and your family members or friends are perhaps immigrating to other regions in Canada, not British Columbia, this is a great resource for you to share with your loved ones. Now, don't worry for delegates. Everyone who's logged in will be receiving a PDF resource guide that contains many of the slides that I'm sharing with you today. Once you receive that resource guide, all you need to do is click on the links. It will take you to the appropriate website. It will take you to the appropriate page. For now, in our time together, I just want everyone to stay present with me and enjoy the presentation. So our next section, let's take a closer look at how to become a CPA. This refers to what are your admission requirements? What do I need to show CPA that I have for you to say, yes, you accept me into your CPA program? Now, these admission requirements are the same for all regions in Canada. So again, if you are immigrating to another province in Canada, yes, this is also applicable to you. We have three main admission requirements for regular applicants. Who is a regular applicant? It is someone who is a degree holder. First admission requirement, we need to show CPA. I've already graduated with my degree. What are we looking for in your degree? You must have at least a bachelor or undergraduate degree that is equivalent to at least 120 course credits. The major, the discipline in your degree itself doesn't matter to CPA. What matters to CPA is that you have a degree that is evaluated as being equivalent to a Canadian bachelor's degree, which is total 120 course credits. Now, some individuals come to us and they have a master's degree. A master's degree is certainly higher than an undergraduate degree. However, if you are a master degree holder, we want you to show us your master degree and your undergraduate degree together. This will show us what is your total course credits in your degrees. If you only show us your master degree, a master degree alone, even though it's higher than an undergraduate degree, a master degree alone only shows us 60 course credit total. This is why we need to see your undergraduate degree with your master degree together. You always want to get the maximum, the highest result when you're applying to CPA so that we can check how much of our admission requirements you've satisfied. Now, there is no time limit or age limit to the degree itself. So if you have a degree that's 5 years old, beautiful. 10 years old, beautiful. 40 years old, that's fine too. No expiry date on the degree itself. So many people that pursue CPA and approach us often come to us as already being degree holders. Now, the second admission requirement is a little bit more picky. Here, we need to show CPA. I've also completed 14 prerequisite courses. What do we mean by prerequisite courses? Sometimes we call these prerequisite courses. Sometimes we call them preparatory courses. But what exactly are they? Simply said, these are just accounting and finance courses that you have to complete before we can give you the yes, before we can say yes, we can accept you into our CPA professional education program. Now, good news for you, if you've taken any accounting and finance related courses from your degrees or higher level of education, when you apply to CPA for a CPA assessment, remember, we're going to check to see how much of our admission requirements you've satisfied and what you have missing. We're actually allowed to grant a person course exemption towards these up to 14 prerequisite courses. So depending on how many accounting courses you took from your previous education, what was the course content coverage, we are allowed to grant you course exemption. Now, the person needs to have achieved a minimum grade requirement as well as completed that equivalent course within a certain time limit ago before CPA is authorized to grant you a specific course exemption. Last but not least, we must be a person of good character and reputation. The CPA designation, this is a regulated profession. Similar to doctors, dentists, lawyers, it's all regulated. What does that mean? It means we are servicing the public as someone who is a designated CPA. Even someone who is enrolled in our CPA program, you are still servicing the public. So the CPA BC or the CPA provincial body, if you're moving to another province, maybe Alberta, maybe Ontario, maybe Nova Scotia or Newfoundland, it is that CPA provincial office that will do checks to ensure that you are servicing the public to a certain professional level, to a certain standard, and meeting the ethical requirements. Now, for my next slide, I want to share with you a closer look at these 14 prerequisite courses, because I mentioned we're allowed to grant you course exemption if you completed some accounting courses from your previous education. Now, this is a listing of those 14 prerequisite courses. Again, sometimes we call them prerequisite courses, sometimes we call them preparatory courses, but specifically what are they? They're just accounting finance courses. Now, don't worry if your school has a different name for the course from what you see here. This is just what CPA names the course because we have to name it something. Don't worry if your school has a different grading system from what you see in the percentages here. This is just our grading system. When you apply to CPA for a CPA assessment, again, we will tell you how much of our admission requirements you've satisfied, if you have any courses missing, and we tell you exactly what is your starting point towards the CPA program. So we will do those conversions for you. If your school provided you letter grades, We do it by percentages. It's the job of our evaluation team to go through all your transcripts, go through all your mark sheets to determine, okay, where has this person completed any course that we assess as being similar or equivalent to the 14 courses you see here. Now, when you receive the results of your CPA assessment, again, it will tell you how much and which of these 14 prerequisite or preparatory courses we're allowed to grant you a course exemption. You might also read from your results, oh, it says I've received exemption for 10 out of these 14 courses, but my results say I have to complete 4. Now what do I do? Your next step is option 1. You can complete any of the missing preparatory courses directly with CPA. If you're coming to the Western region in Canada, you are eligible to enroll in these preparatory courses directly with the CPA Western School of Business, because we're in the Western part of Canada. Other people decide, well, I have the results of my assessment, but I prefer to go to a college or university and take the equivalent courses there. And then when I'm done, can I transfer it back into CPA? Yes, you can absolutely do that. So one option is not better than the other. It just depends on what is your learning format? What is your preferred learning style? So for example, colleges and universities, you can take courses with them in person, on campus, in a physical classroom. You see your physical instructor. Most of the courses offered at college and university in Canada is by a semester system, and their semester is 4 months long. So colleges, universities, a large majority of their courses are 4 months long. You could also enroll in those courses on a full-time basis. You may take 3 up to 5 courses per semester at that college or university. Now, if you decide instead, I want to complete my missing prerequisite courses with CPA, how do we deliver it? We deliver it predominantly in an online format. Our semesters are only 2 months long each. Now, persons who decide to enroll in the preparatory courses with CPA, we only allow persons to enroll in 1 or 2 preparatory courses with us per semester because our semesters are only 2 months long. Most of the people who decide to enroll in the preparatory courses with CPA typically are working full-time and they have other life responsibilities to take care of. They're very busy individuals. They have families, they have children to take care of, they have grandparents to take care of, they have a full-time job. They don't have time to physically go to a classroom. So the type of person who typically chooses to enroll in the preparatory courses directly with CPA is typically someone who's already working full-time. Now, only after we've satisfied and met all the admission requirements as a regular applicant, that means I show proof of my degree, I've completed the 14 prerequisite courses, then I get the yes. Yes, we accept you into the CPA Professional Education Program. And this is what it looks like. We call this CPA PEP for short. When you take your first step into CPA PEP, your status with CPA is candidate. I'm a candidate enrolled in the CPA Professional Education Program. You want to use the status of candidate on your cover letter and resume when you're applying to employers. Why? As you can see, we have a work experience component in our professional education program. Using the status of candidate is a quick way to let the employer know an identifier. This person is actively and currently enrolled in the CPA Professional Education Program. I know their academics and all their work that they're doing in their future job will also be checked by the CPA provincial body. So there's double checks that happens for this individual. This also ensures that the quality, the competency, the level of knowledge is adhering and meeting to a certain standard. So it gives the employer a lot of assurance that this person's work will be of a certain level. Now, as a candidate going through this program, how do we actually go through it? The CPA Professional Education Program consists of part-time academics listed in the top row and full-time accounting work experience. Grand total, there are 6 professional modules listed under education. This is a fancy name for courses. The modules will consist of assignments and quizzes you submit online, recorded lectures. There are some mandatory in-person components, such as workshops, which are physical classrooms, typically only hosted one weekend in the first month of the course and one weekend of the second month of the course. This is in addition to the recorded lectures you are required to view in your course syllabus, which is outlined for you for the entire 2 months of that course. Follow the structure of the course syllabus and you will do just fine. Final examinations for the modules are also written at a CPA provincial testing center. So sprinkled in the academics, there is mandatory in-person component that you must attend to. Once a candidate successfully completes and passes all 6 modules, they're now eligible to write their common final examination, also known as CFE or CFE. The common final examination is a national examination hosted 2 times a year in Canada, typically May and September. So that would be spring for May, September for fall. The education and the exam, that top row, is delivered to you as part-time studies. 6 modules and 1 common final exam is stretched out over 2 years, part-time studies. Why do we stretch out the academics for part-time? Because our full-time responsibility as a candidate is that blue bar. When you enter the CPA professional education program, it's at this time we should probably start looking for an accounting job. Applying for accounting employment, going on interviews, accepting the position with an employer that feels right for us. And this is where we go to our regular accounting job. We're earning full-time salary. We're building our competency level in our job title, in our job description. We're building that skill set of competency. So as we're going through our accounting work experience, there's a certain amount of accounting work experience we need to show CPA we've accumulated before we can graduate and confer that CPA designation. So it's not just academics, it's academics and what we call practical work experience. This is basically your regular accounting job. You're getting paid for it. This is not voluntary. So let's take a closer look at the practical experience requirements, also known as work experience requirements. So every single accounting and finance job that a candidate is doing who is enrolled in the CPA program is always evaluated by the CPA provincial practical experience team. This is to give the candidate feedback on how much of time have you completed. We need to accumulate grand total 30 months paid work experience in accounting and finance. So our practical experience team will give you feedback. How much of that time have you satisfied? 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, 12 months, so on and so forth. So time's pretty easy. We have no control of time. 24-hour clock, time just moves. The second requirement in the work experience that we need to show CPA is called competency. This is how we specifically evaluate what is your level of accounting work experience. What are you doing in your accounting role and function? So competency, we describe as technical competencies and enabling competencies. Technical competencies you can think of, this is the subject matter area of accounting and finance that you're doing in your role, in your job. That's listed in the pie chart you see here. Enabling competencies, I like to call, this is the human being aspect that you bring to that role, that you bring to that employer. A lot of times when people are applying for jobs and they go for interviews, we've all commonly heard an employer, an interviewer saying, we're looking for the right fit. What does that mean? Oftentimes, when an employer is saying the right fit can mean different things to different employers based on what they're looking for. A lot of what the right fit means for an employer often will include that human being aspect. So this is what we call the enabling competencies. So that it could include your working in a team, How do you work solo? How do you resolve conflict? What is your leadership style? Do you handle yourself in a professional manner? Do you feel comfortable pointing out your supervisor's mistakes? And if yes, how do you communicate that, right? So this is all that human being aspect. Now, I'm going to share with you a few resources to help you with your information gathering process while you are making your way over to Canada. Now, these are CPA BC resources. I also encourage individuals, if you are moving to a different province, territory, or region in Canada, please do reach out to that CPA provincial office by going to that CPA provincial website to see what free resources that they offer to persons who live in their province, who may be interested in pursuing that CPA program with them. Now, for those individuals who are planning their immigration and move to British Columbia, I have some resources specifically for you. One, you can create your free online My CPA profile. This is your master control station of communication and where you'll do everything in relation to CPA. When you apply for CPA assessment, you will use the drop-down user options in your My CPA profile. I want to read the results of my CPA assessment. Where do I do that? Go into your drop-down user options in your My CPA profile. So it's very similar to creating a Yahoo or a Gmail account, and there's lots of different functions in there. CPA BC, we also have a free Career Connect e-newsletter. This is an e-newsletter we email out to individuals once every 2 months. For those of you making your move to British Columbia, if you have your cell phone, you are very welcome to scan the QR code and you can sign up to receive this free online e-newsletter. You can unsubscribe at any time. Again, we email it out once every 2 months. This e-newsletter will give you updates on articles written by CPAs, written by students, written by employers. You'll also receive advanced invitations to our upcoming events, which we host in person, hybrid, and also virtually or remote. We've been able to record many of our past events, so you are also welcome to go to our past events webpage and view the content if you weren't able to participate in the event live. And last but not least, only for people who are enrolled in the CPA program with us in British Columbia, you're our student, you're a candidate, or you're a designated member. For our students, for our CPA members who live in BC, you will have free and complete access to our CPA BC's careers website. You can start applying and seeking out accounting-related employment with employers who are specifically looking to hire designated CPA or candidate or student currently enrolled in the CPA program. Lots of resources for you there. This is a viewing of some of our past online events we've been lucky enough to record. You have access to this for free. A lot of the recordings are about 30 minutes to 60 minutes long. Financial aid. So this is relevant for BC and all regions in Canada. A lot of people who decide to pursue the CPA program are curious about what type of financial assistance can I get? Because work experience is part of the curriculum when you're in the professional education program. Many employers that hire our candidates who are in the CPA program, this is if you're in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, all the way to the Maritimes, all regions in Canada, a lot of employers will pay your CPA fees to put you through the CPA program. This is fantastic because I always remind individuals, this is like getting paid twice. If you're working there, you're an employee from that employer. They're paying you salary because you're an employee. If I'm also pursuing the CPA program and this employer also supports me financially and pays for my fees, it's like I'm being paid twice. So this is a very popular option for individuals pursuing the CPA program. Now, how much is the CPA program? So the CPA professional education program costs $14,000 Canadian dollars. Persons pay this, it's pay as you go. You don't pay it in one lump sum. So what a lot of individuals will do, a lot of individuals, knowing that many employers will pay to put you through the CPA program, seek to apply for jobs with employers who support, who provide this financial assistance. Now, how do you know which employers will pay to put you through the CPA program? You find this out in your job interview. The employer will most likely voluntarily share this information with you because it's a great marketing tool and support. They want to hire highly qualified individuals, and knowing that a person is going through the CPA program, their academics, their work experience most certainly is being checked twice by the CPA provincial body, because we need to tell you how much of your work experience you've satisfied and you've met, and also your employer, because they are your place of employment. Now, please check the CPA provincial offices for scholarships and bursaries offered through their education foundation that you can apply for to be used towards your CPA studies. Now, these scholarships and bursaries offered through CPA are available when you are enrolled in the CPA program. Now, for people that will be or are recent permanent resident status, you have access to low interest loans. This is to provide you low interest loans to get you back into your chosen career path in your new home here in Canada. How to have access to these low interest loans? You will have to contact your local provincial settlement agency office. You can also connect with Windmill Microlending. They also offer low interest loans as well. CPA Canada has fantastic resources for free that you can have access to. Specifically on their webpage, they have something called Certification Resource Center. On that section of their website, they post for free past study materials, marking rubrics, past quizzes, past exams for all the courses, all the modules offered under CPA. Those 14 preparatory courses, yes, there's some marking rubrics for that. What about in the professional education program? Yes, there's marking rubrics, past study materials, past quizzes for those professional modules. And for that large common final exam at the end, CPA Canada even posts for free past study materials from past real life common final exams. On the work experience side, many people who pursue the CPA program come to us and they already have some accounting related work experience outside of Canada. Good news for you, if you have any previous accounting related work experience, we can actually transfer a maximum 12 months of previous accounting work experience from outside of Canada into the 30-month work experience component. Now, for those of you who might also be obtaining your accounting work experience in Canada, yes, that 12 months accounting work experience that we're allowed to transfer in, it can be from outside of Canada accounting work experience, it can be from inside of Canada, it can be a mix of both. Maximum 12 months accounting work experience is transferred in. Now, this is for people who are regular applicants to the CPA program. Again, regular applicants means you're a degree holder already. So why do we offer all these resources? A lot of them are for free, a lot are to connect you to the accounting community in your province, territory, or region in Canada. We do this because we hope to play a really small part in helping individuals reach their goals, obtaining and conferring that CPA designation here in Canada. Now, I'm going to pause here for a moment. Now, a lot of the information that I spoke to up to this point, I was talking about regular applicants. Regular applicants means I am a degree holder only. We're going to switch gears. Now we're going to take a look at, well, what about people that are already professional designated accountants in their home country? If you are a professional designated accountant in your home country, CPA Canada designation, again, regardless, it doesn't matter which province, territory, or region you're moving to in Canada, CPA Canada has what we call reciprocity agreements with many other international professional accounting bodies around the world. So these reciprocity agreements come in the form of what we call an MRA, an RMA, or an MOU. If you are a professional designate, active and in good standing, and you see the name of your body listed in the blue and white bars underneath, that means, yes, we have an active reciprocity agreement with your professional body. What does that mean? That means you are eligible to apply to obtain the CPA Canada designation in your chosen province in Canada based on the criteria and the eligibility of this reciprocity agreement. So basically what that means is you're applying designation for designation. You're not starting from the regular admission requirements. That's for degree holders only. You're already a professional designate. Now we have specific instructions. We have a specific listing. What is the eligibility and criteria? It depends on the professional body that we have that agreement with. So I do encourage individuals, if I've described you, please look on the CPA Canada webpage. They have a listing of all the agreements, and you can read the eligibility and criteria. How do you apply? If this is you, you apply directly to that CPA provincial office, to that province in Canada where you will be living. Now, there are many, many international professional accounting designations around the world that CPA Canada, unfortunately, does not have a current reciprocity agreement with. But if you are a professional designated accountant and you don't see the name of your professional body listed in the blue and white bars underneath, there is an opportunity where if your professional accounting body is listed as a member organization on the IFAC website, that's International Federation of Accountants website, that means you're eligible to apply for what we call IFAC member assessment for advanced standing towards the CPA program. What that means is CPA will be allowed to grant you exemption for all the regular admission requirements and exemption towards some of the professional academics in the CPA professional education program and some exemptions towards that 30-month work experience component. You might be granted work experience exemption for up to 12 months or all 30 months. How do you know how many exemptions you will be granted? You do have to apply for this IFAC assessment with CPA so that the evaluation team can go through what is your designation, how much work experience do you specifically have, what is your subject matter area of expertise. They will do that assessment and they will tell you exactly what is your standing towards the program, what do you have left to complete in the professional education program. Now, as mentioned, the country of Canada is very large. So how do you apply? How you apply is based on what region in Canada you will be immigrating to. For individuals who are moving to what we call the Western regions of Canada, this covers areas Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. You apply by going to the CPAWSB.ca website. This stands for CPA Western School of Business website. Now, why am I sending you to this website if I work at CPA BC? So all these Western provinces, for example, I'll use myself, CPA BC and CPA Western School of Business work together like brother and sister to deliver the CPA program to people who live in British Columbia. This is all part of our customer and our client care to ensure that we meet a certain standard, a high level of service to people going through the program. Now, let's say you are immigrating to Saskatchewan. It is CPA Saskatchewan and CPA Western School of Business that work together like brother and sister to deliver the CPA program to people who live in Saskatchewan. Now let's travel through Canada. If you are moving to Ontario, Ontario does everything themselves. You just go to the CPA Ontario website listed there. If you are moving to Quebec, Quebec does everything themselves. Look on the CPA Quebec website. While we travel to the most eastern regions of Canada, the maritime provinces, or what we call the Atlantic provinces. If you're immigrating to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador, it is those CPA offices, provincial offices with CPA Atlantic that work together like brother and sister to deliver the CPA program to persons who reside in those provinces. Stay connected while you're making your journey from your home country to Canada. And even while you're in Canada, you want to keep yourself very well informed with the Government of Canada website. The Government of Canada website lists many resources to help you get started. I don't know who to connect with, who can help me with finding a home, who can help me with my social insurance number, who can help me with purchasing a car, how do I do rental homes, what type of contract? I don't even know what this is. There are newcomer services. There are resources to help you look for a job, mental and emotional health care as well. So these are fantastic resources just to help you get started. And the Government of Canada posts all these resources for all regions available throughout Canada. This page is certainly included in the PDF resource guide that G-TAC will be sharing with everyone who's logged in. This you will want to use, especially if you're specifically looking for accounting and finance employment in Canada. This will give you a lot of the starting point. So the first resource I'd like to share is Windmill Microlending. This is a Canada-wide trending job report. You click on the link, you can select your province. So Windmill Microlending, they've posted for free. They will show you what are the different jobs in demand, what are the employment sectors that are popular and in demand in those provinces and territories all across Canada. Another one is Robert Half. Robert Half is an international accounting employment agency. They post their own blog for tips, advice, and insight on employment. Every year, they also post a salary guide for finance and accounting. You can download it for free. You have to enter in your email address and then they email it to you right away. This will really help when you're doing your interviewing, your job search, to find out when I do my interview and the employer says salary is negotiable. You want to negotiate a salary that is fair for you and also representative of what are the salaries for similar jobs in this market today, 2023. CPA Canada's YouTube is a little fun. You can view some videos, convocation, as well as fellow CPAs speaking about the profession and their own career path. The last two website links, very helpful for you. Also for your friends and family members, please share. Canada's top 100 employers. This website is fantastic. A lot of times when people are looking for a job, they share with me, I want to look for a good employer. What is a good employer for you? Tell me specifically. So this listing lists employers that meet a certain criteria as a place of employment. This is not just for accounting and finance job. This is the organization as a whole. So some of that criteria is work-life balance, salary, benefits, medical care, eyes, dental, massages, for example, also counseling. That's part of the benefits package. Also, the nature of work. Does this employer allow hybrid work, remote work, in person, and how much, for example? What is the work-life balance? How do they support you? Does this employer offer financial support if their staff wants to get a professional credentialing? It could be CPA. If you're in human resources, it could be CPHR. If you are in IT, it might be for IT certification. So when you're looking for a good employer, please also refer to this Canada's top 100 employers. So they list it by Canada. You can also select by province in Canada. So if you're moving to a particular province, you definitely want to look at this website. And the last link, of course, I've gone right to the BC's top employers as well. This is a really good place to start, especially if you are doing your job search. This concludes the formal presentation. Again, a lot of the presentation content, this is relevant regardless of which province, territory, or region in Canada you are making your immigration to. The graphics and a lot of the web pages I have referred to our CPA BC website, CPA Western School of Business website, as well as CPA Canada. If you're moving to a different territory, province, or region, please do connect with that CPA provincial website and get connected and see what events they host for people living in their province. Thank you for listening to the presentation. I'll now pass the mic over to Jay or Shaw to moderate the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheila. Very thorough presentation, great conversation. A lot of ground was covered there and a lot of resources were shared. And it was pretty in-depth, particularly for some of our friends who may not be in British Columbia right now or Canada. The point I'm mentioning that is because, as Sheila mentioned, a CPA BC resource file will be sent to today's attendees. So that's great, because I don't expect everyone to absorb every single piece of information. So we'll be following up with that today. Now, as Sheila said, now is the time to open up the floor to some question and answer period with Sheila. So please send your queries in through the chat function, and we can dig a little bit deeper as to some ground that we covered with Sheila. But there have been some questions already that I have made note of, and I will get into it. So yeah, we have a mixture of persons today whom are in Ontario, in BC, in Canada, and overseas friends, as Sheila knows. Dildora asks and states, hello, Sheila. Can we participate in the CPA program while being out of Canada?
Very good question. So persons are allowed to apply for CPA assessment. That's the first step, anywhere around the world. In order to be eligible to actually enroll into the CPA program, whether it's enrolling in the academics, enrolling in the examinations, we have a residency requirement. Persons must be physically living in the province, territory, or region in Canada in order to do the CPA program.
Now, do you have persons who start the process overseas and then switch their, or their eligibility automatically becomes recognized when they land in BC, for example?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So as mentioned in the presentation, it is the CPA provincial office that takes care of you, that does checks. So that is for people that live within our province, and also for the work experience components, and our examinations are hosted in person at our provincial testing center. So again, certainly persons may certainly apply for CPA assessment from their home country. When you receive the results of your CPA assessment, the results are actually valid for 12 months. So don't apply too early because they expire after the 12 months. But if you know, oh, I will be immigrating to Canada, I will be entering January 2024, you can certainly apply in December, so that when you land in your chosen area in Canada, you're good to go. You know, you can certainly enroll into the CPA program once you've landed and you've got your PR status.
That's good advice. Going back to some ground we covered at the beginning of today's presentation, you know, why pursue a CPA designation? Are the salaries higher? And are the salaries higher, particularly in BC, for example, because you are in British Columbia right now, Sheila?
Really good question. So you'll notice if you're doing your job search, like you can do it now, you can check Glassdoor, Indeed, other platforms. A person can work in accounting and finance and not have the CPA designation. So why do people get the CPA designation? Again, if you want access to those higher level jobs, I'll say senior level accounting roles, the requirement is that the person is CPA designated, because they have the competency, the skill set that the professional program teaches. you're using those professional skills in order to be able to work at that level. Now, some employers, depending on the job description, they may list for senior level position, CPA designation or equivalent. So that would mean they want someone to have a professional accounting designation. Doesn't necessarily have to be the CPA Canada designation, but the majority of employers in Canada, because we're living in Canada, we're working in Canada, employers will want you to get the Canadian accounting designation, certainly. But for entry level and intermediate level accounting work, typically it is a blend or a mix of education and work experience. So for education, if you have an accounting diploma or an accounting degree, and you can show on your resume, oh, I have quite a few number of years of accounting work experience, would an employer offer you a job interview for that entry level position? Absolutely. Would the employer offer you the job? Yes, absolutely. That's very possible. What you'll find when you are landed in Canada, in your conversations, when you go out there and you're doing your interviews, a lot of employers will ask you, any plans to do the CPA program, get the CPA designation? Because they want to use your skill set. You know, everything that you learn, everything that you are as a professional designated accountant of Canada, CPA Canada, they're going to use that skill set, right? So it's part of that employer investing in you. But certainly to start, if you have a blend of accounting related education with accounting related work experience, that's a very good start. But just be prepared when you do your interviews for accounting and finance. That's going to be a common conversation that the interviewer will have with you. Do you have any plans to pursue the CPA program? So that conversation will certainly come up.
Do you know offhand the average starting salary of a CPA BC designated professional?
For someone who's designated, I think the last stats we had from CPA Canada were from 2019. 19, 20, 21, 22. So it's 4 years old. So that was a survey done from CPA Canada members. This is from 2019. So the starting salary if someone's a newly designated CPA in 2019, it floated around the $70,000 to $80,000 per year mark. But that's 4 years ago. The makeup of work has completely changed. COVID, the pandemic, working remote. Also, I mean, I can only speak specifically to the makeup of British Columbia because I live and I work here. A lot of employers are certainly sweetening their employment package because Canada, we have a very low birth rate. A lot of people that are retiring from jobs, whether it's accounting, sales, human resources, tech, they're retiring. We have a very low birth rate. There's not a lot of people entering school and entering the workforce. What does that mean for employers, people hiring? There aren't enough people with a certain level of skill set applying for these jobs. What that means is there's a small pool of people that are qualified that are applying for all these jobs. What that means for the job seeker, it's a very good job market if you're looking for a job. People,
that's well said.
Employers, yeah, people, employers, they will be quote unquote fighting for the top quality candidate. How do they do that? They have to sweeten their employment package. Their salary will be a little bit higher. Their benefits package will offer a little bit more. They may be a little bit more flexible in how they allow their staff to work. Hybrid, remote, in person. You might not be required to enter the office 5 days a week. It might be 2 days a week, 3 days I can work from home. So employers are definitely being a lot more flexible because they want that top quality candidate. Absolutely.
Speaking of employers and jobs, I just put in the careers.bccpa domain into the chat function. The question is, if someone who had a CPA profile or was, a CPA BC member, standing member, and they saw a role on the careers page that was relevant to them, are there any advisory services and support to that person in pursuing that role or a role, or is the person on their own?
Absolutely. We have With CPA BC, again, you want to check with the other CPA provincial offices. With CPA BC, we do have an employment relations team that works with employers that are specifically seeking to hire our students, our candidates, our membership. We also have a career counselor that works at CPA BC. They predominantly work with our students and candidates. Usually if someone is a designated member, they're already well within their career path, but certainly CPA members are more than welcome to connect with our career counselor if they want a little refresh. Maybe it's been a while since they've re-entered and reapplied for jobs for many, many years. But yes, there are certainly supports available through your CPA provincial office.
Thank you, Sheila. Now, as we're getting towards the very end of our time with you today, what is someone's next step? You mentioned the My CPA profile. Is it starting to fill out that, or is it just getting in touch with yourself, or how can the conversation continue?
Absolutely. So very first step, where will you immigrate to in Canada? Once you know your province or territory or region, you want to go to that CPA provincial website and check specifically what events they host for people residing in their province and planning to move to their province. You'll want to make an appointment with an advisor so that they can help plan out your next steps and advise you, well, how do I apply? When should I apply? I'm awaiting to get my PR. When do you recommend? How do I connect with employers in my region in Ontario or Nova Scotia or Alberta, for example? So you definitely want to connect with your CPA provincial office and get connected with them, with the recruitment team. You'll want to participate in some of their events that they host, virtually, hybrid, as well as in person as well. And then you just take it from there, because your provincial office will certainly take care of you and they host all those employment related events.
Well, thank you, Sheila. So we're going to have to wind it down for the live session with Sheila Chung today. It's been a pleasure. I believe Sheila will be active at the CPA BC booth intermittently today at the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. Always a pleasure to partner with CPA BC and, of course, support accounting and financial professionals in their career development across Canada and British Columbia. So Sheila, with that, I'll give you final words as to next steps and how our guests can continue the conversation with yourself. As mentioned, a CPA BC resource file will be shared with today's attendees. So that's great. Sheila, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Jay, Shaw, and the entire G-TAC team. For audience members, please visit me and my colleague at the CPA BC booth. Again, regardless of where you're immigrating to in Canada, we will do our best to assist and connect you with the appropriate CPA provincial office. You can start your career as an accounting professional. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Sheila. So everyone, will take a very short break and we'll be joined by the Immigrant Employment Council of British Columbia. I know not all of you are necessarily financial and accounting professionals. We have technical professionals, we have some educators and engineers. My point is IECBC supports all types of professionals in terms of entering the labor market in British Columbia. So we'll be joined by them very shortly. Stick around and see you soon. Okay, we're back. Very quick break there. It's 12 noon here in Ottawa, the nation's capital, which means it's 9 a.m. in BC, if I'm correct. And we're joined by Kim Tobin. Kim, good morning.
Good morning or good afternoon to most people on the East Coast right now.
So Kim, where are you in BC?
I am in the lovely rainy Vancouver right now.
Lovely, but it's raining. Well, pleasure to have you. So Kim Tobin of the Immigrant Employment Council of BC. IECBC are talent integrators of global talent to British Columbia. And that's why we want to connect with Kim today. Sorry, Kim, and Kim Tobin. And we'll be hearing from Kim over the next hour or so how IECBC resources, programs, and persons like Kim herself can support you in your career development in BC, what you can do before you come to BC, and how Kim and IECBC resources can support you in your career development in British Columbia. So this is live, of course, as everyone knows, and we'll have the ability to ask questions of Kim. When something sparks your interest, feel free to put it in the chat function, and then we will attempt to address that to Kim herself. So Kim, before I turn off my camera, I just want to make sure that my colleague brings up your PPT. And secondly, we'll transfer control of the PPT to Kim. And we'll have Kim just maybe click her cursor on the screen and move, with your keyboard or as you see fit, just to make sure that you have control, which you do. Awesome. Okay, Kim, such a pleasure to have you here again. I remember liaising with you in the spring. So that's about it. The floor is yours, and I will see you during the Q&A period. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you so much, Jay, for the amazing introduction. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those joining us overseas. It is a pleasure to be here to present alongside G-TAC and to give everyone a little bit more information on IECBC, so the organization that I work for, and some of the programs that we offer newcomers to help boost their employability in Canada. So today I'll be discussing a little bit on how to accelerate your employment in Canada with a program that we call FAST. But as a quick little housekeeping, I'll do a small agenda so you can kind of see how this presentation will go forward. First, I'll discuss who we are as IECBC, as the Immigrant Employment Council of BC. What do we do? I'll then discuss the program in question, which is our FAST program, which stands for Facilitating Access to Skilled Talent. It's one of our many programs that we offer at IECBC for newcomers, but it is a program that we felt would be particularly useful for such a wide range of talents and skill sets from individuals who are attending today. I'll then discuss eligibilities. I'll go over some success stories of individuals that have gone through our program. How can FAST help you? What it can do to help boost your employability or better prepare you for work in Canada? How does the program work? So what the timeline would look like, the benefits of the program, and then obviously we will open it up to a Q&A. Now, as a first thing to do is we always do a land acknowledgement. I'm currently located in Vancouver in British Columbia, and our organization, IECBC, is situated on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Coast Salish people, including the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam First Nations. Now, the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, British Columbia, also known as IECBC, is an organization that I work for that is a not-for-profit organization that provides BC employers with solutions, tools, and resources they need to attract, hire, and retain qualified immigrant talent. However, what we also do is work with that qualified immigrant talent to help make those connections possible. So through our organization, we have a variety of different both in-person and virtual programs that are accessible to those in British Columbia, as well as those across Canada in different provinces or currently overseas. So we do have a variety of different programs that you can see which one best fits you based on your your circumstances, or even based on what you believe would best benefit you. So I recommend after this presentation, if you think that FAST may not be the program for you, do not worry. IECBC has a variety of programs that you can check out to see if there's something else that may interest you instead. Now, about the FAST program, or Facilitating Access to Skilled program. Now, FAST is an online, free, self-paced competency assessment program that is designed to help immigrants or newcomers better understand how their skills and competencies compare with Canadian standards or requirements. Now, what that means is FAST is a program that can help support career launching by helping immigrants understand how their work experience and training meet Canadian standards in one of these 6 sectors: skilled trades, biotech and life sciences, IT and data services, accounting and finance, culinary arts, and seniors care. Now, what this means is FAST is not a training program, so it will not train you on anything that you do not already know. Instead, what it will do is help you understand what you know in your field of expertise, what Canadian employers are looking for from candidates, and if there are any gaps or trainings that perhaps you're missing that you need to succeed in the Canadian workforce. So, for example, if you have a background as a research scientist, you already have the training and understanding. You do not need to do other readings. You already know what you know, but you're unsure what Canadian employers want you to know. Are there different skill sets? Are there things they want to see on your resume that may differ from your home country? FAST helps you understand exactly if you know everything that Canadian employers want you to know and you are ready for that interview, or if there are perhaps different areas of knowledge or comprehension that Canadian employers are expecting that perhaps you are not familiar with. And what FAST can do is give you those resources so that you are better prepared when seeking employment and can meet those employers and be ready to work. Now, our program is completely free, it is online, and it is self-paced. So for those right now who are not in British Columbia, you may be thinking this is not the program for me. However, our program is offered across Canada, so you can be in any province to be able to access the program. And you can also be pre-arrival. So if you have not yet landed in Canada, you can still access the program and use it to further your learning and knowledge before you land here. Our only program that is specific to British Columbia is our seniors care program, and that is just due to the fact that the Canadian healthcare system is very provincially based. So what that means is if you are landing in, say, Ontario, and you are looking to get a job in a healthcare facility or something in a similar line of work, there are different procedures in that province than there are in different provinces or territories. However, for other occupations, such as those in IT, accounting and finance, or skilled trades, those tend to be quite similar across Canada. So that is why it does not matter if you are in Manitoba or if you are overseas, you can still access a large majority of the FAST program. Now, what FAST can do ultimately is help support you in finding employment in Canada in your sector faster. FAST was designed to help newcomers overcome potential employment challenges that we see often, such as navigating the Canadian workplace, getting Canadian work experience, and finding a mentor in professional networks. These were areas that were noted to be common challenges for newcomers and immigrants in Canada. And so FAST was designed not only to address these challenges, but to help give you those extra resources and support so that you can be more secure when finding employment. Now, the program itself is separated into 3 sections. Now, again, it is completely online, so you only need, whether it's a phone, a tablet, or a computer, to be able to access this program. And it is also self-paced. And what that means is there is no deadline in which you need to complete the program. So it is not a 3-week program or a 2-week program. Instead, what it does is it allows you to log in and out at your own pace and complete the program. So we have some people who go through our program and complete it within a week or 2 weeks. And we have other individuals who complete this program in 3 months or 6 months. And this is because we understand that many of you have busy lives, you may have families, you may be currently immigrating to Canada, you may have different priorities at this time, and we understand that. So we want to give you the capabilities to be able to log in and out at your own pace and be able to complete the program when you think it is best for you. Now, the first part of the program, once you are granted access, is what we call the Prepare for Work in Canada module. And this allows you to learn a little bit more about Canadian workplace culture, both in general, but also based on the sector that you chose. So for an example, let's say you're an IT professional. When you begin your Prepare for Work in Canada module, you'll be getting information about common Canadian workplace practices that you may already know, or perhaps you are unaware of. These can be small things to what are the differences between full-time work in Canada to part-time work in Canada. It can also go into what are common dress attire, or what are common topics that your coworkers will want to discuss with you. It can be a variety of different things, but it will also focus on what are things within the IT sector in Canada that perhaps you are unaware of. This can be what are common IT or tech companies like? What are things to expect? Are there differences between a tech company in Canada and a tech company from overseas? It will go through all that common information so that you can feel more confident when you reach Canada or when you begin work in Canada, so that you are not overwhelmed by potential challenges or differences within the workplace. Once you complete that module, you will then gain access to our competency assessments. So those are the main portion of the FAST program. And these are a series of modules that will better help you understand how your work experience and education fit Canadian requirements in your sector. So to continue on with the example from IT, if you are an IT professional, these assessments will highlight what are IT and tech employers in Canada looking for from potential candidates. It will not teach you anything new. It will not teach you how to code. It will not go over different trainings, but instead what it will allow you to do is test your own knowledge, based on your education, your past experience, and show you if you already understand everything that Canadian employers want you to know in that sector, or if there are gaps in your knowledge, if there are certain elements that perhaps you have not either gotten as a certificate, or perhaps you need to better understand because it is a different element in the Canadian sector that is perhaps not as focused upon from what you are used to. So an example of that could be in Canada, we have something that we call soft skills. Now, this can be public speaking, writing ability, the ability to work as a team member. They are skills that are not often trained. These are not things that you go to school for. These are things that you pick up. These are skills that employers are increasingly valuing more than a lot more technical skills. And this is something that a lot of newcomers can be a bit surprised by, because you may have all those technical skills, but perhaps you are uncomfortable with public speaking, or you are not used to doing large reports and then presenting it to an audience. In our modules, it will highlight all those different skills that employers are looking for and allow you to see, are there areas that you need to improve on? Or are you ready to immediately go to an interview and start looking for employment? The last section of the FAST program is actually when you complete the program. So once you complete the program, you receive a certificate of completion, which you can add to your resume or your LinkedIn profile. And what you gain access to is a variety of different resources that are offered by IECBC to those who complete the FAST program. These are all free resources that you can access indefinitely. So this means if you complete the FAST program and then wait 6 months and decide, I want to access some of those resources again, you can still log in and be able to access those free resources. Some of those free resources include referrals to additional learning and gap training opportunities, group mentoring sessions or webinars where you can learn about different topics. We have guest speakers from a variety of different sectors who discuss what it would be like to apply for a financial company in Canada or what a biotech professional should look like. Connections to networking and connections events. So these are places that you can meet with employers, whether it's virtual or in person, and speak with them, network, see if there are potential opportunities available to you, as well as other resources that I will cover briefly at the end. Now, eligibility is often a question I get the most. Many people go, this is great, but do I qualify for the FAST program? Now, the FAST program, because it is not a training program, we do require that individuals have 2 or more years of relevant work experience and/or training in one of those 6 sectors. That is because FAST will not train you on anything new. So if you have very little experience in culinary arts, then the program will not be teaching you skills that you should know. Instead, it will be testing your knowledge on what a chef would know based on their experience and education. Now, this can be a combination of experience. So this can be education, volunteer work, training, or work experience. So as long as you have a combination of all those things that equal around 2 years, then you are eligible for the program. Additionally, we do have some immigration status criteria that we do require for the program. The first being individuals must be either individuals approved in principle to immigrate to Canada. So these would be pre-arrival permanent residents already in Canada, convention refugees, and also those under the CUAET work permit. Additionally, our program is currently only offered in English. So we are asking that you have a higher level of English just so it makes it easier for you. You do not need to supply us proof of language ability. You do not need to give us your CLB test. You do not need to show us that you have the certain level. This is more of a recommendation because we know that Google Translate, unfortunately, does not work very well with our program. So if you are still learning the language, this may be a bit difficult for you. But if you feel confident and you think that you are able to complete the program, then please apply. If you do not meet these eligibilities, we do have other programs at IECBC that have a wider range. So for example, if you are an international student or an open work permit holder, there are other programs at IECBC which you can apply for and access for free. So if this does not seem right for you based on your current immigration status, then I highly recommend you still check out our IECBC website and see if there are other opportunities that better fit you. Now, we do have some success stories of individuals who have used the FAST program either as a way to prepare for work in Canada or to better understand what employers are looking for from potential candidates. So for example, we have Jeremiah, who landed in Moncton, New Brunswick from Nigeria. He was a quality assurance supervisor. And he used the program before he landed in Canada. So he chose our biotech sector and completed the program. And he used it as a way to better understand what work would be like in Canada and what are things perhaps he should prepare before he lands in the country. So Jeremiah had said, because of the FAST program, it is as if I have been here for years, even though I have just gotten into Canada. Now, on an opposite side of things, we have another individual, Dana, who joined the program as a way to better understand what employers are looking for. She had been in the United States before she had moved to Canada, so she was well aware of workplace practices and what to expect at a Canadian job, but she wanted to know what exactly Canadian biotech employers were looking for from candidates so that she could be better prepared for those interviews. So Dana had said, the FAST program is a fantastic way for skilled immigrants to gain a sense of validation in the skills that they already have. It is also a great platform to learn about the overall nuances in a Canadian job, from cultural understanding to professional conduct. I learned a lot from this program, and I would recommend it to anyone restarting their careers here in Canada. So you can use the FAST program in a variety of different ways based on what your current needs are. You may be already in Canada and you've already been working in the Canadian workforce, whether it is in a job in your sector or a different sector, but perhaps you want to know specifically what employers are looking for. You can use the FAST program to figure that out. But you can also use the FAST program to just better understand what is work in Canada going to be like. So based on what your current situation is and what your needs are, you can use the FAST program. Now, how can FAST help you? So again, this really depends on sort of what you are looking for. And that is why we made the program quite flexible, because we understand that needs differ across the board. While some people may need extra employment resources, others may be looking just for additional learning to help further boost their understanding. So the FAST program has overall different elements that it covers that can better help those seeking employment in Canada, but also preparing for work in Canada. So first and foremost, the FAST program provides valuable insight and learning into the Canadian workplace, helping immigrants overcome potential culture shocks. It gives newcomers a starting point in learning about occupational opportunities in the 6 sector streams. So what that means is, while you may be an IT technician, maybe you are unaware of the other occupations in Canada that are extremely similar to IT technician, but have different titles. Something that has been noticed often is the job titles across the world differ amazingly. They can be an IT technician in one country, while the exact same job with the exact same skill set can be labeled as a tech support user in another country. So it can be confusing when you know what your job title is, but you are struggling to find those positions in Canada. It may not be because there are no positions available. It could be that it's being listed under a different occupation title. So FAST gives you that understanding to know perhaps there are different titles or ways that this job is positioned that I'm not aware of, so I can make sure I can find it. Additionally, it can also help you understand if, say, there is an occupation that requires recertification in Canada, such as an accountant. What are other opportunities available to you before you do recertification? Are there other financial opportunities that you can do and start that will allow you to lead to that recertification, or just start work right away? So it will give you all that information so that you are better prepared when looking and seeking employment. FAST can also help immigrants assess how their skills and competencies compare with Canadian requirements, and this is key. FAST really helps you understand exactly what you know, what Canadian employers are looking for, and if there are any gaps in between. So are you ready for employment, or are there things that Canadian employers are looking for that you need to either gain or improve upon so that you can get those jobs? Additionally, upon completion of FAST, you get those additional free resources that can further help boost your employability. So we do have free access to different designations for those in our IT and biotech fields. So we have for those in our biotech field, the BioSkills Recognition Program from BioTalent Canada. This will both prove and validate your skills as a biotech professional and give you that learning necessary to really succeed in finding employment in the biotech sector. When you go through the FAST program, it is free. If you go outside of the FAST program, there is a payment involved. Additionally, we will be launching new Microsoft and LinkedIn certifications for free for those interested. This will be for both IT and biotech candidates. So you'll be able to do those programs and gain those certificates for free if you complete the FAST program. We do have access to group and in-person e-mentoring. We have our Mentor Connect program at IECBC, which is open to international students and open work permit holders, where we would connect you with someone in your field that can help you better understand how to succeed in that sector. We have our BC Job Connect program, which is a free online job board where you can go and see exactly the types of job postings that employers that we work with are looking for and connect with those employers. We additionally have our Be Confident tool, which is an online interview simulation tool that allows you to practice your interviewing skills. It's a very great tool, and it gives you that ability to know exactly the types of questions that interviewers will be asking based on your experience and the type of job that you're looking to get. And then it will give you feedback on, do you talk too quickly? Do you need to shorten your response or add more to your response? We have other events and webinars that we host and additional programs. So once you complete the FAST program, you gain access to all of those things. It is a great entry point into building professional contacts and networks in your sector. So we often help you connect with not only your peers, but other professionals to help boost that networking capability. Now, how does the FAST program work? So what is the timeline in which it would take to register to completing? Now, like I said, the FAST program is self-paced. So you can take as long or as little as you need to complete the program. We often recommend that people complete the program within 3 weeks, and that is just because you only gain access to those free resources once you complete the program. However, again, we understand many of you have very busy lives, so if you need a little more time, that is okay. When you start, you would register and complete a 2 to 3 minute survey on our website. This just allows us to understand what sector you are looking to access, your information, things like that. It is completely free. Once you submit your application, we will review your application. The review process usually takes between 1 to 3 days. And then once we've reviewed it, we will grant you access. Now, you will gain access to all of those different modules that I discussed based on the sector that you choose, and you can take as long or as little as you like to complete that program. Once you finish, you will then gain access to those free resources. So you can choose to access one of our industry recognized designations. You can join a mentoring or networking event, or you can go online to our BC Job Connect job board and start looking for potential work opportunities. During this whole time, we often recommend that you work alongside your current service delivery partner. So this can be an employment organization or agency that you are working with that may be offering you other resources so that you can get the most out of everything. FAST does not need to be completed by itself. If you are doing a school training, if you are with another program or organization and you are doing other programming with them, that is fine. You can still do FAST at the same time to help further boost those different resources you have available. Now, once you gain access, I wanted to give you all a little example of sort of what it looks like, because sometimes it can be quite difficult to understand and visualize what this would look like if you were to join. So once you are granted access to the FAST program, you would be given the opportunity to log into your dashboard. And this is where you would have all your information and begin your learning modules. So, for example, this is someone who is from our IT and data services stream. So they would be able to access their profile, their Get Started or Prepare for Work in Canada module, their assessments, as well as those extra resources. So we do have our Learn More About Indigenous History in Canada, which is a great module to understand the impact that Indigenous history has had on Canadian society, how to get a job in our online job board, as well as that interviewing simulation tool. So how to practice those interviewing skills before you meet with employers. An example of what your assessment would look like would be something like this. So our assessment is completely online, and it is you and your computer or you and your tablet. We do have a help button that you can select if you have any difficulties. However, this program is designed to allow you to make that self-competency assessment and to assess your own skills yourself. So you will go through the program and assess, do I understand this or do I understand nothing? And I need to seek additional support so that I can better improve my likelihood of getting employment in this sector. So different learnings that you would be going over can range from describing and learning more about what cultural diversity is, what are things in Canadian culture that perhaps may differ or you might be unaware of, as well as going through mini tests or self-tests that allow you to test your knowledge based on the readings and see, did I understand that reading? Or are there things that I really don't understand that perhaps would need you to do additional training or seek additional support? FAST allows you to identify those gaps you may have. And while that may not seem like a good thing, it is, because if you know what you don't know, then you can learn it and you can impress employers by saying, I understand everything, versus not knowing what are areas or weaknesses that you may have and then being overwhelmed in an interview process. Now, the overall benefits of FAST can, again, like I said, differ per person, but overall, the different benefits of FAST are that it's entirely free for participants. There's no payment involved. You can access the program entirely for free. It is accessible across Canada or abroad for pre-arrival residents. So all you need is a tablet, a phone, or a computer to be able to access this program. It provides industry-developed assessments that better allow individuals to compare their competencies against Canadian standards and contains content on how to prepare for the Canadian workplace. So a lot of times it can be quite difficult to know what are the Canadian standards and what are the different things that employers are looking for, and FAST really delves into that. It really gives you the opportunity to understand what Canadian employers are looking for and how you can best prepare so that they see the skill sets that you have and hire you. Again, it's a self-paced program. This is a question that we often get, so I always like to emphasize it, is how long does the program take? When can I finish the program? It is entirely up to you on how quickly or slowly you complete the program. You can take your time in completing the program and it will not be timed out. So this means if you do need to take a break before completing the program, this may be due to external factors. Maybe you're immigrating to Canada, maybe something has happened. That is okay. You can still log in later on and continue where you left off. You will not be booted out or timed out or lose access to those resources. Again, we do recommend that individuals complete the program within 3 to 4 weeks. And that is primarily because we want you to be able to access those free resources. So the designations, the job board, the groupie mentoring sessions, and you can only access those once you complete the program. So that is why we understand, again, take it at your own pace. But if you really want to access one of the designations or the networking events, you need to complete the program so we can provide you that information. One thing that is very unique to FAST is that we work with several service delivery providers, employment agencies, and settlement agencies across Canada to provide this extra resource. So that means you can be doing other programs or training or education at the same time that you're doing FAST. FAST is not exclusive. We position FAST as a resource that you can use alongside the various other programs and resources that we know are available to skilled immigrants across Canada, as well as those pre-arrival. So you can complete FAST before, after, or during other programming from outside organizations. So if, for example, you are currently taking a program at an employment agency in Canada, that is fine. You can still do FAST at the same time to help further your learning. You can also do it after, or you can do it before you start a different program to sort of give yourself that sort of prep work so that you may be more prepared. It's really dependent on you. So please do not worry if you've already decided to do a different program. You can still do both and it will not impact anything. Participants will also gain access to those additional free resources, like I said, and I always like to emphasize these because they are really great resources and they are free. The more resources, the better. The more access you have to different employment assistance will help further not only your networking capabilities, but also your employment opportunities. So make sure that you complete the program if you sign up, so that you can gain access to the job board, the networking and groupie mentoring sessions, the designations, and the other opportunities that we offer through the program. And again, once you complete the FAST program, you will have access to those additional resources indefinitely. So if you complete the program, you will have access to those resources for as long as you want. So you do not need to worry again about only having a month to access those free resources. You will have as much time as you need. So perhaps a certain month we will have a webinar session that doesn't really fit what you're looking for. Do not worry. We have other webinar sessions on other months that you can join that may better fit you. So you will always have access to the FAST program and you will have access to those resources for as long as you like. Now, if you're interested in learning more about FAST, then you can visit our website at www.fastcanada.ca. If you have any questions or concerns that you're not comfortable in speaking during this presentation to, you can also send us an email at fastcanada@iecbc.ca to ask your questions or learn a little bit more about not only FAST, but other opportunities at IECBC. Perhaps you are currently on a work permit and FAST doesn't really work for you. That's okay. Send us an email and let us know, and we can help direct you to the other resources that are offered at the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, and we can help give you that support. Additionally, if you are looking for perhaps programming or settlement services that we currently don't offer. We do work with a range of settlement organizations across Canada, so we can help direct you to an organization that may better assist you with your needs. If you're interested in registering for FAST, please visit our website at www.fastcanada.ca and complete the registration application. You will see a register button right at the top, and you can begin your registration application. Now, I'm keeping my eye on the time, so thank you all so much. I think this is a great point to end it and open it up to a Q&A.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, a great time to open it up to Q&A. We've had some questions and comments from some of our friends and viewers. Some people state that Vancouver or BC is their dream destination, and it's been a very thorough presentation. So Kim still has control of her PPT. My point is, if there's something we need to review visually that supports answers to the questions or review, Kim can do so if she so chooses. So yeah, thank you for some of you that have sent in questions through the chat function. Now is the time to dig a little bit deeper as to what we've learned. Or as Kim said, if perhaps FAST isn't for you from an eligibility standpoint, the IECBC and Kim herself are there to support you with other resources from IECBC or partner organizations across the province and Canada, because even myself, I didn't know the scope of FAST was Canada-wide. I thought it was a BC only sort of pre-arrival, post-arrival program. So even I was reminded of something today. So I think that's a very good starting point as to eligibility. If you are eligible, that regardless of where you're going in Canada, that FAST is for you. And it's also something that can be pursued remotely on your own time, or remotely meaning in a digital way. So, I mean, we will be reviewing some things, but we want to support you. So even this most recent question from Andoan, you know, whom is a work permit holder. So now for eligibility, where does Anne stand in terms of being eligible for FAST or for other IECBC programs that would support Anne in his or her Canadian employment journey, Kim?
Yeah, no, really great question. So we do get a lot of questions regarding immigration status, and this can be very confusing because immigration status can range. There are many different ways to get into Canada. IECBC does require individuals to have proof of immigration status, and what that means is you have already gained approval to come to Canada through some way. This does not include those seeking sponsorships, unfortunately. We are not an immigration agency, so we can't provide those visas. However, an open work permit is a document that you would receive that allows you to come to Canada and to work in Canada. So this is something that you would have to obtain from the Canadian government. So IECBC requires individuals to either be open work permit holders, those with the CUAET work permit, so those are from Ukraine, international students, permanent residents, convention refugees, or those that have been granted approval to immigrate to Canada. So not those who are seeking immigration status.
Thank you. So if Anne currently is an open work permit holder, they can apply to FAST, correct?
So those who are open work permit holders, so FAST is not eligible for those with open work permits. However, IECBC has other programs that are accessible for those who have open work permits. So if you are currently possess an open work permit, then I would recommend going onto our IECBC website, which has the other programs listed, and you can see perhaps which one is a better suited program for you based on your status.
Okay, I'm just going to put the IECBC website in the chat. to support on whom has a current work permit holder? Yeah, so pretty good question from Emi Lola, which I even wrote down myself. 2 years experience, because Kim said my notes. Eligibility seemed to be a mixture of certifications, training, and work experience combined to be 2 years. So it seems a bit flexible, shall I say, or opaque. So could you elaborate? Because it is, yeah, it's a bit gray actually, or sounds gray. Maybe it's not, but you can refine. And that's a good question, Emi Lola. Thank you.
No, so what we often mean is work experience or experience in general can be quite varied. What we mainly are looking for are for individuals that have some experience, whether it's professional, educational, or even personal, in a sector, so that you have that foundational knowledge in that sector. So let's say, for example, you are an IT professional and you've just completed school, but you have no work experience in IT. That is fine. If you've done schooling for, say, 2, 3, 4 years, you obviously have that foundational knowledge. But say you are starting a new career in accounting and finance. You have never worked in a financial sector. You have very limited academic experience or volunteer experience or even training in the financial sector. Then FAST might not be the best program, because you won't understand that fundamental knowledge that is required for someone in the financial sector, that someone who has some experience, whether it's personal or professional, in finance would generally understand. So for those that might be kind of, I'm unsure what my experience is, or if I have enough experience, what I often pose is, if you have had some sort of experience, whether it is professional, you were working at a company, or you have done school or a training program, or even volunteered for a program or organization and had some hands-on experience with whether it's IT or culinary arts or accounting, then you have that fundamental knowledge that would be required. But if you are brand new and you are seeking new employment in a field that you have never done, then FAST might not be the best thing for you.
Thank you for that. So moving on. Sahajbir asks about supporting IT professionals, IT domain. Why don't we go back to the slide in which you convey, I believe it was the 6 different streams of servicing or areas of expertise that FAST applicants or members have, or that FAST supports, because I think that would support this question. Thank you for the question, Sahajbir. I remember that 5 out of the 6 were Canada-wide, except for the seniors care program, which is BC only, but there's an IT and data services stream, but Kim will further elaborate. Thank you for the question.
Yes, so we have 6 streams available through FAST. They are across Canada, like Jay said, or accessible to those pre-arrival, except for our seniors care stream. And that is just because the healthcare sector in Canada is very specific. But if you have education, training, professional work experience that is within one of these sectors, then you are eligible for FAST. Now, you may, for example, have been working in a financial institution, but you weren't a financial advisor. Instead, you were a coordinator or you are an HR professional. FAST will still see that as experience because you've worked in that sector, whether it was directly in that sort of line of work or more generally. So we often recommend, if you are really unsure and you don't know which sector might be the best thing for you based on your experience, send us an email or even check out our website. We have it all detailed so that you can really see what sector might be the best fit for you based on sort of your prior work experience or education. But if you have a kind of mixed experience, then you can also just send us an email and ask, this is my current experience, this was my education, which stream do you think would be best suited for me? And we can help direct you from there.
And what is the email to send an inquiry? Because we are, you know, I'm the lowest sitting, I have 4 years. So, I mean, everyone's going to have questions. And I believe FAST has an open door policy, certainly as to answering those questions and seeing if the FAST program is right for them. Or if not, if other IECBC resources would be better suited to someone because one of the FAST streams isn't appropriate for them.
Exactly. So our open email is fastcanada@iecbc.ca. Again, this can be questions regarding FAST. This can be just general questions regarding IECBC in general. We can help direct you from there. We can help answer your questions or even support you in finding what's right for you. So please feel free to send us an email. We're always happy to answer them. And if we can't help you find what you are looking for, we do have those other organizations that we can direct you to that may be better suited.
Thank you. Why don't we touch upon BC Job Connect? I think were FAST clients only eligible to access that resource upon completion of their training, or am I misunderstood?
So BC Job Connect, it's dependent on you. It is a very open program. We often recommend that you complete FAST so you sort of have a good understanding before you start speaking with employers. But if you are super keen in seeking employment right away and finding a job right away, you can access BC Job Connect earlier. So once you begin the FAST program, you will be granted a tile. These are tiles that are accessible to you indefinitely. Let me just go back here. And here you go. And the Get a Job tile actually connects you to BC Job Connect. And what BC Job Connect is an online job board for those seeking employment in BC, as well as across Canada. We do have some employers that are offering remote work, which obviously means that you can be anywhere in Canada if you want to apply for that job. And you can see the various open positions. Now, these can range from tech positions to others. So we often recommend, if you don't see anything that really applies to you right away, to wait a little while, because we are continually getting new job postings from new organizations across the province as well as across the country.
Thank you for that. Now, having access soon to Microsoft and LinkedIn certifications, is that once someone becomes a FAST student or member, or post completion of the FAST program?
So for access to any of our designations, and that includes our upcoming Microsoft and LinkedIn certifications, you do have to complete the FAST program first. We have a deal with Microsoft that allows us access to some of their courses for free, but it's only for those who complete the FAST program. So same with those interested in our BioSkills recognition designation, which Talent Canada. Those designations do require you to complete the FAST program just so you can access those designations for free. You can still access those designations outside of FAST, but you would have to pay. So that's why there is that added benefit of, if you finish the FAST program and you're interested in those designations, you get them free and you don't need to pay the costs.
Thank you, Kim. This question from Sahajbir is a bit more general, but that's okay, because Kim, you're a labor market expert. So Sahajbir states, I've heard particularly in Canada, if you need to get a job, a referral is a must. Is this true? How to build connections for referrals, particularly as a newcomer, let's say?
So that's a really good question. Oftentimes you do need a referral or a reference. References are very big in Canada. Just because it helps employers see that whether it's from a past job or education, that you are a type of worker that they would want to hire. So if you don't have a reference, it is sometimes quite difficult to get a job. Now, not always. There's always exceptions to the rule, depending on the sort of roles you're looking for. If you're looking for more entry level, then there is a potential that you might not need a reference. But if you're looking for more senior level positions in Canada, oftentimes employers will request that you have a reference, potentially 2 or 3 from past employment, colleagues, or even education institutions, so that they can see that you are the type of worker that they would like to hire. The best way to sort of get these references are often asking old employers or old colleagues if they would, vouch for you, or even networking and meeting individuals that are within the sector who you can meet, you can discuss things with, and they can vouch for your character and your professional abilities. It really is dependent on the organization or the sector that you're looking for. So recommendations I often give are, if you don't currently have a settlement organization that you're working for, or an employment agency that you're working for, that you speak with an employment advisor, because they can help direct you a little bit more on how to obtain those references and then use them when applying for jobs.
Thank you, Kim, for your insights. So as we wind down your session, Kim, perhaps we can go to your call to action slide, where our friends and guests can continue the conversation with yourself, with IECBC. The door is open to questions as to eligibility, I believe, and other questions you have. It's a very interesting program and resource, which can be pre-arrival and post-arrival Canada-wide. I believe Kim may be active at the IEC Fast booth today at the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo Hall. With that, I welcome Kim. Firstly, I thank Kim for her time. Always a pleasure to have Kim sharing her time here as a subject matter expert, and as well IECBC as a great partner to G-TAC. Kim, I'll allow you to have final words on behalf of yourself and the FAST program, as well as IECBC, as to how our friends and guests today can continue the conversation with yourself and with the FAST program.
Yeah, so again, big thank you, Jay, so much, as well as G-TAC, for having us here today. It's always an absolute pleasure. And to everyone who joined us here today to learn a little bit more about FAST, thank you so much for listening and for learning. If you think the FAST program may be something that benefits you, we highly recommend that you register. You never know what resources will help you find employment or will help you better prepare for employment. So we always recommend that you try the resources that are available and see what is best for you. Again, if FAST may not be the program for you, don't worry. Definitely still visit our IECBC website and see if maybe there's something else that better suits your situation and what you're looking for. Again, thank you all so much, and I hope to see you at the booth later today.
Thank you, Kim. So everyone, as we know, if the FAST program isn't for you, IECBC has open doors to support you if you have a different area of professional expertise. That being said, we're going to hear soon from Information and Communications Technology Council of Canada. So that's obviously pretty tech-oriented. And my understanding is that we're going to take a Alberta-focused view to the sector. Alberta has been pretty booming as of late in terms of immigration or intermigration. People from Vancouver, from Kim's neighborhood, moving to Calgary and getting a house twice the size for half the price. But we'll hear if that's true or not. But really, we're going to learn about opportunities in the labor market in the technology sector. We're joined by Sashi Steenstra and Heather McGeer, both of whom work for ICTC, and we'll hear insights as to in-demand jobs in the sector in Alberta, sectors driving the digital economy, and of course, actionable job search for all of our friends and guests today. We want to support you in your career development, and so do Sashi and Heather. So with that, I want to make sure my colleague brings up the PPT shared by Sashi and Heather. Now, Sashi, will you be speaking first, or will Heather be speaking first on your behalf?
Heather speaking first, and then I'm going to take us to LinkedIn. Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello. So, Song, please give control to Heather, and we'll make sure that Heather has control before I sign off. I want to remind everyone, of course, we are live and interactive. It's very cool. And we'll be hearing from Heather and Sashi over the next 30, 40 minutes. If anything piques your interest based on what Sashi or Heather say, put it in the chat immediately, and we'll get to your questions later. But we will have a Q&A period. We will have a conversation with Sashi and Heather. So stay tuned for that as well. So Heather, do you have control? Are you able to move forward on your deck?
Yep, seems to be.
Okay.
Thank you,
Well,
Jay.
Heather, the floor is yours. Good to see you, and take it away, please.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here today with G-TAC and Sashi and all of you tuning in. Thank you for joining us. We'll be presenting on navigating Canada's digital landscape, so looking at labor market trends and resilience in the ICTC sector. For those who aren't familiar with our organization, the Information and Communications Technology Council, or ICTC, is a neutral, not-for-profit center of expertise with the mission of strengthening Canada's digital advantage in the global economy and supporting Canada's workforce. We've been active for over 30 years and have offices and staff across Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. So in ways of introduction, my name is Heather McGeer. I'm a research and policy analyst with ICTC, and I'll spend the first bit of this presentation sharing information and data in the digital economy, as well as some insights on in-demand jobs and sectors driving the digital economy in Alberta specifically. As mentioned, it's quite a growing part of Canada the last couple of years. Following that, my colleague Sashi Steenstra, ICTC's Director of Workforce Solutions, has for you a great presentation on how to set up your LinkedIn for success, some actionable job search tips, and information on ICTC's programs. And likewise, our emails are there, so feel free to note those down. So just to reiterate, we'll start with a little bit of an overview of what the digital economy is, looking at some employment growth numbers, and then the provincial comparison of Alberta. So to start us off, it's probably useful to define what we mean by the digital economy and ICT, or information communication technology jobs. So the digital economy is the sum of all professions working in ICTC professions, or professionals working in those professions, and or in the ICT sector. You'll see two types of data in this presentation. The digital economy or digital workforce data is gathered from Statistics Canada for all tech and non-tech jobs in tech companies. This includes both software developers and human resources personnel in a software firm. And the top jobs you'll see listed are based on not codes, which are grouped into broader categories. On the other hand, ICT jobs are aggregated job titles from web scraping completed by ICTC's data science team. This data is based on targeted lists of jobs relevant to Canada's biggest cities. So when looking at the components of Canada's digital economy, there's been quite significant growth in the availability of tech jobs outside of the traditional technology sector. So in 2022, 51% of ICT employees in Canada worked outside of the formal ICT sector. So these could be those traditionally non-technology type jobs like in agriculture, where they're becoming more digitally oriented. To break down national employment by sector, the digital economy has seen the biggest growth over the last 3 years, eclipsing all other sectors, as you can see on the left. By August 2023, there were about 2.6 million people working in the digital economy in Canada, and the sector has shown a 27.5% employment growth since February 2023, which is quite an impressive post-COVID economic rebound. As you can see at the bottom of the graph, there are some sectors that have yet to recover to post-pandemic employment numbers. So this surge in employment in the sector is impressive, but not surprising, as digital adoption has increased rapidly over the past few years, even as mentioned among those traditionally non-tech sectors, such as energy, agriculture, manufacturing, and things like forestry even. So through the economic uncertainty of COVID, technology has become much more critical for business continuity, and with that comes increasing needs for digitally skilled talent. To compare the provinces, we can first consider that 80% of Canadians live in the major city centers of Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Ottawa, Gatineau, Calgary, and Edmonton. These cities employ over 90% of Canada's digital workforce. And as you can see there, Ontario holds the largest share at 47.1% of the digital workforce, followed by Quebec at 21.3%, British Columbia at 13.7%, and Alberta at 9.8%. As you can see, we also have some data there on the average salaries in these cities for digital workforce employees. And despite having the lowest share of employment, Alberta has the highest average salary for digital workforce employees at a little bit over $85,000 annually. So speaking of Alberta, the next couple of slides, I just want to focus on them a little bit more specifically. As mentioned, there's a rapidly growing digital economy in the province, and Calgary and Edmonton are exciting regions of opportunity, whether you're currently living there or looking for jobs. So using Statistics Canada data for this chart here, we see that the top 6 digital economy occupations by real employment and median wages. As of August 2023, there were 37,800 people employed as information systems analysts and consultants with a median wage of just over $99,000. As you can see, professional occupations in advertising, marketing, and public relations, computer programmers and interactive media developers, and electricians, but not including industrial power system electricians, see similar levels of employment and median wages at around that 18 to 20,000 mark, and around the 70 to 75 to $80,000 mark. At the bottom of the list here are database analysts and data administrators and computer and information systems managers that may have less employment at 10,000 and about 8,500 respectively, but they do see higher wages. This is to be expected as they're a bit more specialized roles, more technical skills. And while that may all be great, you may be wondering where the job opportunities actually are. So through ICTC's web scraping, we've identified the top in-demand jobs for Calgary and Edmonton in the digital sector. The top graph here is for Calgary. So you'll see that software developers are the most in demand, followed by project managers, business analysts, cybersecurity professionals, and full stack developers. Calgary represents a large portion of the province's economic footprint, and as of last year, employs over 120,000 workers in the digital economy. As a hub for the digital economy, the demand for skilled labor is quite high. So ICTC conducted a survey of digital economy businesses last year and found that 58% were actively scaling up and seeking skilled workers to fill key roles. Some of these skills include generative AI, machine learning, programming languages, cloud services, and other foundational soft skills, things like communication, collaboration, critical thinking, etc. The second graph here shows the in-demand jobs in Edmonton, where project managers top the list, followed similarly by software developers, business analysts, and cybersecurity professionals. In both cities, software development has the highest average salary. And what's interesting about the numbers here, we found that despite a smaller digital economy ecosystem in Edmonton compared to Calgary, the average salaries where we could obtain data were higher for every job than Calgary. The final piece of data I have for you today is Alberta's employment by sector. So as of August 2023, there were 247,000 people employed throughout Alberta's digital economy at 37.8% employment growth since February 2020. Alberta's digital economy has been quite highly outpacing national level growth by about 10.3% over the past 3 years. Despite a generally cooling overall economy in 2023, digital workers have remained largely in demand across sectors. With the strong employment growth in the digital economy, Alberta is becoming a leader in the industry and provides plenty of opportunities for entering the sector, transitioning into digital economy work, or career development within tech and non-tech jobs. In that same survey from 2022, around 90% of Albertan employers expect to continue building their talent base, particularly in areas of software development, data, and digital infrastructure. So if you'd like to explore ICTC's labor market data in more depth, please check out our website, etalentcanada.ca, for the latest information on Canada's digital economy at both the national and provincial levels. We also have a number of interesting articles and reports on Alberta, Canada, and other provinces in terms of workforce development, skills needs, etc. And with that, I will pass it over to Sashi to take you through the second part of our presentation today. Thank you very much. I think we'll be doing questions at the end, if I'm correct.
Thanks so much, Heather, for that rich information and presentation. And now we're going to switch gears a little bit, and I'm going to take you to LinkedIn. So whether you have a profile or not, I find a lot of people say to me, well, I have a LinkedIn profile, but I haven't done much with it. And hopefully after today's presentation, I can pique your interest and inspire you to push your LinkedIn profile a little bit. And so LinkedIn is a platform that launched in 2002. It's over 20 years old. There's over 800 million users on the website, about 17 plus million users in Canada. And especially if you're a newcomer to Canada, what it will do is it will help you increase your prospects, have valuable connections, connect with like-minded people. It's like a resume that never sleeps. And you can do so much more with your LinkedIn profile than your resume, because your resume is often targeted to different employers, but your LinkedIn profile provides a more holistic view as to who you are as a job candidate. And we know in this day and age that first impressions matter. And often, because of technology, you're not going to make your first impression in person. It will likely be a recruiter Googling you before they invite you to a job interview. In fact, they say about 85% of recruiters Google potential candidates before shortlisting them. And what they're doing is they're doing a few things. They're looking for digital dirt. They're making sure that you present professionally all over your social media platforms. And they're looking to see if you've got the basic qualifications that they're seeking. So again, after today, I hope that I can inspire you to take some action. Before I take you to my LinkedIn profile, I'd like to recommend that you download the LinkedIn app. So I'm just going on my phone. Don't look at my apps, they're kind of boring. And go into LinkedIn. And there's a few things that you can only access on your mobile device on the app and not the desktop version. And one of the things you can only access on your phone, so this is my profile, you'll see that it's backwards, but you'll see that beside my name, you'll see a sound button. And if I click on the sound, and I'll show you on when I jump into my profile online, you can hear me pronouncing my name. You can only record your name pronunciation on the mobile app. So what I suggest you do is on LinkedIn, you just hit the pencil icon and it says edit intro. And that's where I would record the pronunciation of my name. I'd hold my phone a few inches away from my face. You have 10 seconds to record your name, and only record your name. I wouldn't say, hey, LinkedIn, my name's Sashi. I just say, Sashi Steenstra, enunciate your name, because it has been established many times over in research that recruiters show bias when it comes to ethnic sounding names. When I first heard this, I was horrified. And I asked some of my contacts in Calgary who are recruiters, do you show bias? And everyone said yes, because they're afraid to mispronounce your name. Even for people with Canadian sounding names, we had a program participant. Her name was Danielle Robertson. She said people butcher her name all the time. You want to avoid that. So please make sure you do that on your phone. The other thing I wanted to show you, you can do this on the desktop version, is let's say you're at a networking event, and this happened to me many times post-COVID, and I was asked for a business card. By that time, my job title had changed, my phone number had changed, my company was still the same, but we gave up our office in Calgary. So everything in my actual business card had changed. So what I did was I generated a QR code on my LinkedIn app. And how you do that is you go to the app like this, and you see the search bar at the very top. I'm just going to put my cursor in there. And what it does is it generates that little box within that same line. You click on the box and ta-da, there's your QR code. So I'm going to show you that again. So you go to the LinkedIn app, you open the app, you go to that search bar at the very top, click your cursor in the search bar, and then it'll generate that little box. Click on the box and it will pull up your QR code. So if you're at a networking event, you don't have a business card, you pull up your QR code, or you could take a screenshot of it if you don't have access to Wi-Fi or data. people scan it and then they pull up your LinkedIn URL, and then they can connect with you and send you a connection request, which is really handy. So those are just a couple of things you can do on the app. But again, I suggest you do download that app. I'm going to now take you to my LinkedIn profile. I'm going to ask Heather if you don't mind. It's not letting me override you. You cannot share your screen while the other participant is sharing. I don't know if it'll let me do it now. Nope. Do I have access to screen share? Thank you very much. I'm going to take you to my LinkedIn profile. And the first thing I'm going to do is to get rid of this. Sorry, so you can actually see. I'm going to click on the me icon. And then I'm going to click on settings and privacy. This is one of the first things I'd like you to look at is how you've set your preferences. And chances are your preferences will be different from mine because they're very personal. Definitely look at how LinkedIn uses your data. So look at all these filters and just see if you agree with how LinkedIn uses it. The other thing I'd like to show you on the left-hand side, the drop down is visibility. So who can see your profile and how they can see it. So one of the things I'd like to show you is edit your public profile first, and it's going to bump me to a different screen, sorry. But what I'd like you to consider doing is eliminate the extra clunky characters that LinkedIn assigns by default when you create an account. Because what you do is you optimize your search engine result. So if someone were to Google you, LinkedIn would come up first. Excuse me, I'm getting a cold. So if I'm coughing, I apologize. So how you do that in LinkedIn, how you edit any feature is you click on the pencil button. And when I signed up for LinkedIn originally, it assigned all these extra characters. So my public URL would have said linkedin.com/in/Sashi Steenstra pub 12345A. Delete those extra characters. I've got an unusual name. So my name wasn't taken already, but if you have a more common name, you can insert a middle initial. I wouldn't necessarily insert numbers because it doesn't look as professional. So that's the first thing you can do. And I would recommend that you put your LinkedIn URL on your resume and your cover letter if you've got that same header on your resume. So definitely that's one of the first thing you're going to do. I'm just going to go back to the me icon and settings and privacy again, because it kind of kicked me out to that screen. So the other thing you want to do, I'm not going to walk you through all these preferences, but under visibility, that's where we went to earlier, is edit your public profile. This is critical. If your LinkedIn profile, especially after today's presentation, is going to be under construction, meaning that you're going to make a lot of changes to it, you want to manage who's going to see all those changes. So right now, I have share profile updates with your network, I have on off. Again, if you're going to make a bunch of changes, make sure that you toggle this to off so that your network is not alerted with every update you're making. Now we're going to go back to view profile, and I'm going to go fast. So I apologize if I'm going too quickly, but I wanted to show you some key things that LinkedIn has done. And I find that every time I deliver a LinkedIn workshop, every single time LinkedIn has made some new updates. And I'm going to talk to you about some of them today. They've really expanded the platform to be more inclusive since the pandemic hit. So it's received a lot more members, and it's got a lot of people just use it more often. So I really suggest you take advantage as well. One of the first things you want to do is have a friendly picture, updated every couple of years so it doesn't appear like your profile is stale. Make sure you're the only one appearing in the picture. So no pets, no family members, you're not holding your baby, even though your baby's cute, I'm sure, and you're smiling. I find a lot of newcomers to come to Canada look very serious. And what you want to do, North American standards, you want to appear friendly, approachable. My cousin, he lives now in Malaysia. He was in Sri Lanka before that, and he's a chief technology officer, and he looks so unfriendly. And I'm like, he's like one of the friendliest people, and luckily he's changed his picture. And have a light colored background because it just appears better on digital surfaces. And then make sure you'd wear what you'd wear to work. So if you're after a corporate job, you dress more formally. Also, I was just looking at some LinkedIn videos last night, and with the integration of AI, artificial intelligence. So I have a premium account on LinkedIn, but 95% of the features I'm sharing with you today, you can do with a free account. But what LinkedIn does is when they integrate new features, they like to test it out with different groups of members. And they were testing out AI, they had integrated it. I didn't really like that feature, but I have used ChatGPT and I copied and pasted my LinkedIn profile to see if ChatGPT had any recommendations. And my advice to you as a job seeker is definitely check it out for your resumes, for your cover letters, for LinkedIn. And what you can even do is copy a job description into ChatGPT with your resume. And I even ask ChatGPT to compare the two. You can even ask ChatGPT to help you with a cover letter, and it will generate it in seconds. My caution to you, though, is if you're going to use AI like that, don't include any identifying information, any personal information like your name, your phone number, your address, even your email address. I wouldn't recommend putting in ChatGPT, but definitely what I do is if you are going to engage with ChatGPT is make sure that what it generates is accurate and detailed enough. So make sure that you always check what ChatGPT generates, that it's accurate and that it's deep enough, it's rich enough in content. Because I find it comes out with very generic descriptions of things, but it is useful for some language. So that's the picture. I'm going to put some URLs in the link, some websites, and I'd like you to take a look at them when you get a chance. And I'll explain what each of them are as I'm going through the presentation. Here we go. So the first one I've put in the chat is Canva.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sashi, I just think you have to switch it to everyone instead of hosts and panelists.
oh, sorry. Am I chatting to just you? Sorry. I'll fix it in the chat in a second. Thanks, Heather. Oh, I just put it, to hosts and everyone. I'm just chatting the hosts. Thanks. I'm doing it too quickly. I appreciate it. So the first link I put in the chat is canva.com. And basically it's a photo editing tool. And what I did was I went into Canva and I created this background. So in 2017, LinkedIn changed its platform to look more like Facebook. And what we now have is the option of creating a background image that is consistent with your brand. And what I did was I went into canva.com, and what I typed in the search bar was free LinkedIn banner. And honestly, it took me maybe 15 minutes to pump out what I have on my profile right now. So you've got all of these free different banners. You can pay for a banner if you wanted to. And I just changed the color. I added some overlay text of keywords that are really relevant to the job that I'm in. So that's what I suggest you do. That's super easy. I also posted in the chat pixabay.com, unsplash.com, pexels.com. And what those websites are places where you can get open source photos. So if you wanted to import your own unique picture or take a picture yourself, you can import it into Canva and then overlay text if you wanted to. The other website I put in the chat is remove.bg. if you wanted to remove your background, let's say you go to a conference and you have all these people behind you, you can go to remove.bg and remove that extra clutter behind you. And then you could change the color if you wanted to as well. In addition, I also added a website so that you can insert Unicode symbols into your LinkedIn profile. Instead of that round, boring black bullet, the dot, the circle, you can insert, and I wouldn't go crazy with this. I've recommended this to some people and they go nuts. Just insert a few. It just creates for a more visually appealing profile. And I'll show you where I used some of these Unicode symbols, is I used them in my headline. So this is the LinkedIn headline here. But first, what I'm going to do for 1 second is stop sharing and then share again, but I'm going to share with sound and I'll show you a few things. So this is where I recorded the pronunciation of my name, and I'm going to cringe while I hear my voice. So that's me pronouncing my name, and I suggest you do that. You can only do that on your phone. Highly recommend you do that. What else I've done, and LinkedIn has started to remove this feature, and you can only record this on your phone. And I recorded a previous ICTC staff person. Sorry, her name's Victoria Lennon. And you have 30 seconds to make a pitch on LinkedIn. And like I said, they're starting to remove this feature, but if you wanted to check it out, please do. And I recorded Victoria, and here you go.
Hi, I'm Victoria Lennon. My 50-year career journey is focused on coaching and mentoring clients to enable them to showcase their full potential. I've accumulated a wide array of tools in my toolkit and utilize a holistic and integrative approach. In this world of uncertainty and disruption, I model what it takes to be resilient, as I've made many career pivots in my life. Please feel free to connect with me.
30-second pitch. And I did that originally. And I don't like appearing on video at all. So I was like, ugh, I don't like this. What else can I do? So instead, what I did was I went to vimeo.com, and I swear this only took like 35 minutes to do. And most of it, the time I spent doing it was to find still images. And I'll show you what my video looks like. 30 seconds goes by quickly. I don't like appearing on video. I took honestly 35 minutes, and I did it on a website called, I did it on my phone through vimeo.com. So you might want to look at doing a video. I've had so many people comment on that video. So people have reached out to me because of just that video. So something for you to consider. It's not a must-have. It's just a nice to have if you're interested. Excuse me. So I had said that the pencil icon is where you can amend and edit your profile. So we talked about the importance of having a clear profile picture. You're smiling. We talked about the background image, recording your name. Now I'm going to talk to you about the LinkedIn headline. It's similar if you have a resume headline, it's like on a newspaper, it appears across the page. So this is where you capture your value proposition. I've chosen to do it with keywords, and you can even ask ChatGPT for keywords. You can copy and paste a few job descriptions into ChatGPT, or you can use a website called tagcrowd.com. Copy, let's say you want a software developer job, like Heather was referring to in Calgary. Maybe one job is with Calgary Economic Development, maybe one's with Blackline Safety, maybe one's with Suncor Energy. You can copy and paste those similar job descriptions into ChatGPT or tagcrowd.com, and it Tag Crowd, what Tag Crowd does is it creates a word cloud of the most frequently used phrases, and you can incorporate that language as truthfully as possible for you into your LinkedIn, into your resume, when you're networking, when you're interviewing, because those are the words that are going to matter to your future audience. So when I'm talking to you today about this LinkedIn profile, I want you to always consider who your future audience is, because you need to appeal to what they're seeking. So I told you I used Unicode symbols. These are the arrows I used. And I have, you can read what I have, community builder, etc. So you can decide to use key phrases like this, or you can have a more sales pitch. You can say top graphic designer makes all your promotional needs come true, or pulls customers to you like a magnet. You can have it sales, like gimmicky like that, or you can decide to put more job competencies, job ready skills. Or you could say data center technician by day / photographer by night, if you wanted to include your side gig. But whatever you decide to do, make sure that you include keywords throughout your profile. And this is critical. LinkedIn has recognized the importance of this profile and has bumped up the number of characters. So you can have 200 characters here now. They've bumped it up. So when you're writing your resume, when you're writing your LinkedIn profile, the critical thing to remember is you're trying to top end load, front end load, left end load critical pieces of information, because you're trying to hook someone's interest, grab their attention. And if you don't grab it right away, they'll ditch it and go on to the next one. So that's why it's critical to have the right wording in your headline and on your resume, top end load critical content. I'm going to scroll down to the About section. And actually, we talked about ChatGPT, and honestly, AI, it's exciting and scary at the same time. You can take your own LinkedIn profile picture. You can use the self timer on your cell phone, get someone in your friend network or your family member to take the picture. You don't have to hire a photographer. But now, using AI, you can actually generate a profile picture. You can even be wearing a t-shirt and jeans and ask AI to put you in a suit. Just throwing it out there. It's not that I'm endorsing it, but it's what people are doing these days. It does look a little bit fake, so I do caution you that way, but it's an option for you if you wanted to use AI. You can also upload 10 different pictures of yourself and upload a picture of someone in a suit and ask AI to create a profile picture for you. Again, I'm just offering that because that's what people are doing. In the About section, what I find the general rule of advice now is that it's really important for you to tell a story about who you are as a candidate. So a holistic story. And I find with newcomers, the clients we work with, they only focus on the technical skills. They focus on Java, Python, Ruby on Rails. But it's critical that you also incorporate soft skills. Some employers in Calgary anyway are saying soft skills are just as important and sometimes more important than technical skills. One recruiter told me that she hires for tech skills, she fires because of soft skills. So definitely don't just focus on the tech skills, focus on the soft skills as well. Write in first person. So I'm not saying Sashi is a community builder. I'm saying I am, because it sounds, first of all, more natural. And secondly, I'm representing myself. When you get a job in Canada, you're often asked to send your employer your bio. That way you can send it in third person because someone else is saying Heather is like that. But because you're the only one controlling your LinkedIn profile, write in first person, I and my. talk about your unique qualifications, your, some skills, your interests, what industries are you interested in. I don't go too personal, but I know some people, one person I was helping, he was, when I worked for the University of Victoria in BC, he was one of our MBA grads. We came up for his cover letter. This is very similar to your cover letter. The first sentence is, being average is not an option for me. Everything I do, I strive for excellence. And so then he built out the story after that. You could also say something like, if this is true, climbing Mount Everest at the age of 21 fundamentally changed the course of my life, something like that. Or a lot of you will fall into this category, having worked in 2 continents, 5 countries. I bring with me a global mindset. I would push the global mindset because that's how you're going to edge out the Canadian born competition. Because that's what I find a lot with newcomers. You don't leverage and celebrate that the fact that you've got a broader perspective of the world, you've got rich experience you can only get from living and adapting to another culture. That will matter to any employer in any job. So make sure you really capitalize on that, because it shows you're diverse, you're inclusive, you're flexible, you're adaptable. It's got all those rich underlying foundational skills. But what else you're trying to do in this section is address, what problems can you solve? Because we're all scanners. Remember, when you're writing your resume, when you're writing your LinkedIn profile, people don't have time to read a lot of content. LinkedIn has bumped out the number of characters in this section. I think it's around 2,200 plus characters, depending on your membership. But what you want to do is tell that story, appear more personable. What I've also done in my LinkedIn profile, I'll zoom in a bit, is I've got this bulleted list. So again, what it does is it makes me more marketable. I was invited last year to 3 job interviews. I didn't apply for the jobs, but I was passively found by a recruiter based on how I filled out my profile. And I'd like that to happen to all of you as well. And speaking about that, I'm jumping back. I'm going to jump all around. I hope you don't get dizzy. I'm going to jump back up to this section here. And please look at these sections in more detail. But what you can do is you can have open to work. And right now, let's say you're working right now and you don't want your employer knowing that you're looking for work. So then what I can do is I can have it visible to only recruiters. That means my company, Heather, my colleague, won't know I'm looking for a job. If you decide to broadcast it to everybody that you're looking for a job, which is definitely your decision, you'll have hashtag this green frame that says hashtag open to work. So, and you can qualify what kinds of jobs you're looking for, and LinkedIn will help you. The more detailed you are with disclosing to LinkedIn what you're looking for, the easier it is for them to help prompt you with adding new skills and adding different sections for each of these areas in LinkedIn. You cannot change the order in which the sections appear on your profile. Sometimes you can reorder content within the section though. But that was just my about section. What I'd also suggest you do is have a call to action. So if Heather wanted to, she could say, interested in discussing anything related to cybersecurity, email me at, and she could put her email address. I used to have a call to action, but then too many people were asking me to look at their LinkedIn profiles, and I just don't have capacity, or their resumes. Too many strangers. I was going to say strange people, strangers, people I don't know. So I just couldn't handle that load, but you could have a call to action. I don't recommend you attaching your resume to your LinkedIn profile for several reasons. First off, it's going to change for every job you apply for. Secondly, I wouldn't have your phone number or anything like that on LinkedIn. Please don't put your birth date on LinkedIn. I wouldn't recommend that, but just an email address is fine if you're comfortable with that. So that's this profile section. Make sure, it captures, you're always thinking of your future audience, not just the skills that you've received, that you've accumulated up until now. The next category, because we're moving quickly, is experience. So on a resume, typically a 1 or 2 page resume is standard in Canada. It depends on the employer. It depends on the industry. You can make an argument if you're after a C-level, C-suite level job, like a CEO, CFO, a chief job, you could argue for a longer resume. Some industries, like some consulting firms, some banks prefer 1-page resume, but typically on a 2-page resume, you go back the last 10 jobs or the last 5 jobs or the last 10 years, last 5 jobs or last 10 years, whatever comes first. And again, that's just a rule of thumb. On LinkedIn, you can go back a little bit further. I wouldn't go back more than 15 years. And what you're trying to do, you're not trying to repeat what's on your resume because that's your resume. This is not a resume. So what the advice is on LinkedIn is you have a couple of sentences you can write in first person, unlike your resume, where you do not use I and my on your resume. You can write in first person on LinkedIn. So I have a couple of sentences just to pique the reader's interest. And I've gone back, it's getting a little bit old, 2006. I've got to change it soon. I got to delete that last job soon. And then what LinkedIn also does is allows you to incorporate rich media. So I can incorporate a blog post. These are some blog posts I contributed to. I can attach websites if it's not proprietary. You could add a slide deck presentation. It just creates for a more visually appealing and a little bit more interactive profile if you do that. So again, last 15 years max, if your company that you're referring to has presence on LinkedIn, then their logo and their page will be attached. And how you add anything to LinkedIn is with this plus, and you can edit with the pencil. We talked earlier, and education. Typically, the education section, just like on your resume, is for degrees and diplomas in progress or completed. If you're in a very significant like upskilling program or something like that, where it's going to help you pivot, it's substantial, maybe it's 6 months long, 9 months long, you could add it under here. You could add the program under education. But I wanted to show you, I warned you I was going to jump around a lot. Here, LinkedIn, I told you, has acknowledged the fact that people have different circumstances, especially because of the pandemic. So what they did under the experience section used to be just for paid work. Now they've added career break, which is very interesting. So you can include bereavement. If you are taking care of an elderly parent, you can add it here, a gap year, if you took time off after completing your degree, retirement. So please look at that. What they've also added is full-time parenting. So if you were a stay-at-home parent, you can add that now to LinkedIn. So under employment type, if you've got your own business, if you were a caregiver, you've got so many different options now, which is very good. It's just much more inclusive. Whether you decide to disclose if you were a caregiver for your children, let's say you were a stay-at-home mom for 8 years and you were out of the traditional workforce, it's up to you whether you disclose it on LinkedIn or not. It's a risk either way, but it's such a personal decision. I'm just showing you that that's an option. I see we only have like 5 minutes, so I'm going to rush. Even I know I'm rushing the whole way through, and I'm going to just give you random things. I showed you on your LinkedIn app how you can pull up the QR code. Anywhere on this page, anywhere I click, if I right click, I can create a QR code. So I'm right clicking here. Look, I can copy and download it. If I wanted to attach it to my email signature, some people might want to attach it to their resume. Right click anywhere on this page, and then I can create the QR code and copy and paste it. Just thought I'd show you that. Volunteering is really important. It shows that you're well-rounded as a candidate. And I'm just going to show you one more thing here. You can reorder content in only some sections, like in certificates, you cannot reorder the content. If you see this up and down arrow, you can reorder. This is called a hamburger. I don't know why it's called a hamburger, but you can reorder with these lines here. I can decide to reprioritize content depending on who I wanted to showcase it to. And then licenses and certifications go here. You cannot reorder here in this section. You can show the credential. I highly recommend you take some learning, Coursera, Udemy, LinkedIn Learning, to show a 2023 on your profile is important. And you can integrate the credential here and make sure you do that. It's a really good idea. And then going fast here, sorry. The skills section is very important. You have the ability to showcase up to 50 skills. And the skills are categorized into industry knowledge and interpersonal skills. And what I do is try and balance them. And as you start to complete your profile, LinkedIn will come up with suggestions based on how you've uploaded, how you've input information until now. So LinkedIn will come up with suggestions. That's part of what you need to do in this skill section. Speak to your future audience, not just everything that you've accumulated to date. Think of the kinds of jobs that you want to apply for, and make sure you give preference to the top 3 skills, because people have to click see more to see the rest. So those top 3 skills have got to capture what you want to do in the future. And again, you reorder with this hamburger, these lines here. That's part of what you want to do, is to identify the skills to begin with. And then the other part of what you're trying to do, I'll go to Victoria's profile, she won't mind, is you need to get endorsements. And an endorsement is like, let's say I'm looking for a Vietnamese restaurant in Calgary. And what I'll do is I'll Google Vietnamese restaurant Calgary, and I'll see the ratings, the star ratings that people have given on Google Review or whatever, TripAdvisor. I want to go to the best Vietnamese restaurant possible. That's what you're doing with endorsements, is you're getting validated that you have those skills with people in your network. So for example, I've endorsed Victoria for these skills, and it'll put a check mark beside the skills. And you can ask people for endorsements. And it's an easy way for you, if you're just starting out on LinkedIn, to spread the love. My philosophy is that givers get. The more you give, the more you will receive, hands down. And that's my approach to LinkedIn. I'm not always thinking about what I can take and what I can benefit from. So that's a light touch, is to get an endorsement. A more in-depth touch is to get a recommendation. And that's like a short referral. And that's what falls below here. And some recruiters, they will say, they look at how many recommendations you've received, but they will also see how many you've given to make sure that you're not just a taker. And again, how you do that is I can go to someone in my network, and this is a previous colleague at ICTC, and I can recommend her this way. I can go to her profile, click on the more, and then click on recommend. Lastly, I'll just wrap up if I could just have 2 more minutes. Sorry. And I'm losing my voice, so sorry. Just 2 more minutes and talk to you quickly about the toolbar on LinkedIn. So part of what you're trying to do on LinkedIn is appear to have a solid profile. And LinkedIn will prompt you with suggestions on how to complete your profile as much as possible. The other part of what you're trying to do is think of LinkedIn as the largest org chart in the world. So if you're interested, for example, in working at Deloitte, make sure you follow Deloitte. In my previous job, I did a lot of business development, and I went to Toronto with my boss, and Canadian Tire's head office is in Toronto. And the senior recruiter said she won't invite a candidate for an interview if they're not being followed on LinkedIn. So make sure you follow Deloitte, and also check out on the right-hand column here, people also viewed. So Deloitte's competitors, KPMG, EY, Ernst & Young, PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Accenture, Google, Amazon. And not only that, you can find out people who work at Deloitte. You can refine the search with the location. I can even drill down further into, what people work at Deloitte and who live in Calgary, for example. You can also join groups. So let's say I was interested in data analysis. And I can type that into I like LinkedIn to do all the work for me. So sorry, I have to reset this. Data analysis, and I can look at groups. Groups are created by LinkedIn members, and often there's a moderator to the group. Some groups are closed groups. Some groups you can just join. But I can refine this group as well by location. But I want to join. This is how you quickly join, find your new tribe of people, is by joining groups and connecting with strangers, and always personalize the request. Always. So you can say, Heather, fantastic presentation today. Would love to learn more about ICTC. Can we connect? Because Heather presents to a lot of people. She has lots of external stakeholders she's connected with, as do I. So always have that personalized request, and you will bump up the chances of someone accepting that request. And this is how you can go through the back door if you have a free basic account, is you find someone on LinkedIn. I was going to look at Justin Trudeau, but I'm going to look up Arlene Dickinson. She's a famous entrepreneur. But you can look her up, and I didn't, sorry, I'm going to misspell her name. Look her up and see what groups she's joined. Join the same group, and then you can direct message that person through the group. So you don't have to have an in-mail credit that only comes with a paid account. Unfortunately, if you, I will connect with you if you do send me a personal LinkedIn request, but unfortunately, I don't have time to give feedback to everybody who connects with me on their profile, but feel free to connect on LinkedIn, and hopefully that's teased you to get more interested in the platform. Thank you. Do we go to questions, Heather? Jay?
Yes, we go to questions. We don't have tons of time, but that's okay, because you've been so welcoming for our friends, whether in Canada or in Alberta, or soon coming to Canada, to connect with yourself and Heather on LinkedIn or through some of the resources that Heather have shared. But Sashi, yeah, Rashida asks about the educational sector in Alberta. So it seems that Rashida, I don't know if Rashida is a future Canadian or a landed newcomer, but Rashida seems to be in an educational professional or in the educational field. Any advice as to any resources or how someone can do their own research as to teaching or private sector tutoring roles in Alberta?
Do you want to go ahead, Heather, or?
Feel free to take that, Sashi.
Okay, yeah. What I would suggest, Rashida, is definitely start understanding what the landscape is. So going to a website like Calgary Economic Development, live, love, life, live tech, anyway, it's if you Google Calgary Economic Development, they've got a ton of free resources, understanding where you want to move, and then like Jay had mentioned, volunteering is such a great way to not only pay it forward, but you can keep your skills active and show that you've got current experience on your resume. And often employers can overlook work experience gaps if they see that you've got volunteer experience. So definitely, and joining groups is a great way for you to get connected to the community that you want to work in.
Thank you for mentioning Calgary Economic Development, whom was a partner to ours to the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo this spring, for example. We have a nice relationship with them. Also, in terms of volunteering or tipping your toes into the labor market, there's also Immigrant Services Calgary that Sashi and Heather may know, whom we know. And
Yes.
we've even collaborated with on projects off and on in the past few years, because some projects are national in scope or even global in scope. I mentioned Immigrant Services Calgary because I know they have a very impressive, it's like a social enterprise almost. It's a translation service, and they offer services to their B2B clients, but it's a way for their B2C clients, meaning newcomers, that to get employment, to work on, for example, translating technical documents into Tamil or Mandarin or whatever. So Sashi or even myself, I can attempt to put that into the chat function. Immigrant Services Calgary is there.
Yeah, I
Rashida.
used to volunteer at Immigrant Services Calgary, and I volunteered for Calgary Catholic Immigrant Services, and I also added Center for Newcomers. So those three organizations are very helpful. They have a lot of free resources for newcomers. Calgary Economic Development was a partner of ours in a program called Edge Up, so we work quite closely with them as well.
Well, thank you for sharing those resources, Sashi, and the last resources regarding Calgary. Very interesting and very valuable overview as to LinkedIn. I literally was off camera and updating, following Sashi and cleaning my own LinkedIn profile. Literally, I just did that. My point is that it is very relevant to newcomers. Or what if you're a future newcomer and you're in India right now, yet you have your Canadian PR status? Because I know people like that reach out to me or reach out to Sashi, for example, and that's not evident on your LinkedIn profile, actually. It says, yes, that you currently work for such and such company in Delhi or wherever, but if your goal, like Sashi said, structure your LinkedIn profile for the future as well, not just the past, particularly if you're a future Canadian, also structure it for the future. So meaning if you're, especially some of you, if you're a provincial nominee program, like if you know where you're going, like you must go to Saskatchewan, for example, well, I would say, hi, my name is Sarah. I'm in Delhi. I'm this type of supply chain professional. I currently have my Canadian PR status. I'm landing in Saskatchewan in February 2024. I want to connect with these types of employers. So and the career break aspect of LinkedIn, I actually used myself last year. I lost a role through no fault of my own. It was a global project. I was supposed to go to China, but China had COVID forever. And I chose to take a career break because I fortunately was in a space where I could do so. So I was not unemployed necessarily. I was choosing to upskill and choosing to actually spend time with my family. So very good point as to using LinkedIn resources to better paint a picture as to whom you are, but also where you hope to go.
Jay,
So
you brought up a really good point. Sorry, there's so many good points you brought up, but the resume is more fixed. It's to document what you've already done or what's in progress. The cover letter and LinkedIn, you can incorporate more what you wish to have, what you hope to have, like Jay said. Just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Just wanted to mention that, but the conversation can continue with Heather or Sashi, perhaps later today at the ICTC booth within the Expo, or if not, Sashi and Heather have welcomed you to connect with themselves on LinkedIn, and as well as Rashida and some other persons landing perhaps in Calgary, the metropolitan area, or Alberta, we have some resources shared in the chat function. So with that, I'll let Sashi have final words because we will soon be joined by Andrea Palacios of Eco Canada as we hear out ESG principles and hiring are certainly a component of the workforce moving forward. So Sashi, Heather, thank you so much for your time. Great having you. And Sashi, final words on behalf of yourself and Heather and ICTC Alberta to our friends.
On behalf of Heather and I, I'd just like to thank you all. And some people are already sending QR codes and LinkedIn requests, which I've never seen. Good job. All the best to you. What a talented bunch of people. My word of advice is do not underestimate your value, and Canada needs you.
Thank you, Sashi. Thank you, Heather. Everyone will take a quick 1-minute break and we'll see you soon with Andrea Palacios of Eco Canada. Bye.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, everyone.
Unlock the door for your bright future, presenting the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, just for you. This is your chance to access a national event, connecting you to job opportunities from coast to coast. Your dream job might be just a click away. Say goodbye to long waiting times. At the National Virtual Career Expo,
Okay, that was a quick break because it's a little bit after 2 here in Ottawa. Andrea, good afternoon. Where are you in Canada, Andrea?
I'm in Calgary.
In Calgary. So
Yes.
it's just barely the afternoon, 12:03 p.m. Is that correct?
12:03, yes, that's right.
So pleased to have Andrea Palacios of Eco Canada join us. You know, I think we've all heard not recently, just generally speaking, we're all cognizant of climate change and all of our commitments as consumers to the climate, but also employers and employees. A lot of employees, for example, I read the other day, are curious as to the potential employer's commitment to ESG principles, for example, or their carbon footprint, for example. So that's becoming a concern or an interest of some job seekers when they're entering the labor market. I'm mentioning this because Eco Canada is the steward of Canadian environmental workforce across all industries. As well, Eco Canada facilitates jobs and workforce strategies, including career pathways, which is of course very relevant to the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo, and as well, Andrea Palacios herself as a subject matter expert. So we welcome Andrea here. And as you know, but I'll just repeat for everyone's benefit, this is a live and interactive event. And as Andrea walks through her presentation today, feel free to put comments in the chat function and question if you want to know a little bit more about something that Andrea has presented, and we will attempt to address it in the question and answer period. So with that, I'll ask my colleague off camera to bring up Andrea's. Now, is it Andrea or Andrea?
Andrea.
Andrea.
Yes.
Okay. And Andrea's PPT. And Andrea, we've given you control. I just want to make sure that if you put your cursor there and move your slide with the keyboard or however you so fit, make sure that you have control before I log on.
I do have control.
You do have control, so we're all set. We're so pleased to have you here. Thank you for your partnership. This is, of course, a very relevant conversation, the intersection of the environment to the labor market. Very relevant. Andrea, take it away, please.
All right, thank you so much. So welcome everyone to our webinar today. I'll share our programs and training opportunities at ECO Canada. My name is Andrea Palacios. I am the project manager of the EFTT program. ECO Canada and myself would like to recognize today and every day the land we're on. ECO Canada's commitment to reconciliation starts with acknowledging our honor and privilege to live and work within the Treaty 7 territory. ECO Canada acknowledges the traditional territories and oral practices of these nations. At ECO Canada, our role is that of stewards for the Canadian environmental workforce across all industries. We facilitate everything from generating jobs and financing wages to education and labor market studies. Our focus is on every phase of the career pathway for environmental professionals. Our objective is to stimulate and guide eco-friendly, sustainable economic expansion while maintaining environmental best practices as paramount concern. We confront conventional wisdom by operating beyond the traditional activist mindset. We collaborate with governmental bodies, policymakers, educational institutions, learners, employers, experts, industry sectors, and global audiences to affirm Canada's position as world frontrunner in pioneering workforce strategies and job creation. We continue to be preferred reference for the environmental labor market. Our research offers unparalleled data and interpretation on economic and labor patterns that highlight occupational voids within the industry. Let's explore the role of environmental work and its impact on the Canadian job market through these statistics. Environmental employment is expected to increase to 764,340 workers by the year of 2025. By 2025, 1 in 25 workers will be in a green job. Over 30% of environmental job openings in 2025 will be professional and technical services. These statistics not only demonstrate the increasing demand for environmental workers, but also emphasizes the diverse range of opportunities within the sector. Oops, sorry. Today, we'll discuss our wage funding programs, connecting environmental organizations with talented early career professionals for work experience and skill development. Employers partnering with us enjoy several benefits, including increasing their work capacity, gaining access to talented young individuals with fresh ideas and skills, improving employee retention rates, reducing the costs associated with staff training, strengthening overall business operations, and contributing to the growth of a new generation of qualified environmental workers. Our focus is on strengthening Canada's environmental workforce through eco-employment programs benefiting both employers and various stakeholders. Let's explore each of the programs. The Nature-Based Climate Solutions Program provides training and funding for workers transitioning from the natural resource sector to nature-based climate solutions employment, including roles in coastal restoration, forestry, and mining related to climate adaptation, watershed restoration, drought, resiliency, and more. However, please note that we are not currently accepting applications for this program as it is now closed. I will explain a little bit more about the different requirements for both employers and participants for all of our programs. Have almost the same eligibility requirements, but there's some distance. Some of the programs have some differences, which I will point out as I go through each of the programs. So for Canadians, for the candidates, must be Canadian citizen, permanent resident, or have refugee status and be legally able to work in Canada. Host employers must be Canadian-owned or Canadian subsidiary. I'll point out, like I said before, each of the different specific for each program as I go through them. The Student Work Placement Program, also known as the Co-op program, partners with post-secondary institutions and aims to help students find work placements within their field of study. We cover 50% of the students' wages, up to $5,000. The program focuses on positions on STEM and business. The student must be hired for a minimum of 6 weeks to a maximum of 16 weeks. We do follow the university calendar, so we do offer 3 sessions in a year. During the time, the student must work a minimum of 180 hours. So for example, if they're hired for the full time of 16 weeks, this works out to be about 12 hours per week. The student do not have to be part of their university official co-op program to qualify for our program. There is no age limit for this program, and we do accept master's and PhD students. This program does not offer any training funds. International students are not eligible for the program. The students must be currently enrolled in a Canadian post-secondary institution, and the placement must align or benefit their education. The program is open to businesses of all sizes, with the exceptions of municipalities, governments, and post-secondary institutions. Next, we have the Apprenticeship Service Program. This program provides a financial incentive to employers and aids in removing limitations and challenges when hiring first-year apprentices in select Red Seal trades. It provides the opportunity to help train and shape a diverse workforce. You can check our website at eco.ca to find out the list of eligible Red Seal trades. Employers are eligible to receive $5,000 when hiring first-year apprentice, and $10,000 if that apprentice is from an equity in the serving group. The placement duration can range from 3 to 12 months, and the program does not provide training funds. Candidates must be first-year apprentice, be new to the organization, and have an active apprenticeship agreement. There is no age restriction for this program. Finally, it is important to mention that this program is exclusively available to small to medium-sized enterprises with fewer than 500 employees. Our next program is Environmental Job Growth Program. This program helps develop and diversify Canada's environmental workforce across all industries. The program provides assistance in onboarding and developing talent to help accelerate clean economic growth. The program welcomes job seekers looking to enter or advance their careers in the green economy. We cover 50% of candidates' wages up to $15,000, or 50% up to $18,750 for equity-deserving candidates. The program focuses on the battery supply chain, climate change adaptation, or mitigation sectors. The placement must be between 6 and 12 months long, and the program focuses on hiring equity-deserving candidates. There is no post-secondary education requirement. We offer training funds for this program. We'll cover 100% up to $5,000 for eligible training and wraparound services. There is no age restriction, and it is open to all job seekers from all experience levels with no environmental experience and in all environmental careers. The program is open for profit and non-profit organizations, municipalities, provincial and territorial governments, institutions, agencies, crown corporations, and indigenous organizations. Employer must provide a new full-time or part-time position. Next, the Environmental Foreign Talent Development Program, or EFTD, assists newcomers to Canada in finding employment that aligns with their international experience and education from abroad. We cover 75% of their wages up to $15,000. The position must be environmental and be between 3 to 6 months in length, The program benefits both employers by reducing overhead costs and building a talent pool, while also maximizing participants' chances of securing meaningful employment. The program offers training the program offers training to all approved participants. This is the only program that accepts candidates with an open, valid work permit. The candidate needs to have international environmental work experience and have graduated from a recognized international post-secondary institution. The employer must be hiring for an environmental role and offer a full-time role with the intention of offering a permanent position. Next, we have the Youth in Natural Resources program, which provides training and funding for young professionals to help them transition into the workforce, gaining experience in the natural resource sector. We cover 75% of their wages, up to $18,000, or up to $30,000 when hiring an equity-deserving candidate. This program focuses on STEM-related jobs in the natural resource sector. The placement must be full-time role and between 6 to 12 months long. Natural resources sectors that qualified include energy, forest, mining, minerals and metals, earth science, and support sectors. Training funds included for this program cover 75% up to a maximum of $4,500. Candidates must be 30 years old or under. So this is one of those programs that have an age limit. So the candidate has to be 30 years or under. This program is open to business of all sizes, including municipal governments, provincial or territorial government departments, and indigenous organizations. Next, we have the Environmental Employability Pathways Program, designed to assist youth aged 15 to 30 in navigating the labor market and securing permanent positions. We provide 50% wage coverage up to $12,000 with the potential for additional $2,000 for participant support. The placement must be in selected eligible environmental sectors that last between 6 to 12 months and be a full-time or part-time placement. The program is part of Canada's Youth Employment Skills Strategy program. The employer must provide a new permanent position, and there is training funds available for the program. We cover 50% up to $2,000. And like I said before, candidates must be between 15 and 30 years old. The employer must be a small to medium size. Our final program is the Science Horizon Youth Internship Program. It offers training and funding opportunities for young professionals with post-secondary education who are looking to transition into or gain experience in the environmental sector, with primary focus on STEM. We cover 80% up to $25,000. Placement must be environmental STEM-related positions and last between 6 to 12 months. The program helps young professionals enter the workforce and gain experience in the environmental sector. The program covers up to $5,000 for training, separate from the $25,000 maximum that we offer for wages. Candidates must be 30 years and under and hold a post-secondary graduate degree. The employer must provide a new full-time permanent position. The program is open to businesses of all sizes, including municipal governments, provincial or territorial government departments, and indigenous organizations. Application timelines. I'll explain a little bit how the process works so you guys have an idea what you need to do if you are interested in applying for one of our programs. First, submit an application to the appropriate program and allow 10 business days for the review, so when you'll get an answer from us. Second is the status updates. After submission, you'll receive one of the following updates. Pre-approved, it means you are approved for funding. Pending means we need additional information from you. You can check your email or log into your account for the details. If declined, we'll provide a reason for your reference. Third, confirmed candidate. Once pre-approved, employers have 30 days to confirm their candidate's name and start date by emailing us at pathways@eco.ca. Contracts. Remember, funding isn't confirmed until contracts are complete. After we confirm your match, you will receive contracts via DocuSign. All parties have 15 days to complete all of this. And fifth, onboarding. Your match is complete and your funding is confirmed. Now it's time to attend an onboarding session. This will provide you with valuable insights into the next steps throughout the program. As a host employer, you'll have several responsibilities. Complete contracts via DocuSign within 15 days. Submit interns pay stub no later than 10 days after the report is due. Participate in monitoring calls or site visits, which will be conducted by your regional coordinator. Respond to follow-ups from your regional coordinator. And lastly, complete host reports, which are available 2 weeks before the due date and must be completed within 10 days. Please note that for backdated placements, there won't be any reminder for those overdue reports. Responsibilities for program participants. First, complete contracts via DocuSign. Contracts will be sent to your employer first, and once they're signed, they will be forwarded to the participant. Intern reports, which are available 2 weeks before the due date and should be completed within 10 days. Third, participate in monitoring calls or site visits. And lastly, respond to follow-ups from your regional coordinator. Now that we're familiar with the various programs, it is important to note that your support from ECO Canada doesn't stop after matching you with a candidate or a host. We're committed to supporting your career and business development at every stage of your journey. To further this commitment, let's explore some of the training opportunities available with ECO Canada. On-demand training. Our on-demand training courses offer essential soft skills, including professional communication, technical writing, and project management, offering flexibility and affordability to fit your schedule. We do have webinars. Our webinars hosted by subject matter experts provide insight into current environmental trends and topics. These 1 to 2 hour sessions are ideal for busy professionals. Workshops. ECO Canada offers workshops like report writing, grant writing, and becoming a great reader. Those workshops provide a unique opportunity to learn directly from subject matter experts and network with fellow professionals. Events. ECO Canada hosts events like Eco Impact, our flagship event held every year. These offer valuable professional development opportunities with various workshops and webinars. Training is essential for career growth and success. It comes in various formats such as workshops, self-paced online courses, webinars, and conferences. Training can be categorized into 2 main areas: soft skills development, which provides versatile skills for any career path, and technical writing, crucial for job success. Emphasizing both types of training is essential in today's dynamic job market. Now, let's explore one of our core offerings at ECO Canada, the EP certification. Environmental professionals, or EPs, are the next wave of change makers in the shift to a sustainable Canadian economy. This is the only national recognized designation for environmental practitioners with specialized knowledge. The EP designation is designed to complement other professional designations with the aim of becoming a provincially recognized signatory. We're working with provinces and territories across Canada to achieve this. We have 3 levels of EP certification for individuals: the EP Environmental Professional, the EPA Environmental Professional Auditor, and the EPT Environmental Professional in Training. We also have the Environmental Professional Employer. Here are a couple of quotes from some of our EPs who have first-hand experience with the EP and EPT designation and its impact on their careers. Their story reflects the value and opportunities that come with this certification. I would like to wrap up with some key statistics about our environmental professionals. As you can see in the member demographic chart here in the middle, 40% of our members hold a bachelor's degree or certificate. Intermediate salaries average approximately $73,000. The age group ranging from 41 to 54 years old represents 81% of our members, and 80% of our members are in full-time employment. In 2022, we welcomed 457 new members, and the top 5 specializations include environmental manager, site assessments and reclamation, natural resource management, health and safety, and water quality. Lastly, mark your calendars for our flagship event, Eco Impact, scheduled for February 2024. For more information about this event, please visit our website at ecoimpact.ca. Oh, sorry. I don't know what I did, but thank you for your time and attention today. I believe we have some time available for any questions that you may have. And if you have any further questions after the session is over, you can always reach out via email at pathways@eco.ca. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for the really informative presentation. And we touched upon a lot of different aspects of the resources available to someone who would like to pursue a career that's environmentally conscious. Prior to that, we also explored the many different resources or grants funding that's available to either employers and potential employees. So as Andrea said, now is the time to dig a little bit further into some aspects of the presentation that we might want to learn more about. We can send our questions and comments in the chat function. So please go ahead and do that. So one thing that may come up, and I've written a note here, because Andrea, we have groups of persons who are in Canada already, newcomers. We have some overseas friends at the moment joining us today. So going back to, so the Environmental Foreign Talent Development Program was the only one that was open to work permit holders. So it's an eligibility question. So, I mean, most of your subsidies available to talent through Eco Canada, because they're government funded primarily. I saw a lot of ESDC funding there. Means, well, taxpayer funded, so they need to be Canadian citizens or PR. But for some persons that are open work permit holders, you're able to service them to a certain extent.
Yes, and that is why only the EFTD program, or the Environmental Foreign Talent Development Program, is the only one that we have right now that we can offer services to those holding a valid open work permit.
Yeah, you still have control of your PPT? Can we go back to the slide or slides in which, because you have a few different programs.
Yes. Let's see. Were you want me to go to a specific one or just go back to the?
Well, I just know we had someone in the audience that has their work permit status.
Right.
So I wanted to support that type of profile and question.
Yes, this is the one.
So these programs are to benefit the employer through subsidizing the hiring of eco-conscious talent or talent going into eco-related roles. Is that right?
That is correct. So it's environmental roles, environmental related roles. So that is what we offer support for companies that have that specific type of roles, and then matching with participants that have the education or the experience, or that they want to transition into that field as well.
good point mentioning transition, because sometimes we get questions about career transition. So can you think off the top of your head, or I mean, what percentage of your job seeker clients are using your programs to transition or to pivot into,
Yeah, I could not
eco-related
tell
roles?
you, to be honest, what would be the numbers, because this program, we opened it up 2021 and we're still in the middle of it. So we haven't got all the numbers yet. We'll know it once the program ends next year, and then we'll have all those stats. But right now, I could not tell you, to be honest.
That's okay. If you can't tell me the numbers, does a case come to mind? Maybe an example of someone who had a background in a different industry, yet had educational skills, accreditations that were transferable, then along with your
Yes.
resource in which they, you help them pivot into their eco career in Canada?
Yes. The crucial thing here for this program is for the participant to have international post-secondary education. So even if they have in business or finance or any other that are not too close to environmentally related, it still works, because all the businesses need different areas, right, of expertise for a person. So that's why the person is easier for the person to transition, because as long as they get into an employer that is environmentally related, then that gives them that opportunity to enter into that field and be able to gain that experience in that area. And then most of the employers usually, and through ECO and employers, offer a lot of a training and knowledge that is environmental related, so they can gain that experience and that education as well while they're in the work, and be able to take that into other positions after they're done with the program.
Well, thank you for that. Moving on, you also had 2 youth programs, but youth was a pretty high ceiling of up to the age of 30, if I recall.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's good for some newcomers, as many of them are below that threshold, generally speaking, a certain percentage.
Yes, and yes, some of those programs is only for 30 years and under, but we do have this environmental jobs growth where there's no age restriction. And the good thing about this program also is that there's no, if the person doesn't have a strong connection to environmental, then this one also can apply for them. The only thing is that for this one, they'll need to have the permanent residence or be citizens or have refugee status, but it's more open for anybody that is either transitioning or maybe they don't have a lot of experience, like international experience. This could be also beneficial for those people as well.
And placement details, I see in the top right-hand corner: battery supply chain, clean economy, climate change adaptation. So these are sectors, right?
Yes, exactly. Those are the sectors where people are being placed under. Yes. Mm-hmm. And so if they're interested in those areas, they can, if they're interested in those areas, they can participate in this program.
And you said those are the sectors they're being placed on, implying that Eco Canada is facilitating the connections between the employer and the job seeker, or no?
Yes, there is some connections that we do, not necessarily that the person will be able to reach the employer, but we do have a way of connecting employers with participants, because like I said, we do receive hundreds of participants and employers, and then that way we can connect. And even sometimes, for instance, if a participant wants and they go and search for a job and they find a job, and they can mention that they are pre-approved for one of our programs and let their employer know. So if the employer applies, they can benefit from the wage subsidy as well. So the participant can actually find their own employer and let them know of this if they're not aware, and that's a benefit for them as well. So the participant is bringing even more to the table, right? So that helps also with their job search and getting a job.
Well said, well said. And this is Canada-wide, right?
Yes, yes, that is correct. Canada-wide.
Battery and supply chain. Can you think of any employers that are in, clean tech or battery supply chain that have hired Eco Canada graduates?
I cannot tell you because I don't manage this program, so I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with what employers are under this program, to be honest.
That's okay.
But
I was
if
just
anybody
putting
has
you on the spot.
questions, like I said, you can submit an email to pathways@eco.ca and we'll redirect it to the person who is managing the program, and they'll be able to answer any of the questions specific to this program.
Fair enough. Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that.
Yes.
There's been some talk, right? And some provincial government support to some of these new battery tech companies in BC, in Ontario during the pandemic. And like we're seeing new mini hubs, mini ecosystems centered around some of the the new tech battery producers and companies that provide components to them. So it's good to see that Eco Canada is then helping these companies hire such talent through the subsidies, wage subsidies, et cetera, et cetera. Now the co-op program are international students eligible for that, or
no, unfortunately they're not. No international students. They have to be,
Please elaborate. I mean, we have many, I know we have a lot of, in the past 2 days at the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo, we have a good relationship with Humber College, and I know we have a lot of grads from Concordia in attendance as well. So can you elaborate on the student work placement program?
I would love to, but I based on the details that I just gave you, I don't have any more information based off of what I share with you guys about the eligibility requirements. That's all the information that I have at this moment. So yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, they have to be Canadian citizen or have permanent residence or refugee status to be able to participate in this program, and have to be actively enrolled in a Canadian post-secondary institution. So, but yeah, no international students are eligible for this program.
Fair enough. So it says Eco Canada's co-op program partners with post-secondary institutions. So is this institution led, meaning do only certain academic institutions participate in this program, or can any academic institution across Canada be a part of the Eco Canada Student Work Placement Co-op program?
Yeah, any can be part of it. Yes, absolutely. And this one is more based not the institution, like the education institution. Is more about the participant that is in that is studying right now, and then wanting to gain that experience with an employer. So we work more closely with the participant and the employer, not so much with the institution. As long as the person is, like I said, is actively enrolled in a Canadian post-secondary institution, that's all we need. And they just have to submit the application. And then if they find an employer, they can also do that, or vice versa, because sometimes employers will have connections because they'll interact with different career fairs with the students, and they'll do the other way and be like, oh, we have a person, we want to participate in the program. So both apply. Once they apply, we'll review their applications, and if everything is good, then we'll get the matching, and they'll be able to be part of the program and receive the wage subsidy. The employer will receive the wage subsidy for it.
I get it. Thank you for clarifying. So it's placement and employment oriented, led by Eco Canada.
Yes.
Not so much the educational institution. We just really want to confirm that they in fact are a full-time student.
Exactly.
And that's their status. Okay. So moving on, you talked about training with Eco Canada on one of your slides, webinars, workshops. One thing you went through a little bit quickly was soft skills development versus technical skills polishing.
Mm-hmm.
So, for someone like you, you're in the professional space as a labor market practitioner. And even our friends from ICTC in Alberta, the previous host before you,
Mm-hmm.
Sashi was talking about how a recruiter said to her that the recruiter hires on technical skills and competencies, but fires on soft skills. So using that as an example, how is Eco Canada supporting talent in terms of soft skills development, as well as technical skills polishing? How do those two objectives, they're related, but they're not so related. I mean, they're not related, but they are.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gray, it's opaque, so that's why I thought we could touch upon it again.
Absolutely. So yeah, we do have both, like you said, the soft skills. So we have like technical writing skills. We have various on demand, which is you do it on your own time. We also have like live workshops that you can work with different subject matter experts, and we'll go through that grant writing, proposal writing. We always have different offers through us, and if you are part of our EP designation, usually as a member of the membership, you have discounts to be able to participate on that training. But we also go, like if you guys go into the ECO website, you'll find all the training that we have. That is, we have free webinars, we have some paid courses and stuff that you can also be part of. And for instance, we do have the Essential Skills Training Certificate, which offers participants knowledge on communication, writing, environmental law, all related to the environmental workforce, and those gaps of those information that sometimes people that are new to Canada may not know how everything works here. So if those ones that are training, we offer it for free to participants of the EFTD program, for the newcomer immigrant bridging program that we call it as well. So they have that training available to them if they want to, not if they want it, but to take, and will help them bridge those gaps in relation to the training and to know more about how Eco works, Canada works about the writing, the proposal, because there's always some nuances, right? That is different from maybe back home. So that we provide those specifics and environmental law. So there's different training there that can benefit people. And we also have a specific related to like technical skills training as well. That is, to be honest, I cannot tell you all the training that we have because that's not my expertise. But if anyone has any questions, you can send an email to training@eco.ca, and they'll be able to tell you the list of all the training that we have available that is free or paid, and or if you're part of the EP certification that you can have discount on and be able to take the training as well.
Well, thank you. And ironically, you just mentioned EP certifications because I was going to get into that next. Why don't we go to that slide?
Sure.
Because we have reviewed a lot of the subsidies and grants and programs that support hiring of talent, but this is something that talent can pursue on their own, is my understanding. We don't need the employer to join them to offer them a job, etc. So this is, I think we need to make this clear that this is where talent can take the initiative to pursue as an EP certification that enhances their professional profile.
Exactly. Yes. So it is the person who chooses to do this, and it's a good way to, like you said, to enhance their the employability, because that shows the employer the commitment to the environmental industry by having one of these designations. And it's just the EP certification, but we have 3 different levels depending of where the person is at. So for instance, the EP professional is for mid-senior professionals who have at least 5 years of experience. And then the environmental professional in training is for junior professionals with less than 5 years of work experience. And when we talk about work experience, we're talking about Canadian experience. But however, for those that have international experience, I believe what we do is we take half of it. So for instance, if you have 2, we'll take 1 year, I believe. I think so. I might be, I hope I'm not making a mistake here, but I think that's how it works. Like we do take a little bit of that time that you have internationally. So which means that once you're in Canada and you have additional experience, you don't have to do the full 5 years. You can do less and then be able to move into the environmental professional. So we do have those different levels that people can be part of. And the other benefit of the EP program is not only that you get this designation, but also you can be able to participate in the mentorship program. So you'll be able to connect with mentors that are already, working and have the knowledge and the experience of being in the industry that can guide you and show you the way to be able to grow and to explore your career growth, right? So I think that is also very beneficial for anybody. And people can be either a mentee or a mentor. Just once they've been able to learn and do this and to pay forward, they can become a mentor, which is great, right? So I think that is a very great way for everybody that is part of the environmental profession to be able to have those connections and to be able to connect with other people that are in the same industry and to have that knowledge and that experience that those mentors bring. So I think that's also a really good benefit of this program.
Yeah, that's a great benefit of the program, to be connected with a mentor. Now,
Yes.
for the EPA and EP, for example, it doesn't say how long it takes to get the certification. So that's a question that I think some people would want to know.
Right. Yes. So if you go in our website, we have at eco.ca under EP certification, there's all the different requirements for each of those programs, but also it asks you some questions. So that way it will tell you based on what experience and what you have, which level do you fall under? And then that way they'll tell you what the next steps are. And then usually it's about submitting an application. There's some fees that you have to pay for the application, then we'll review it. And then based on the information, we'll know if you can get the EPT or the EP. EPA is usually for more down the road once you have more experience and more years on your belt. But usually a person can enter either as an EPT or as an EP, depending on the years of experience. And then once they do that, there's a series of self-assessments, and then we have to confirm the education. There's some stuff that everybody will have to submit, but it usually takes between 2 to 3 weeks, depending on how quickly you complete the steps to be able to get reviewed, to be able to get, because we need to get your validate your credentials to know what your status is, what your level is. And then based on that, then you'll move into the exam and then the board. And so it could take 2 to 4 weeks to get the designation, right?
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. And in a minute or two, I actually think we should share your screen and go to your website and take a look at some of the trainings, because we keep referencing your website in my mind. Well, why don't we do that now? So, Sean, can you take down the PPT and now allow Andrea to share screen? So, Andrea, you can share screen, and why don't you bring up your website?
Sure. I just posted a link. That is the link to our wage funding program. So if you go there, you can see all the programs that are available and be able to get all the specifics to each program if there's any questions about that. But I'll share my screen so you guys can see. Let's see if I have the right one. There we go.
Yeah, I'd like to give you the last 6-7 minutes to walk us through some of what because a lot of these next steps are of the initiative of the job seeker.
Right.
And in fairness to yourself, not everything is your even personal area of expertise.
Yes.
And, and you said there's some things you couldn't answer fully. So but the data was all there on the website. So
Mhm.
yeah, let's walk through the Eco Canada website. It's a
Sure.
great resource, and let's show it. So I see
Okay.
your like wallpaper right now.
Oh, you don't see the, can you see the website right there?
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah.
Ah, perfect. Good. Excellent. So yeah, this is the our website, which is eco.ca. This is our homepage. So at the top, you see wage funding. And in there it says compare funding programs. And here you'll see all the different programs that we have currently open. And then you can look at each of the programs and learn more information about all of them. And also, for instance, let's go into mine, that I know that one. And then this is the EFTD. So there's some information about the program. And then there's the buttons to apply as an employer or as a participant. So anybody can apply there. And there's more information. So all the details are here. And the same thing is for all the other programs that we had open. So you can go in there and look at what the eligibility is and all the requirements, and that way you know which programs you can apply for. All right. The other one that I wanted to show you was the training and education. So at the top, you'll see training and education. And here is the page where we have all the information about all the stuff that we offer. We also have accreditation, post-secondary services that we do have, and those ones we actually work with institutions to be able to do this. So we have that. You can see all that part. We have this other program. So everything here about training is on this page, and you can see all the other stuff. And there's more things under here that you can go through and review. And like I said, if there's any questions, you can contact or send an email to training@eco.ca. and somebody will be able to get back to you and answer any question that you may have. And the other page that is important for you, for everybody, is the EP certification. And here's where you'll find all the details about the EP certification. What it is, what it's for, all the level of memberships, the benefits, all the things that you get when you become an EP. And there's even more things under that menu, so you can see. What else can do? There's also, we do have, especially for those that are seeking, we do looking for a job. We do have a job board that is open to everybody, and you can see the different jobs that are currently posted in our website and that people can actually apply for.
That's I'm glad you showed that, because there's over 1,000 jobs there.
Exactly. So a lot of the employers that we work with post their jobs here. So this is something that anybody can also, take advantage of and apply for the different positions that are currently available within the environmental sector.
Yeah, within the environmental sector, a lot of companies that Eco Canada works with, and then this is sort of an aggregate of open roles within the environmental sector. So that's cool. I've never seen anything really like that, almost ever, in terms of environmentally oriented or sector oriented roles across Canada in one place. I think that's cool.
Yeah. Anything else that I should show? Okay, the other thing that I wanted to show is our eco impact. Oh, sorry. Eco impact. Yeah, that I had it. So this is our flagship program that we have every year, which is really good for anybody that is interested in the environmental sector. So this is something that if you like to participate, you can also register for this and participate on this program, on this event. So just leave it there for in case people want to see it, want to review it, if there's something that might be interested to you. So yeah,
is this event the flagship event? Is it only can people only attend in person, or can they attend digitally as well?
Person. We did had it virtual during the those years. But now the last one that we did was all in person here in Calgary. So it's 2 days of different webinars and presentations and different topics. So yeah, it's in person right now.
Okay. Okay, so I'm glad that we took a few minutes to peruse the Eco Canada website, because we were touching upon so many things. We might as well, bring up the website. So Andrea, it's been a pleasure to connect with you. You've shared so many valuable resources to our friends, whether they're in Alberta or in Canada or future Canadians. And I really encourage them to, go to the website, continue to educate themselves, or perhaps follow up with Eco Canada or yourself directly. So my point is, I'll give you a moment to say final words on behalf of yourself, on behalf of Eco Canada, because we'll soon take a quick break and go to our next partner. So with that, Andrea, I wish you a great day. It's been a pleasure meeting you, and we thank you here at G-TAC for your partnership and your time. And I'll allow you to say final words of advice, encouragement, and next steps to our job seeker friends today.
God, absolutely. Thank you. No, it was a pleasure to be here. And I hope that there was some information that was valuable to everybody that attended. And again, if anybody has any questions or wants to review again some of the specifics about the different programs and the things that we offer, just go to our website. You'll find all the information in there. And if you want to reach out to us, you can send us an email to pathways@eco.ca. I have put it on the chat in case you need it. And that's it for now. I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of the day, and keep learning. That's key, right?
That's key. Keep learning and keep connecting. So thank you so much, Andrea. Great to have you. So we'll just be taking a quick break for a few minutes, and then we'll be joined in 3 minutes by Mr. David Din of Sky River Immigration. I know sometimes we have certain types of questions from our future Canadians that we think it's best to be answered by a licensed immigration consultant and professional. So stay tuned if that is of interest to you. And Andrea, have a great day in Calgary. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You can talk directly to recruiters in real time, making job applications and networking effortless and efficient. Stay ahead of the curve with our live channels. Tune into 14 presentations by subject matter experts, gaining valuable insights into the labor market, skills and demand, and your career growth opportunities. Unleash your potential, embrace your future. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo and unlock the doors to your bright future. Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, your pathway to a world of opportunities. Why wait? Register now. Unlock the door for your bright future, presenting the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, just for you. This is your chance to access a national event, connecting you to job opportunities from coast to coast. Your dream job might be just a click away. Say goodbye to long waiting times. At the National Virtual Career Expo, you can talk directly to recruiters in real time, making job applications and networking effortless and efficient. Stay ahead of the curve with our live channels. Tune into 14 presentations by subject matter experts, gaining valuable insights into the labor market, skills and demand, and your career growth opportunities. Unleash your potential, embrace your future. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo and unlock the doors to your bright future. Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, your pathway to a world of opportunities. Why wait? Register now.
Shaw, how are you?
I'm fine. Jay, finally, this is the best. We saved the best for the last. I have to say this 3 times. The best for the last.
Thank you, Sean. Hey, hi, Jay. How are you?
I'm good, David. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you. I'm really fine. Okay, yeah, thank you.
And where are you joining us from today, David?
Well, actually, I'm in Halifax, Nova Scotia now. It's a beautiful day today. Not much sunshine, but the weather is really nice. Yeah, compared to the few days ago.
Yeah, great to hear. We'll take the nice weather while we can this time of year.
Yeah.
So, David, such a pleasure to have you here. I know you've partnered to G-TAC for some years, and intermittent, excuse me, sometimes during the G-TAC. First of all, everyone is always welcome to connect with G-TAC webinars, G-TAC servicing, and of course here in the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo, where we don't discriminate whether you're a newcomer or a very long-standing Canadian, or perhaps you're a future Canadian. You're a future Canadian who's overseas with your work permit or PR status, or you're someone who's interested in starting a new life in Canada and you do not have any legal status. And well, you have questions and you need help as to your next step. And that's where David comes in. David, you are a licensed immigration consultant?
Yes, I am, which I'm called the Regulated Immigration Canadian Consultant. So the short name is RCIC.
Regulated Canadian Immigration Consultant, RCIC. Yep. So I was trying to make the point that you're subject matter expert, and more importantly, you're regulated, or I use the word licensed because you can give such advice on certain types of questions that someone like Shaw or myself we can answer. But you are in the space of supporting overseas talent entering not necessarily entering the labor market, but the legal path, the immigration component to someone's journey, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
Wonderful. Well, we're happy to have you here, David. So what we can expect, everyone, is that David will be walking us through some aspects of the Canadian immigration journey and how what he does and what his team does, and potentially what the next steps could be, whether someone wants to just educate themselves and prepare themselves for their Canadian journey, or if they did want to further engage a specialist like Mr. David did, how they can do so. So with that, I'll allow my colleague Shaw to give some words of advice to our friends, or any comments you have to add, Shaw?
Yeah, well, no, I have no comment because I'm certainly not an RCIC and not even close to it. So I won't even dare to make any comments. But I do want David to know is I've been getting a lot of questions about what's the difference between an RCIC and an immigration lawyer. So I'll leave that up to you to explain the difference. So I'll leave you guys and I'll come back during the Q&A after your presentation.
Okay, Shaw, thank you very much. So as Shaw mentioned, we will have a question and answer period. You will have the opportunity to ask us questions, ask David questions based on what we see, what's presented by David, or maybe, as Shaw said, questions, pre-existing questions you have, and you want to direct it to an RCIC professional such as David. So David, I'm going to have my colleague bring up your PPT, and I just want to make sure that it's brought up on the screen, and that secondly, that my colleague transfers control to you. And David, you'll probably just take your cursor and click the screen, or see that you can move forward with your keyboard.
Jay, this is the old version. I think I sent the new version to Shaw yesterday. So, and could you please check with Shaw, because the updated one
yes, I already uploaded to the system, so I'm not sure if actually, you know what, to be on the safe side, G-TAC support, can you give David the control so he can share his slides? He can share his screen.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And you can click the button that have a green button says share screen. So first you can open your slide, then click the green button share screen, and then you can share the.
Okay, let me try. Let me see. Maybe this one.
Okay, we've made it. So just, yeah, go to slideshow probably. And
Okay, is that yeah, that's this version I want to use. So okay, do you see my screen? You see my presentation?
yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think okay,
David,
oh, no.
you might want to go to the slideshow screen, not the
Yeah. I don't know. I have a new version of that, but
okay, I tell you what. I tell you what. I'm gonna do it. G-TAC support. Let me share my screen. I will display David's presentation, and then I'll change the slide for you, David.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so
Okay. Hold on. G-TAC support. Can you give me the control to share screen, please?
Yeah. Wait a moment. Yeah. So you can share your screen.
Got it. I will. And then David. And
yeah, that's the one. Yeah. That's
yes.
the one.
There you go. So you're good to go.
Okay. Proceed.
Okay. So
Ready?
I just okay, but you will change the slide for me, or I will do it by myself.
I will change the slide for you.
Okay. Hi everybody. First of all, thank you G-TAC and for having me today. And it's such a pleasure to be back here with the virtual Expo. It's quite a few times already, but still, anytime I'm really quite very happy to be a part of the virtual show. And also thank you the audiences for your time to follow with the presentation of me by today. So you can see that the topic today is a journey to Canada. Next slide, please. Okay, so the agenda today will be about, first of all, introduction, and secondly, the glossary, some glossary in terms of the immigration, just to help you to, because we always use abbreviation just to save our time, or sometimes very long name is hard to remember. And also, I have to tell it now, I won't be able to answer any case-related questions by today. I just try to provide you the general information, and also please treat it as it's not a consultation section for myself. So as agreed with G-TAC, as a RCIC, I would try to provide the general information regarding immigration to Canada, and also some update by up to date in September 2023. So if there is any very specific questions or case-related question, again, I am unable to answer it during my presentation. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit about myself. I'm originally from Vietnam, so my Vietnamese name is Tuy Dinh, but actually I often use David Dinh just to help people to remember me, and also the easy for them to call me instead of they have to try to. I do appreciate that. My clients try to pronounce my name correctly, but sometimes it's not easy for them. So please feel free to call me David. So I am a Canadian citizen, and before becoming, the RCIC, I used to work for the Canadian International Trade and Foreign Affairs based in Vietnam for about 10 years. And I was the Canadian Trade Commissioner at that time, mostly for the trade facilitation between Canada and Vietnam. And then I became the RCIC, and my ID number is 708164, and which if you can go to the CICC, the College of Immigration Canadian Consultant, you can search my name and my ID. And besides that, I also the licensed recruiter in Nova Scotia, and the license number is on the screen. So it means that for Nova Scotia, I can also work with the employers, talking about the employment services, and then to help them to look for the potential employees based on their specific demand. And I am the founder and director of the Sky River Immigration Services Corporation, and the office based in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And in terms of the offering the immigration consultancy services, I've been doing this over 5 years. So I think about myself and my company. So next slide, please. So like I said, there's some abbreviation. It would be helpful to you because when we talk about the Canadian immigration, quite many of abbreviation, but just some of them really pop up anytime to talk about immigration, like IRCC is the Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship of Canada, PR, Permanent Resident, NOC, or sometimes we call NOC, is the National Occupation Code, and then the latest version in 2021. AIP, Atlantic Immigration Program, PNP, Provincial Nominee Program, SUV, Startup Visa Program, EE, Express Entry, and under Express Entry, we have the 3 streams. Number 1, Federal Skilled Worker, FSW, and Federal Skilled Trades, FST, and CEC, Canadian Experience Class. There are tons of other abbreviations in terms of the immigration in Canada, but I just want to name a few. Now, first thing first, when you are talking about immigration to Canada, and I want to become the Canadian permanent resident. So my question to you is, are you PR ready? And in terms of language, well, here I just put English because most of my clients, they are Anglophone. So for the English, you can see on the screen that you should have the IELTS General, at least 5. And then that's the minimum requirement, the benchmark for immigration program. Secondly, you have to have enough working experience. And the third thing about the education level, and the minimum should be high school diploma or equivalent to high school diploma in Canada. And then you have to use the, we call the ECA, Education Credential Assessment. And then most of the time, a few of the companies can do that. And of course, you have to be in good health, and then because to continue your journey in Canada. And last but not least, criminal record. If you have any criminal record, well, unfortunately, you are inadmissible to Canada. And of course, you will have to provide the police certificate when you are asked by IRCC. Next slide, please. So in terms of the immigration program, this is the screenshot. I just take it from the IRCC website. Number 1, we talk about express entry. So you can see on the screen, there are 3 streams for express entry: CEC, FSW, and FST. And then you can see when they highlight it in the bold, so it means that the key difference between the 3 streams. And under that, I give you the link for you to go in details, deeper inside. The IRCC, they have the very, very good comparison for all express entry programs. And by the way, my presentation can be shared, and then you can contact G-TAC for a copy of my presentation, because there will be some links, and I believe that those links would be very, very useful and helpful to you when you think about moving to Canada, when you think about to become the Canadian permanent residents. And next slide, please. So, like I said, there are some updates about express entry, and which is called by IRCC category-based selection. So it means that they will add into the general a program-specific routes by inviting top-ranking candidates who can help us here, who can help Canada meet these specific economic goals. And again, this is a official information from IRCC. And then they list out the categories which are chosen for 2023 express entry. Number one, French language proficiency, healthcare occupations, STEM occupations, trade occupation, transport occupation, agriculture and agri-food occupation. And recently, IRCC, they just had a draw for express entry focused on agriculture and agri-food occupation. So it means that, what does it mean for this? It means that IRCC now, they maybe for some role, they are more focused, they are more specific, and then they just want to bring exact, candidates to come to Canada. And then on the other hand, you can think that express entry now is quite a little bit more competitive, and that you should be well prepared if you want to join in the draw for express and entry. Next slide, please. So again, this is a link for express entry to apply for the permanent resident after you get the ITA invitation to apply, and also with the link for the infographic about step by step to category-based selection in express entry. It will help you to understand clearly, to understand very, very clearly about the process, about why, and then about how you need to prepare if you want to join in this specific stream. Next, please. That's number one. And now number two, quite very popular, especially in Vietnam, when I have my client base there, is the AIP. So AIP, Atlantic Immigration Program, and I'm confident that most of you will know about the Atlantic Canada, but however, it's in the 4 Atlantic provinces: New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, where I'm based, PEI, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. And the AIP is created to help employers in the Atlantic region to hire qualified candidates for jobs, and they haven't been able to fill locally. And then again, the link about Atlantic immigration is under in the bottom of this slide, and I do encourage you to go inside to have a look at that. And there also French version as well, but a lot of useful and helpful and important information for you to observe and to understand about the AIP. And then it will save our time, meaning your time and my time, when we sit together, when we have a consultation, and then we don't have to spend much time to go through in details. Next slide, please. Number 3, PNP, Provincial Nominee Program. There are a few details we have to notice here. PNP is non-express entry application. Okay, so they have nothing to do with express entry. Number two, if you want to use the PNP, you have to show your commitment to reside in the province that nominates you. Now it's become more and more important because the province wants to make sure that when they give you their support, you will pay back by residing in the province to help the province to grow, not to use the province as a pathway to become Canadian permanent resident, and after obtain the PR status, you move to another provinces. So it is quite a key point, and then you should bear in mind that because the province, when they assess your application, they will focus on that. And this is the two stages. Number one, you should go through the provincial level, and after getting the nomination from the province, you will apply for the PR's application through the federal level, IRCC. And remember, another key point, the final decision is from IRCC, not from the province. And of course, the province will remind you about that in the nomination certificate. That is the final decision is absolutely from IRCC. And again, the link, in the below, and then you can get more information about PNP. Next, please. Number four, another, well, I could say that quite flagship program in Canada now is the Startup Visa program, the SUV. And you can see that they target the immigrant entrepreneurs with the skills and potential to build businesses in Canada that are innovative, that can create jobs for Canadians, that can compete on a global scale. Now, talking about startup visa, the first thing I want to tell you about the processing time. The current processing time now is 37 months. It's quite long, right? Even you can get the work permit to come to work in Canada while waiting for the PR status. And also recently, IRCC, they said that you can even apply for an open work permit, not closed work permit. It means that you can, even with the SUV, you still can work for another company. And it's quite maybe might raise up some questions, and okay, that is it. This is the IRCC decision. We just follow that. And the second notice, that means your business plan. Now it's very important because IRCC, they will really take a closer look at your business plan, and then you still have to maintain your business after getting PR status minimum 1 year. And after that, if you want to close a business, you will have to do the report to IRCC about the reasons why you close the business. So SUV, it sounds like, okay, another potential option for the candidates. But again, you should go to the link. You should read about that. And then you will understand why startup visa program somehow is might be longer. It might be a little bit difficult for you to achieve the PR status. Next, please. So everything I have told you so far, you can easily, officially get from the official source of information, is from Immigration of Canada, IRCC. You can go to the website. They listed, I think the website is quite user friendly, and it is always updated, and also is bilingual, so it means you can look at in French or in English. But again, one more time, I do encourage you should look at the official source of information. Even you can have a representative like me or my colleagues at CICC or the immigration lawyer, or even you want to do it by yourself. Still, you should go to the official source of information. Next, please. Now, particularly how Sky River Immigration can help you if you decide to retain our services. Well, I can do the first 30 minutes as no cost, just try to help you understand your situation. Maybe any option for you based on your resume, background, and working experience, and then I might be able to present to you the feasible and doable option for you. And though consultation can be done by internet-based tools such as Zoom, Google Meet, Facebook Messenger, Viber, WhatsApp, and if after the consultation you feel comfortable, you feel confident in retaining me, we will sign the service agreement, and then I will go with you until a final decision. And even Sky River Immigration with and together with its partner, we can offer the pre-arrival and post-arrival support services. And then the final goal of most of the Canadian permanent resident is to get the Canadian passport. Doing that, you need to apply for the citizenship. So, and then Sky River can also help you to apply for the citizenship. And then after your citizenship application is approved and you pass the exam, and then you can take the oath, and then you become the Canadian citizen with the one of it is often called the powerful passport all over the world. Next, please. So, and then again, the Sky River Immigration, we have two types of programs. Number one, the permanent resident economic task. We can help you with the express entry, especially for CAC and FSW, PNP, AIP, SUV, and also spousal sponsorship. It means that you want to sponsor, you want to bring your spouses and to come to Canada to join you with a new life. We can help you on that. And on the other hand, the temporary resident program, also if you want to apply for just a tourist visa, the visitor visa for you, or even for your family members, your relatives, we are ready to help you on that. And if you want to study in Canada, study permit. And also another category is the RMIA, temporary work permit. It means that you can come to work to Canada first, and after getting enough the qualification for any kind of PR program, the Sky River can help you on that. And finally, the super visa for parents and grandparents, because honestly, it's a long line to wait for the family sponsorship. And so sometimes if you don't want your parents and your grandparents to wait in the long line, you still can apply the super visa for them. Well, of course, it's a different from sponsorship, but at least they will have some mean to come to Canada to stay with you longer than the TRV, the temporary resident visa. And next, please. Okay, that's my contact information, my phone number. And I do have the second phone number, but again, you can contact G-TAC about my innovation, my contact information. And I think the next one would be just a thank you Oh, this is contact details. Okay, you can see that I have two numbers in Canada. One number I use for when I'm back to Vietnam, but also you can, contact me Facebook, LinkedIn. So I hope this presentation had bring some information to you, for you get a better understanding about the immigration to Canada. So please feel free to contact me, or now I hope that I still have a bit of time to answer some questions. And that's it for me now. Thank you for your time. Thank you, and look forward to serving you. Thank you, G-TAC, for the chance for me.
Thank you, David, for the very informative presentation. We learned a lot. It's certainly a unique space and very relevant to some of our friends and our partners to the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. As mentioned, we sometimes get questions directed to us that would be better be served by an IC such as Mr. David did. As David mentioned, if you have questions based on what we've learned today from David, we learned about the different pathways to immigration. Some of you have questions related to your own status or your own case, or it might be based on your profession. Sometimes we get questions based, language-oriented questions as well, and how that relates to certain provinces or certain pathways of immigration. So feel free to start sending in your questions through the chat function if you would like. So David, is express entry the main pathway for skilled immigrants to Canada these days?
Yeah, I think it's the attractiveness of express entry is the processing time, because normally it would be within a year. And then if you are young enough and you have quite a good expertise that Canada needs, that express entry should be the right way for you. And also express entry focuses on the graduates in Canada. It means that if after graduation for any Canadian institution in Canada, and then you can think about express entry. They try to retain you in Canada to get you to remain in Canada to work. So, and now a lot of people where they are talking about express entry, but like I said, you have to understand about that, because sometimes you think that you might be able to do for express entry, but actually it's not, because the qualification is not enough.
Okay, so Shaw, can you please bring back up the PPT and let's look at the express. We really need to, this type of conversation, it really supports to see the visuals, supporting what we're talking about. So, because David made a very good point that I bet you, David, X% of the express entry applicants are actually already in Canada as international students, right?
Yeah, right. Because, they have the Canadian education, they have the language, and then 90% of the international student, if they have they study at least 1 year program or 2 year program, they can have, which we call the postgraduate work permit, valid from 1 to 3 years. So, and then it will help them to have time to look for a job and then to get qualified for a express entry program.
Does Sky River Immigration have any clients that are former international students or international students?
Yes. Wow. Now in the past and now, because every May or June, when the international student they graduated, they keep contacting me. They're asking about which stream they should follow, and then how can they approach the employers. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
For sure. So Gerardo is asking a question. Does express entry allow highly qualified professionals over 50 years of age. So this, you mentioned pretty quickly points. I don't think everyone understands. I know age is a factor in points. I know qualifications are such as, you know, a PhD versus the undergrad. French language proficiency is going to get you more points. I think we need to explain how Express Entry is. We have the pool, we have the cutoff, we have the points-based system. International students probably getting more points than a non-landed, you know, applicant, et cetera, et cetera. Can you elaborate on the points system of Express Entry?
Yeah, it's Express Entry is a point system, and they have 5 categories. Number 1, age. So the golden age for you is about, you know, 20 up to about 38 and 40, and then you will get maximum of points. But the older you are, the less point you will get. That number 2, education. If you study PhD, master, and then from Canadian, you know, institution, or if you did not study in Canada, you will have to do the ECA, Education Credential Assessment. So and then they will convert your local diploma degree to Canadian, and then based on either it's the bachelor degree or master or PhD, you will get points on that. Number 3, they call the working experience. Do you have any Canadian working experience, or you just have the foreign working experience, or you have a combination between Canadian and foreign working experience? And then you can get more points with that kind of thing. And the 4th thing, they call the adaptation. So it means that do you have any relatives in Canada? Do you have any, you know, they call the arranged employment? And then that would be another additional points for you. And finally, your spouse. Do your spouse used to study in Canada, or how about the language of the level of your spouse? So in terms of the 5 categories, the thing is that if you are the best candidate, the maximum point you can get about 1,200. But however, currently, mostly people will stay around 400 to 500. And then but basically, if you just graduate in Canada, your point is just about maximum about almost 400, and then you won't be qualified, because the last draw for general draw, not category based draw, the point is about almost 500. So if you are over 50 years old, well, to be honest with you, you get just a few points for your age. So,
yeah.
Well, put it up that way. Express Entry is for the young people, a little bit more talented, and you know, and you have working experience. But if you can go to the foreign trades, not skill general, you might be able to have a chance there. And then if you are bilingual, French, English, well, yeah, your chance will be higher.
So moving on, there's a question from Adenyi. I don't quite fully even understand it. My question is that I have a job offer from an LMIA exempt job or employer, but the visa was refused. I've already applied for ATIP and for reconsideration, but I've had no word from the IRCC. What would you advise that I do?
Good things, you get the ATIP, you will see the real reasons why the officer refused you. However, I'm not a fan of reconsideration, because it will take you a long time. Normal way, when I get the clients, they were rejected, I ask them to get the ATIP. I could help them to do that. And after getting the ATIP, I will analyze it with them, and you will see the reason why the officer rejected, and then we will reapply. And when we reapply, we will have the submission letter. We address exactly to the issues, because when we reapply, there will be a second officer not the previous one who refused you, but the second officer, he or she can, have a look at that. And then he said, okay, last time you don't mention about this, but this time you mentioned about that. So because in the refusal letter, IRCC always encourage you to reapply. If you can find that, okay, for the new application, you can address, the problems or the thing. So to this question, I would say that he should, reapply, not apply for the reconsideration. No, it takes a long time.
He should reapply rather than
Yeah.
apply for reconsideration of the previous first application.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fair question, and it's a very good answer from yourself, whom is a specialist, David. So Bogdan asked quite simply, what's the fastest way to immigrate to Canada? What's the fastest pathway? Is it express entry or?
Well, fastest way, of course, is to entry or even with AIP, because AIP, the processing time is 7 months. However, if you want the fast way, you have to know what you are having, right? You cannot, because when you actually go to the fastest way, of course, I know that, okay, express entry or AIP, right? But if you show me your background, your working experience, maybe I said, no, especially not for you, even AIP, not for you. I do understand that 100% clients want a fastest way. However, how fast it is, it really depends on their situation.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's no one fits all approach because clients have different backgrounds.
Yeah.
Different areas of expertise, different needs. Let's go into AIP a bit more.
Sorry, Jay, I just want to add one more thing. Talking about immigration to Canada, I always tell my client, you should reserve about 20 months time frame for your journey to Canada. It might be shorter, 24 months, but it might be a little bit longer. But don't ever expect that, okay, within 1 year, I can get the PR status. I have to be honest to you guys for that.
Well, it's very important to be honest, and I say the same thing. I'm not an RCIC, but I get asked the question, and I'm somewhat over the years in and out of this space, like Shah Kwan, and I also say 2 years, 2 to 3 years, 24 months at least. So let's move on though. So because we touched upon AIP, now is AIP employer led? Is it job led?
Yes.
Or no?
AIP, the employers play a key role, because they will be the one must get the they call the designated certificate, and then they have to do the endorsement certificate, and then they have to commit that the job they give you must be minimum last 1 year after PR. So having said that, after getting PR, unless they fire you, and then you are free to go. But if they don't fire you, you have the applicant have to work for the employer minimum 1 more year after PR. Yes, the answer is okay. AIP, the employers play a key role, and that is mentioned clearly on the website of IRCC.
Yeah, that's good that you mentioned the website of the IRCC. I don't think everyone knows or understands that AIP is employer led. I mean, I know that, but I'm not sure all of our friends here listening today know that. But it is a good pathway to Canada. Have you, Shah, why don't you go to the AIP slide since we're talking about it, Shah Kwan. But David, has Sky River Immigration had any clients whom have been AIP successful applicants?
Yes, I did, because number one, I'm based in Atlantic, right? And number two, because For the international students who graduate in the Atlantic province, they are not required to show their working experience. Now, honestly, to be very honest to you guys, maybe an international student graduate from hospitality program, but if they come to work for, let's say, a convenience store or a nail spa, who is AIP designated, and then that student don't have to show the working experience. And then if they have enough, documentation, apply for AIP, and then within, a year, they can become PR. That's the way it is. But if you are not the graduate from Atlantic province, wow, you have to have a sufficient proof about at least 1 year working experience.
Okay, great that you clarified that. Stephen asked a good question. Please shed some more light on LMIA and open work permit. Are they the same?
No, LMIA, which we call the closed work permit. It means that when the employer, they get the LMIA with the name, either the name of the employees on the LMIA decision, or as we call the unnamed LMIA. But when the applicants apply for the LMIA based work permit, it's a closed work permit. It means the name of the employers will be shown on the work permit. And then they will be at the border, or, CBSA can put up in the work permit that you are not allowed to work for any other employers. And that's the one on the work permit. For the open work permit, there is no name of the employer on the work permit. So it means that you are allowed to work for any place in Canada. So, for example, the husband applied for the LMIA work permit, but the spouse, the wife, can apply for the open work permit. And, well, maybe he has to work in Toronto, and then she, with open work permit, she can work for in Vancouver if they are accepted to, live far away. But they are, allowed to do that.
Well, thank you for clarifying, and a good question from Stephen about work permit versus the LMIA. Catalina asked, is there any way to extend the PGWP for 2024?
What do you mean? But what's the question?
Extend the PGWP for 2024. Are you familiar with the acronym PGWP?
Postgraduate work permit. Yeah. Wow. Postgraduate. No, there's no terms of extension. It means postgraduate work permit just issue one time. And if it's expired and you still don't be qualified for a immigration program and you don't get a job, and then if you find employer, you have to apply for the new work permit, but it's not postgraduate work permit.
So if someone has a postgraduate work permit, which is only issued once because you only graduate once theoretically.
Yeah.
Right. So has Sky River Immigration ever helped someone who has their PGWP apply for an open work permit? Does someone apply for the open work permit when they currently have a PGWP?
Oh yeah, because if they got the PGWP, this is some kind of the open work permit, but it's just given to the international graduates. So and then if they if I can find an employer for them, they can apply for that, because PGWP is somehow equivalent to open work permit, but just within the time frame 1, 2, or 3 years. And then after that, they have to apply for a new work permit. We cannot say that we want to extend our PGWP. No.
Understood, because it doesn't make sense. Hyacinth asked, how can we easily get employers to offer an LMIA. If it could only be so easy, that would be nice. But
yeah. You have to talk to the employer, and sometimes even the employer they don't want to apply for the LMIA. Yeah, some of them they said no, David, no, okay, we don't want to do that. Because sometimes LMIA you have to, like I said, the employer they have to show their business in a good standing, profitable, and why they cannot get the local people. Local means Canadian citizen and Canadian permanent resident, and they have to get the foreign national. So sometimes it takes time for the employers, and then they are busy enough to say no.
Do you ever see certain subsectors that seem to employers of certain sectors that seem to issue LMIAs more so than others? If you said that the employer must prove that they can't find this type of talent in the local labor market, well, maybe once again, in some sectors, in some parts of Canada, there's a dearth of certain types of talent more so than others.
Actually, MA, they have the low skill, intermediate skill, and they have the high skill. So low skill are general labor, for example, fish or lobster or seafood processing factory. Well, they do need that. They just want to bring the temporary worker to work for them. But for some high, skill, the employer still have to apply for the LMIA. But of course, for the high skill, it might be easier for ESDC, another previous name of the Employment Social Development of Canada, right? They consider then they can shorten the time, and even recently, IRCC they said that for the big corporation, they can get the LMIA very easily, which somehow we call the master LMIA, but it depends on the size of the employers of the company.
Thank you, David. Shaw, can you go to the startup visa slide? Let's take a look at that. It's an interesting program, and sometime over the years, we've been asked questions from newcomers or prospective newcomers that want to be an entrepreneur. And we've even partnered with BDC Canada regarding their newcomer entrepreneur success program, which doesn't exist anymore, but it was to support financing for immigrant entrepreneurs. So, which brings us to the startup visa program. What familiarity does Sky River Immigration have with this pathway, David?
Actually, Sky River, we have the partners who are in charge of consult the clients to generate an idea and to coach them, to train them how to convince either number one, the incubator, or number two, angel investor, and number three, the big one. Well, I mean, they have the incubator, angel, and hatching something. I think it means the big investor. But the candidate, they have to convince that investor, and then the interesting thing is that with the SUV, it's not limit the age. Even you are 65, 70, you still can apply for the SUV. But the key point is that you have to convince the investor they're willing to put in the money with you to develop your initiative. And that initiative must be like they list out, innovative, create job for Canadians and compete on the global scale. So venture capital, so VC. So they have the incubator, angel, and venture capital.
So I didn't know that. Is it imperative that a startup visa applicant has at least angel investment or VC investment? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because sometimes the VC, they often look at about at least millions million initiative. The popular thing is the visit incubator. So I mean the incubator, they don't have to invest in your idea, but they can help you to develop, and then but you have to put in your money. The candidate has to put in the money to develop the business idea. Angel capital, they are required to put in about minimum 75,000 in your idea. But for the VC, they always looking at the big project. So normally,
Yes.
for me, for Sky River, we often do with the incubator, and a few of that with the angel investor.
Yeah. You answered my next question, which was, well, what's the threshold if the applicant wants to bootstrap the business themselves? So approximately 75,000, but being accepted into a business incubator program that's must be a component to the application.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's one last question, but you actually already answered it. I mean, Stephen asked, can the visa refusal be considered using a web form? What's the success rate and how long does it take? You didn't answer that, but you said you highly suggest someone just reapplies rather than ask for reconsideration. But once again, he asks, can the visa refusal be reconsidered using a web-based portal? Right? Can someone do it themselves online, ask for reconsideration with the IRCC? And generally, what's the success rate of reconsideration, asking for reconsideration?
Well, to be honest, because I rarely do the reconsideration, so I don't think I can, answer that question.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the information. But based on my experience and my, interaction with my colleagues, and the client can go to, there's some Facebook page, and we can see that, the reconsideration not a how can I say, not a quite a useful and popular means. So, and then no time frame about that.
Yeah.
But
Well,
like I said, I rarely do the reconsideration.
Yes, I know you did say that 15 minutes ago. Good point. So, David, as an RCIC, what's the difference between an RCIC and an immigration lawyer?
Okay. Well, a little bit different, because the immigration lawyer, most of the time they graduated from law school, right? And us, we took the special course with, now they focus, they put all in the Queen's University for the English. But now for the RCIC, if we want to represent client in terms of the courts, sometimes we are not allowed that. RCIC is allowed, and then RCIC can do that if we take additional course. And for example, for me, I can only allow to put RCIC, but if I want to show that I can help the client to appeal for the application, I have to take another course, what they call the IRB, Immigration Refugee Board, and then that is a tough time, because it took a lot of time to study that. And if I have the RCIC dash IRB, I can, represent client in front before the court to do the appeal. But for the lawyer, they can do that, because when it at the law school, they already get the permission for that. So I think, put up this way, would it be better to use a lawyer or RCIC? The answer is yes or no, because sometimes, well, don't get me wrong, but sometimes maybe the law firm, they are quite busy, they don't have enough time to follow up your application. But on the other hand, sometimes there are new RCIC, he or she doesn't have enough experience, so that he or she might be do something not helpful to your application. So, and the choice is in the clients.
Yeah. Can paralegals also facilitate immigration pathways?
Sorry?
Can paralegals also support immigration?
No. Oh, well, paralegal, they can work for a law firm or they can work for a RCIC, but they cannot sign the representative form because, for example, yeah, on their own, no. They can help to prepare the application, but paralegal, no. If they are paralegal, I do encourage them to take a course with the Queens and then to pass the exam, and then they can become an RCIC.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I think it's 4 p.m. So we're going to wind up this live session with Mr. David Din of Sky River Immigration. Shaw, you could put the URL or the email of Mr. David Din in the chat function if some of our friends like Catalina and Stephen, yeah, that's better, want to follow up and continue the conversation with David. First 30 minutes consultation is free. That's very generous, very generous. So I'm going to have David say last words on behalf of himself, and then Shaw, Kwan, and myself will say final words on behalf of G-TAC in terms of the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. But David, it's been a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us and with all of our friends, whether they're newcomers or international students or overseas friends, as some of them are. So David, final words to our friends today, please.
Well, once again, thank you all. Thank you all, G-TAC, and especially Shaw and Jay, to help me with the presentation today. And thank you all for the audiences. So it is a great pleasure to know all of you. And again, I wish you all the best and good luck on your pathway to Canada. And remember, winter is coming. Thank you.
David, just out of curiosity, are you going to be available in your booth to answer more questions?
Well, I might be there in about 15 minutes because I have another consultation at 5:15 Halifax time. Yeah, okay.
Okay, good. So those of you listening, if you want to talk to David, go to Sky River's booth and then wait for David to come back in, and then you can ask him more questions. So thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you, Shaw. Thank you, Jay. Thank you all. Have a great one. Thank you. Bye.